folks home. Luckily for you, there's now a solution. Top scientists from the University of Cambridge made a shocking discovery while researching a little-known area of the brain. The scientists were shocked to discover that all hearing impairments stemmed from one single root cause. Most importantly, they revealed a simple 10-second technique that you can start using tonight, which is now clinically proven to restore your hearing back to normal, regardless of your age or current condition. In fact, 70-year-old patients that were completely dependent on their hearing aids for over 10 years are now hearing better than ever. Regardless of your age or current condition. In fact, 70-year-old patients...
You, like LSD?
Yes.
Why?
Well, because, for one, it teaches me a lot about myself that I didn't know. And it kind of informs me about my environment and what goes on.
What does it tell you about yourself?
It tells me what I like.
What do you like?
Well, I can't really explain what I like.
It's hard to explain. You see, you've had an experience that I haven't had, and I'm trying to find out what your experience is like, what it does for you, what it feels like.
Well, it makes everything a little unreal, you know. Everything that is hallucinations project from my mind, and everything that I see is myself. I mean, it's all coming from my mind, and all the things that I see, everything that I see is I'm making it all.
You're controlling everything.
Yes, I'm controlling what the scenery looks like about me. I'm not controlling it necessarily, but when it's happening, that's what's me. That's me happening.
How about people? Do you think that before you used the drug, you were afraid of people?
Well, I didn't know it at the time, but I realized that I was when I took the drug, because it brings out your inner feelings more intensely.
And why do you think you were afraid of them before?
Because I didn't know them.
Do you feel that you do know them through the drug?
No, I don't feel that I know them, but I'm not afraid of being rejected by them, because I don't feel any rejection towards them. I used to be constantly thinking about being afraid of them, but now I don't have to be afraid anymore because they're all beautiful, and whether they reject me or not, they're still beautiful.
Does it ever seem to you that this may be a little unreal?
Oh, yes. But I mean, after you learn this on an acid trip, you practice it when you're straight, too.
Yeah, I mean,
it doesn't leave you.
If everybody is beautiful, then there's no one who's, say, dangerous.
Most people have no clue that in 2023, the best way to make money on Amazon is not with physical products. It's Amazon's other company, Audible. Audible pays me $8,000 to $10,000 every single month in passive income, and I'm not the only one. People like Katrina and Carla, Elena, Renee, all making thousands of dollars a month in passive income using the same system.
I do this on a part-time basis, about 5 to 10 hours a week. I earn about $40,000 a year. There's no other job that pays with that little time.
The best part is it's literally a done-for-you system. You're not buying any merchandise, you're not storing any merchandise, you're not shipping any merchandise, and you need zero tech skills to get started in making thousands of dollars a month in passive income from Audible. Now, I wish I could say I'm the genius who discovered this method, but I'm not. I learned everything from the Mickelson twins. I took their free training, the same free training that's linked below, turned around and made my first $100 in 7 days. And you could be next. All you need to do is click the link and I'll take you to a free workshop where you'll learn the same done-for-you 4-step process that we are using to make thousands of dollars every month in passive income. The reason people are having such amazing results so fast is because hardly anyone knows about this. Look, you could ignore this just because it's an ad, or you can click the link below and find out why this 4-step process is working for so many people and why it can work for you. And just by clicking the link and watching the short training today, you're gonna get 3 bonuses that have not been offered before. So click the link to claim your bonuses and get in on the ground floor of this amazing opportunity for passive income. Look, the most important thing you can do right now is don't waste any more time. Click the link, go through the free training, and learn the 4-step process that is providing financial freedom for so many others. Click the link and I'll see you in the training.
I'm going to say this publicly. Ricky Hodler needs to be banned from your channel.
Okay. I will do it. I'm not watching that. I never do.
Well, you better look at it and you better make it.
Warning, you could soon lose your job because of what's happening inside this building you see behind me. Goldman Sachs economists are already warning that 300 million jobs could simply disappear. One industry insider warned that nobody is safe. Now, you might find what I'm about to show you controversial, but I think everyone deserves to know what's happening here. Because regardless of where you live in the US, what you do for work, or how much money you have, this new trend is guaranteed to impact you. Hi, I'm Eric Fry. I spent the last 30 years working in Silicon Valley and Wall Street as a broker, entrepreneur, analyst, and hedge fund manager. So this is not the first time I'm going public with a warning. For example, back in the year 2000, I warned everyone the dot-com bubble was about to burst. Those who listened to me avoided the bloodbath when the NASDAQ plunged 75%. I made a similar call in 2005 when I noticed another bubble, this time in the housing market. I even went on CNBC to get the information out to as many investors as possible. And by doing so, I saved thousands of Americans from financial ruin when the housing market completely collapsed 2 years later. More recently, in 2021, I predicted the crash in tech stocks and advised many of my readers to jump out of the infamous ARK Innovation ETF. Soon after that, tech stocks crashed, and that ETF dropped about 70%. In all, I've helped to alert investors ahead of crashes for 73 different stocks. Now, I'm telling you all this because I want you to take my warning seriously. This time, we're not just dealing with another bubble or a potential stock market crash. No, it's much bigger than that. Because what's happening here in San Francisco will exponentially increase the wealth gap in America. And if you end up on the wrong side of this economic shift, you could fall behind and never be able to recover. But if you take the 3 steps I'm going to cover here today, you could end up on the winning side of this $15.7 trillion revolution. But you need to act fast. Because as the website Digital Trend says, this disturbing new trend has been moving at an unbelievable speed in recent months. That's why I just released a brand new presentation telling you exactly the 3 steps you need to take right now to prepare. This presentation is free to watch. Just click on the button below to get started.
I'm sorry, Ricky, but it's one thing to talk about pussy and dick and all this kind of stuff, but the kind of crap you're writing now, that's the kind of shit you get friends in trouble for.
To you.
Oh, but the dangerous people are beautiful too. They're dangerous, sure, but they're still beautiful.
Why are you here?
Well, it's a long story, but I'll try to break it down in short. I found God, and I made me feel quite good, and my mother mistook this good feeling for taking drugs, and I was getting kind of wayward and everything. I mean, I wasn't coming home on time, so she phoned the police, and I was brought to YGC, and then I was brought here. Because of my talking about God and everything, they might have thought that I was a little crazy.
Do you think you are?
No. But I understand how they felt because I wasn't making myself clear on it. It's very hard to... I was trying to express something that was hard to express, and I wasn't really capable of expressing it.
That's the kind of shit that gets friends.
I mean, I can have the relationship between myself and God, but it's a mistake to try to make other people feel the way I did, and that's what I was trying to do.
What's God like?
Well, first of all, God is everything, so he is like everything. He is everything. There's nothing that he isn't like.
Is he like a man?
I don't know. Everything, he lives in everything. Everything on this earth.
I can't describe to you the feeling that it gives you when your son says to you, can't you feel it? God is everywhere. I'm going with God. I'm waiting for God to come and get me. it isn't a happy thing at all, or an inside. It's a death wish. And I tried talking sense to him. I said, Jimmy, you don't see God till you die. But he couldn't see that at all. He believed that he was seeing it right now. Jim hasn't adjusted well to school. He's an extremely introverted boy, or has been up until lately. Shy. He wouldn't try. The least sign of failure to him meant an automatic stop right now. And I think that the problems that he had were magnified and triggered by the release that he seemed to find in drugs. And I feel as though that this is, many of the children today are doing this type of thing, and if it could be stressed that this is a medical problem and not a criminal problem, I believe that parents would be on the telephone calling somebody as soon as they found illegal material around the house, which they don't do now because they're afraid they're sending their sons and daughters to jail.
There is a steady flow into San Francisco hospitals of young people who have freaked out and been picked up by the police in a state of desperate terror.
Where are you taking me? Where are my friends? Do my friends know I'm here? Where am I? Where am I?
You're in the hospital here. Come on.
Who are you?
I'm Dr. McShane.
The bad trip is a frightening thing to witness. It must be far more terrifying to experience.
My name is Oswaldo Diaz. Like many people living with diabetes, I wonder how my favorite foods are affecting my glucose. That's why I use the Freestyle Libre 2 system. I can see where my glucose level is and where it's headed without finger sticks. And my A1C level went down. For us, food is love. And now I can enjoy more meals with my family.
The Freestyle Libre 2 system. Talk to your doctor or click to try it for free.
Where are you taking me? Where am I?
Going right around here to the desk. You're in the hospital.
Who are you?
Hello, I'm a nurse. What's your name?
Your hands are cold.
What's your name?
Joan.
Joan. I'm a nurse. Gus?
I don't want to be here. Where are my friends?
It's all right. It's all right. I'll get you back on. It's all right. I'm a nurse. It's all right, Joan.
Hi, John. My name is Gus. I'm going to take you to your room now.
Hospital people, whether they want to or not, are becoming expert in the handling of LSD users in trouble. The street, where hippies like to congregate, shows no hint of the horror behind the scenes in hospitals. But the street thrusts the hippies at the community. They can't be left to go their own way and forgotten because they make their presence felt. For one thing, they take up a good deal of public space. In a sense, they have taken over the community by superimposing their own subculture and values upon it. They express contempt for money and pride themselves on being able to manage without it. But they are not above begging. This is the office of a San Francisco hippie newspaper called The Oracle. It's a busy place. We asked Gabe Katz, one of the editors of The Oracle.
Look around you, nothing works. The only thing a kid is presented with is when you grow up, you can join the army, you can go to war, you can get a gig working as an engineer and become a vegetable and drive to work in your own car, your own big metal box. And, it looks absurd. People in their metal boxes like this going all over from job to job, frustrated, uptight. What joy is there in life? Life is and should be ecstasy. Being alive should be a joy, and it's a drag for most people because they've never had a chance to figure it out for themselves what they wanted to do. You were a this, or you're going to be a this. I'm going to school to do this. When you go to school for the right to earn, to learn to earn, to buy more pieces of metal junk, and I think the kids that are here that are getting into this whole thing now, this evolution now is one that is a result of the alienation that a child feels, particularly a middle-class American feels, of not really relating to his family. Father's somebody that goes to work, and he gets shoved into school, and is constantly subject to one authority or another. And when he turns on, he sees, wow, there's something else.
Guess what? 3 years later, it fucking ends up in our schools, or our kids are having to read this bullshit,
chicken,
or having to deal with teachers
tiki
chicken.
When Peggy and I moved into this house, we thought it was just a normal house where people were using some acid, some grass, maybe some speed. We found out there was a lot of shooting up going on. Some people were using heroin to the point that we couldn't trust each other anymore. The work wasn't getting done. We began to lie to each other. So Peggy and I took a stand against hard narcotics. We called a house meeting. And the house members agreed that we wouldn't have any more heroin or methadone in the house. Yet some people found these two drugs just too groovy to give up.
The American home. Narcotics and their relatives, amphetamines and barbiturates, rip apart the fabric of family life at every social and economic level. The tragic aftermath fills hospitals, prisons, and rehabilitation centers across the country. Drug users do not fit within any comfortable grouping. They are young as well as old. They are disadvantaged, but often affluent.
I do the hard narcotics for escape. I do the more interesting drugs, the psychedelic drugs for learning.
The drug scene in Vietnam is really a strange scene. It's hard to describe. Like, drugs are very prevalent there. They're all over the place. You can get marijuana, you can go out and pick it.
I was a very nervous, uptight, lost little girl. And after I turned on, I may not have found the answer to everything, but at least, you know, it didn't seem of such immediate danger to me.
Heroin is a painkiller. It kills all pain. It kills mental, physical anguish. It kills anxiety. It kills boredom. It produces pleasure just based on the drug itself and nothing else.
Deep in the heart of Kentucky's bluegrass country is the town first and foremost associated with the treatment of narcotic addicts. Since the first prisoner patient was admitted in 1935, the federal hospital at Lexington and its companion at Fort Worth, Texas, have borne the brunt of caring for these little understood and often feared and much maligned American dope addicts. One technique basic to many treatment methods is encouraging addicts to help addicts by working together, playing together, and just being together. Our understanding of the scientific working of drugs, their physical effects on people, what changes they cause in the body, are questions to which we have few precise answers. Patients from the Clinical Research Center volunteer for a variety of tests involving the actual intake of drugs. During the 40s and the 50s, more and more people fell victim not only to heroin, but to a host of synthetics. While long used as a means of temporary escape from the ghetto, marijuana in 1963 became one of the symbols of a youth in revolution. Our criminal statutes became harsher, penalties stiffer. There was virtually no difference in the eyes of the law between selling a deck of heroin on a street corner or selling marijuana.
Why don't you be honest with him?
You boil and you can't even talk calmly. You explode every time you talk. You're all emotion. And you sit there, you're boiling inside. You've been boiling your whole life. And you sit there and say, other people. You got a cop out.
Are you afraid of him?
These are the residents of New York's Daytop Village, a private therapeutic community supported by federal, state, and municipal funds. Some of Daytop's byproducts are surprising and they're exciting. This is the stage of an off-Broadway theater where daytop residents tell their story behind the footlights to capacity audiences and to critical acclaim.
We estimate, conservatively I think, that every patient that we treat saves the community $40,000 a year in goods that are not stolen, in neighborhoods that are not spoiled, in families that are not abandoned.
As in other valid treatment approaches, ex-addicts who have begun to remake their lives work closely with the residents, helping them through each day, rising on time, reporting to work, relearning the simple day-to-day lifestyle the rest of us take so much for granted.
You may have an argument with your wife. You might go to work in the morning, and all of a sudden, where you used to handle 25 cartons a day, the boss gives you 30 cartons. And this is another excuse. See, this is an excuse to go, like, I gotta handle 30 cartons, so I'm gonna go out and shoot dope, you know. You can be free from drugs for 5, 6, 7 months, and all of a sudden you want to reward yourself. You know, like, wow, I've been clean now for 6 months. You know, I'm doing great. You know, I'm making money, I got money in the bank, my wife loves me, my kids love me. Let me go out and get high, you know, and this happens. So these are the things you have to be aware of. But the point that I want to bring out is that if you do use, don't be afraid to come by, you know, and tell us.
10 years ago, drug use among the young was concentrated in the ghetto. We thought at that time that eliminating the slums would eliminate that aspect of the drug problem. Well, the answer is not so simple. Drug abuse, including heroin and a wide range of synthetics, has sprung up among the children of upper middle-class families as well.
It's like a fortress to protect this all-white community of 40,000 people who live in one of 3 models of housing of total cultural starvation. It's not a fortress, it's like a prison of uptight, shallow people, and the only food for their brain that they get is television and booze and adultery. And everyone has money. There's no identity in money. You can only say, I have more money or less money, and that's no identity, that's just quantity. The only thing you can do with money is buy mass-produced products. And everyone has mass-produced products. Detroit makes 5 million cars all the same.
The tragedy is that youth, in rejecting our values, too often uses more than rhetoric to express dissatisfaction.
Was driving north on Larrabee at an excessive rate of speed of 60 miles an hour. I pulled his car over and asked him to produce his driver's license, and he had none. I immediately arrested him and searched him, and on his person I found a bag of white powder that has since been analyzed by the crime laboratory.
Mr. Stubbins, you heard what your lawyer just said?
Yes, I did.
And do you still know that on this plea of guilty, this court is going to send you from 3 to 7 years in the state penitentiary?
Yes, sir. I do.
It is so ordered.
Another hippie convicted on a narcotic charge. Now, why should we be concerned? Why? Because in a few years, those under 25 will make up 1/2 of our population.
It seems as though the college kids, the middle-class kids in this country, suddenly discovered marijuana in the mid-'60s, the early '60s. And up until that time, marijuana was used almost exclusively by Puerto Ricans and jazz musicians. And, you know, who gave a damn about them? So that we could have all kinds of repressive laws and nobody would bother with these people or even look at the laws. But all at once, Mrs. Murphy's kid from the suburbs who was attending a prominent university gets busted for marijuana. And I can tell you from personal experience, I've had medical students, law students, kids going to scientific institutions on national science grants. I've had all kinds of people who have been arrested for marijuana violations. And when this happens, suddenly our society starts to become aware of a problem, so-called.
The entire question of drugs use is vastly complex, cutting across the boundaries of the law, medicine, and society's attitudes. The source of the problem is a simple flower, a hardy plant, beautiful in their natural habitat as they are dangerous, often lethal when abused by man in his environment. After 60 centuries of abuse, society's attitude is only now beginning to change, beginning to bring enlightenment to our understanding of drugs and why people use them. We are beginning also to realize the fact that there is no single bridge that will return the addict to society. For there are many drug takers, and each takes his journey to nowhere for numerous and complex reasons. Bringing them back home will require many bridges, many different approaches, each designed to reach one segment of the drug-dependent society. Whether solutions are found in a maintenance approach, a therapeutic community, a narcotic antagonist, one thing is certain: we must continue to build bridges back into society, as many bridges as possible. Let's call them bridges from no place.
For more than 150 years, oil and gas has played a critical role in our society, improving human lives, raising standards of living, and enabling unprecedented economic growth.
What do you do when your industry can no longer exist without creating catastrophes worldwide?
The impacts of climate change are intensifying.
It's important to understand the past. You can't understand where you are if you don't know how you got there.
In a special three-part series, the epic story of our failure to tackle climate change.
The whole world is heating up.
And the role of the fossil fuel industry.
The big oil knowingly spread disinformation.
Now, in part one, what Big Oil knew about climate change more than 40 years ago.
The fact that Exxon had been doing rigorous peer-reviewed research in the 80s was staggering to me.
There were uncertainties, but it certainly was when, how fast.
And what happened as the science became more certain.
Scientific evidence remains inconclusive as to whether human activities affect the global climate. So there's simply no reason to take drastic action now.
They realized that it was going to be an existential threat to their business, but they made a deeply unethical decision to try to obfuscate the reality.
We continue to maintain a position that has evolved with science and is today consistent with the science.
We won't solve the climate crisis unless we solve the misinformation crisis.
In 1978, my wife and I was just engaged 6 months prior, so we were going to get married a year after I graduated from college. I was kind of awkward, a little bit reserved. I was definitely a nerd. I mean, I grew up in a blue-collar area in Queens. I went to Cooper Union, and Cooper Union was very well known. Not to toot my own horn, but you had to be pretty good to get in. So we were a draw for Exxon. Exxon had a recruiting program. They would go to colleges all around the country, and every year they would take the best graduates from my school. And so when Exxon offered me a position in their research division and doing environmental monitoring, for me it was a really good fit. I mean, the salary I got offered was about $18,600, which in those days was a lot of money for somebody fresh out of school.
Exxon was not just the largest oil and gas company in existence. It was the largest company, period, in existence. It did business all over the world. It was enormous, and the resources were gigantic. And it had a very good reputation. At the time I joined it, they had a company making word processors, fax machines. There was a new division of the company, Exxon Nuclear. And they had Exxon Solar.
Exxon wanted to become an energy company. They were flush with funds. The oil business was doing really well in the 70s, and so they wanted to move into other fields related to energy. The energy projects that they were doing were very well funded. Each one of them would have teams of 5 to 10 scientists and then technicians supporting them. So the project that I ultimately ended up working for them on was really blue sky. They weren't going to make any money on it. It was just research for the sake of doing research. For somebody who was 22 or 23 years old, I was like, wow, I'm really happy here. This is a really great place to be working. I was really happy working for Exxon.
Back in the mid-70s, I was working for NASA. It was a very exciting time because NASA was sending probes all over the solar system. And the information that was coming back was very interesting, things that we never knew. For example, we found out that Venus was very hot. It's at least 700 degrees there. And the most plausible explanation came from the composition of Venus's atmosphere. Venus is almost 100% carbon dioxide. There was a kind of unified idea in the terrestrial planets of our solar system that the greenhouse gas warming was caused by high concentrations of carbon dioxide. At the same time, some research scientists were making observations of carbon dioxide in our own atmosphere, and we have seen this curve of increasing carbon dioxide. It's become a classic icon of the carbon dioxide problem, where CO2 keeps going up and up a few parts per million every year. And we can attribute that to greenhouse gases, primarily fossil fuel burning.
It was a small group, maybe 20 or 30, who were developing models independently and checking each other.
All of the models showed that the average temperature of the Earth was going to warm.
The things that we didn't know were details. We didn't know exactly where that was going to happen and how it was going to happen.
The question came up, what are we going to do? Over 85% of our energy was generated by fossil fuels. And about that time is when I had the opportunity to work as a consultant with the biggest company in the world at the time, Exxon.
Today, the evidence of climate change is everywhere. Frontline has been investigating the role of the fossil fuel industry and one of its biggest players, Exxon, in delaying and preventing action on climate change over the past 4 decades. This film is based on over 100 interviews and thousands of documents, many of them newly uncovered. It's a story that begins with a small team of scientists inside Exxon.
So this is a presentation entitled The Proposed Exxon Research Program to Help Assess the Greenhouse Effect. It's presented by Edward A. Garvey, myself, Henry Shaw, Wally Broker, and Taro Takahashi at Columbia University. Exxon wanted to do research related to climate change, but they wanted it to be recognized that something that Exxon can contribute that was unlikely anybody else could do. And the role of the ocean in the global balance of carbon dioxide was not well understood. And so Exxon saw an opportunity using the oil tanker to involve itself in that line of research and make a really significant contribution to the understanding of the global cycle of carbon dioxide. Program goal: use Exxon expertise and facilities to help determine the likelihood of a global greenhouse effect. March 26, 1979. I wasn't dying to go to sea. I was a city kid and I wasn't a sailor. But I think I understood from the very beginning that the oil tanker was going to be my baby, so to speak. I was going to make it work. rationale for Exxon involvement. Develop expertise to assess the possible impact of the greenhouse effect on Exxon business. Form responsible team that can credibly carry bad news, if any, to the corporation. The work that we were doing, the company was interested in it at the highest levels. They wanted the knowledge.
We wrote computer programs, we plotted graphs, we analyzed the results. We compared it with data, with what nature was doing, and we would compare our results with others' results. We would see if there's a consensus. Those papers would then get presented at meetings
with the government, people from industry, people from the university.
And there would sort of be this sort of brick by brick advance in our understanding of how the system worked. Everything that we studied was basically consistent with the finding that the Earth was going to warm significantly, and we just were trying to say how it would warm. I can only speak about the research group in Exxon Research and Engineering. Everybody there accepted it. Roger Cohen completely accepted it. Roger Cohen, who was the manager of the group that I was consulting for, passed a lot of our results on to higher levels of management, because that's what this is. He's writing to his boss about what the guys working for him are doing. There's unanimous agreement in the scientific community that temperature increase of this magnitude would bring about significant changes in the Earth's climate, including rainfall distribution and alterations in the biosphere. That our results are in accord with those of most researchers in the field and are subject to the same uncertainties.
There was no separation between Exxon's understanding and that of academia. None. Yeah, there were uncertainties, but the uncertainty was when, how fast. That's what we were looking at. If we didn't reduce fossil fuel consumption in a significant fashion, we were going to be facing significant climate change in the future.
And here he's saying that we should keep doing the research because it can inform our decisions. Our ethical responsibility is to permit the publication of our research in the scientific literature. Indeed, to do otherwise would be a breach of Exxon's public position and ethical credo on honesty and integrity.
Within the Exxon Research and Engineering Company, at least, we knew the changes were going to be necessary. But I think Exxon was afraid we would change too fast. You just can't shut off the fossil fuels because all of society depends on it. I was convinced that Exxon was doing this research to understand it, to get a place at the table, to be part of the solution, not so that we can deny the problem.
Sometime in the 2000s, Exxon gave their archives to the library at the University of Texas. Many truckloads of documents. Perhaps it was a PR effort to show that this company has a proud history and it's all transparent, it's all in the library. And so it was a revelation when journalists uncovered documents showing how deep the conversation was about climate change within Exxon.
We came across letter after letter after letter to leaders of the company about carbon dioxide. And not only letters, but we came across a memo that said that if carbon dioxide concentrations continue to grow at this rate, this could be catastrophic. That was the word used. Anybody who covered climate knew that Exxon had played a critical role in developing and funding a narrative of climate denial that began in the 1990s. So the fact that Exxon had been doing rigorous peer-reviewed research in the 80s was staggering to me.
Well, I've become a curator of documents. The evidence from the Exxon documents is that there was a cadre of really smart scientists putting Exxon in a position of authority on the science of climate change.
Gasoline and fuel oil prices fell 2% last month, the third consecutive monthly decline in the price of gasoline.
That set the stock market skidding into its worst loss in 3 months, and the fallout continued as the week progressed.
Now we're in 1982, and in 1982, oil prices dropped.
The bottom fell out of the oil market, and so Exxon was having a hard time staying profitable, and it began layoffs.
One of the things that was dropped overboard was a tanker project.
Basically just said, the market's too poor, we no longer can afford this level of research. We're going to keep the modeling team together and shut down the tanker project.
And by 1984, Lee Raymond was senior vice president with broad oversight for Exxon Research and Engineering. Raymond believed Exxon would always be an oil and gas company. It would never be anything else.
When Exxon retrenched and sold off its research in lithium batteries, sold off its solar energy, it's like you're throwing out the baby with the bathwater. These are all important lines of research for the potential for the company, and you're just getting rid of them. You're not trying to shrink them down, saying, okay, we have to make do with a smaller budget. No, this is gone. We're done with this, we're done with this, we're done with that.
Alternative fuels. There was a time in the late 70s that your company spent a lot of money at that time to say, is there an alternative fuel that will work so that we don't have to burn fossil fuels and put all that CO2 in the atmosphere?
We were the first oil company that really spent a lot of money looking at all that.
And the results were what?
None of these technologies, and we looked at everything. I mean, we looked from soup to nuts. That none of these technologies were going to be competitive against oil. The conclusion we came to, Charlie, was that fossil fuels had such an economic, first of all, such an economic advantage, and secondly, such a relatively ease of use, that it was going to be very difficult to displace them.
I didn't stay there that much longer after they shut down the tanker project. I know that Exxon did some really good climate-related modeling work and was still funding research at Columbia University. But effectively, they turned the corner, and well, I knew that the place that I worked in was gone. I was heartbroken.
ExxonMobil declined to give us any interviews. In a written response to questions, the company said, "For more than 40 years, we have supported development of climate science in partnership with governments and academic institutions. And ExxonMobil has never had any unique or superior knowledge about climate science, let alone any that was unavailable to policymakers or the public."
I didn't learn about climate change until I was in graduate school. These are documents from the 80s, the 70s, talking about climate change, and to only learn about it in 2010 shows that knowledge doesn't necessarily go in a unidirectional fashion, that we lose knowledge, we forget things all the time, both as individuals and as a society. There are many people working on this now, and we're getting a better and better understanding all the time. We now know that Shell, for example, had a sophisticated understanding of the climate issue also by the end of the 1980s. The coal industry too. So there's a level of foreknowledge by the fossil fuel industry that business as usual would lead to disaster around the world.
My fellow Americans, with summer coming, a lot of Americans will be driving more than ever, in everything from vans to buses to motorbikes. This is a good time for it because gas prices continue to fall.
Corporate profits surged in the first quarter. Individual winners were Ford, Exxon, General Motors, IBM.
Retail sales jumped, reflecting a surge in demand for new cars.
More with Cellathon 3, Starlets, Corollas.
Boeing Aircraft Company unveiled their new 67 jetliner.
Sharp fare reductions by American Airlines.
May turn out to be a major turning point in the history of airline pricing.
Who is making the excess buck here?
Primarily U.S. refiners of petroleum products. Most of these companies have announced huge increases in their refinery profits over the last 9 months.
Exxon had an idea of how soon governments would start to act about global warming. The company predicted that policy action would occur around the late 1980s, which it did. So this is really when a huge battle began.
(1988) was the year that the issue of climate change moved from scientific journals into the realm of public policy. I was a 26-year-old on the lower end of the totem pole in a Senate office, and Senator Wirth said, "You want to work on the environment because that's where all the action's going to be."
Our climate is changing very dramatically, and it's time for us to start acting on it.
You know, we identified early on how important this was, and you know, we're probably one of the first to bang away at it.
Senator Wirth said, "I want to write a piece of legislation that addresses global warming." The first person I reached out to was Dr. Hansen, the distinguished senior scientist at NASA.
A lot had changed between the middle 1970s when we first got interested in the problem and the 1980s, the late 1980s, because the real world was beginning to show signs that humans were affecting climate. That implies that we're really going to get a significant change a few decades downstream.
My response was pretty immediate. This is a big deal. You know, we need to get working on a hearing.
Seattle and other parts of the Northwest had their driest February in history. Irrigation reservoirs are 40 to 85% below normal levels.
By the spring of 1988, there was a full-scale drought.
The earliest fire season in memory has been declared.
They're dredging around the clock on the once mighty, now shrunken Mississippi to free hundreds of barges.
It was my perception that the media wanted to explain this drought and seemed to be at a tipping point on the issue of climate change.
The evening before, I was lying on my bed in a hotel in Washington writing my testimony and listening to the Yankees baseball game. And I wrote my testimony out by hand. I do think that scientists have a moral obligation to point out the implications of their findings and try to do it as clearly as possible.
I had a sense that it was going to be a good hearing and that his statement would be important. You could feel it in the room that this was a significant moment.
Thank you for the opportunity to present the results of my research on the greenhouse effect, which has been carried out with my colleagues at the NASA Goddard Institute for Space Studies. I would like to draw three main conclusions. Number one, the Earth is warmer in 1988 than at any time in the history of instrumental measurements. Number two, the global warming is now large enough that we can ascribe, with a high degree of confidence, a cause and effect relationship to the greenhouse effect. And number three, our computer climate simulations indicate that the greenhouse effect is already large enough to begin to affect the probability of extreme events such as summer heat waves. Altogether, this evidence represents a very strong case, in my opinion, that the greenhouse effect has been detected and it is changing our climate now.
That was a kind of a magic sentence. This was not environmental groups. This was not some green cabal. This was probably the lead climate scientist in the federal government making this statement.
I realized I was going out on a limb. Not all scientists agreed with me that we were ready to say those things, but they were based on sound physics and observations and models.
It was as if the rocket had lifted off. I wrote on the hearing transcript, historic.
And some experts are saying now that the whole world is heating up because of a global greenhouse effect.
In the long run, it could mean devastating changes to all life on Earth.
The next morning, the story was on the front page of the New York Times.
There are no easy solutions. We're talking here about the use of gas and coal and oil.
Scientists urge heavy conservation, a switch to solar energy, and a search for new power sources. Pragmatists would argue that we cannot change our energy habits overnight. Scientists say we had better get going.
In those years, there was still a spirit of bipartisanship when really important challenges to the public interest appeared. You could work across the political aisle.
I felt like tremendous progress was being made. There was greater awareness. There was public policy emerging. There was international negotiations developing.
Momentum is on our side, and it kind of opened up the world, and you had the feeling, oh, wow, this is really going to change. But the minute targets and timetables began to appear, those were magic signals to the industry. Uh-oh, this is serious. Little did we know how devastating the counterattack was going to be.
I've collected documents from every place where I've worked. My basement looks like a trash bin and a fire hazard, but nevertheless, I knew that having access to original documents that were, in my view, critical to certain decisions being made would be enormously valuable.
I'm Terry Yossi. I'm Vice President for Health and Environment at the American Petroleum Institute. I want to thank
API at that time was tremendously influential. It was a chief lobbying organization for the petroleum industry and had representation from some of the major oil companies, Exxon, Mobil, Chevron, Shell, BP, companies like that. By early 1989, the newspapers, the television networks were bombarding API with questions such as, well, what do you think of Hanson's testimony? What is your view of climate change in general? What do you think needs to be done about climate change? Terry, what do you make of all of this? The decision was made that a briefing needed to be prepared for industry CEOs. Global Warming, The Knowns and Unknowns, by Terry F. Yossi, American Petroleum Institute. There is scientific consensus that the atmosphere is changing due to human activities. There are three schools of thought that characterize the scientific and public debate over global warming. The first is that a crisis exists and that immediate measures are needed to ameliorate it through strong government actions. The second school of thought is that the problem will go away by itself. The third school of thought, and one that reflects API's present thinking, was expressed by a scientist named Patrick Michaels in a recent article in the Washington Post. Our policies, noted Michaels, should be no more drastic than the scientific conclusions they are based upon.
I'm not I hate this word. I'm not a denier. I'm a lukewarmer. They're totally different, and people get that wrong. The lukewarm view on climate change, which means climate change is real, people have something to do with it, but it's probably not the end of the world. I'm probably a lukewarm libertarian, too.
There is a real problem with this so-called global warming apocalypse projection. The Earth may in fact be going in the other direction. And until we solve that, it seems to me that we ought not take any very expensive remuneration.
Pat Michaels was not a major voice in the scientific community on climate change, but I think he was primarily useful to the industry as an external voice of doubt, creating more skepticism about policymakers taking action. In that vein, API must become an active participant in the scientific and policy debate. We are well on our way to doing that. We must make policymakers fully aware of the uncertainties surrounding the global warming issue.
It's amazing. I mean, it's a call to action. They're realizing it's going down. We need to be in the room talking about uncertainty and downplaying the urgency effectively. That is the call.
Can I ask you to take a look at the document in front of you?
This thing?
Yeah, which we found in the Exxon archives.
This says it all right here. This paragraph starts, Exxon's long-term public presence and contributions to the scientific field give us unique credibility within the petroleum industry. We served on the task force of the American Petroleum Institute and contributed significantly to the development of the API position on climate change. So essentially what we see as the API position is the Exxon position on climate change. Our advice and input influenced the positions of NAM, the National Association of Manufacturers, CMA, the Chemical Manufacturers Association, and the Global Change Coalition, which is probably the Global Climate Coalition. These trade associations are key. They're working with other shields and other umbrellas. Their focus is trying to emphasize uncertainty. And we can show that they pretty much did that in following years.
In response to questions, API said critics were cherry-picking information from decades ago to support a misleading, predetermined narrative, and that as climate science has evolved, so has the industry. ExxonMobil has denied that its policy at that time was to emphasize uncertainty.
The man standing beside me today has what it takes to lead this nation from the day we take office. Senator Al Gore of Tennessee.
When Bill Clinton announced that his running mate was going to be Al Gore, that was very exciting. There was an anticipation of a much greater effort to tackle climate change.
We will finally give the United States a real environmental presidency.
Then President-elect Clinton understood clearly that that's why I was on the ticket, that's why I agreed to run as vice president.
He has won this presidential race along with Senator Al Gore, now the vice president-elect.
Now you're in the White House
Yeah.
to tackle it. Did you feel a sense of responsibility?
Oh, absolutely. That was the principal task that I set for myself entering the White House, and I went to work right away to try to get a carbon tax in our first budget plan.
Senator Gore asked me to produce some quantitative results of how much various energy taxes would reduce emissions.
Our plan does include a broad-based tax on energy, and it is environmentally responsible. It will help us in the future as well as in the present with the deficit.
I was excited that a fairly bold step had been proposed.
It's called a BTU tax.
The tax is likely to be levied at the producer or distributor level, though consumers would feel it as energy companies passed it along in their prices.
It's a tax policy. You don't expect everyone to love it, but the opposition to this particular proposal was very strong, very strident, very aggressive.
Koch Industries has been called the biggest company you never heard of. The sprawling giant includes pipelines, petrochemicals, asphalt plants, trading floors. Based in Wichita, Kansas, it sells everything from gasoline to beef.
I would say that virtually no one in the early 1990s had ever heard of Koch Industries.
Koch's core business is distribution. It owns 37,000 miles of international pipeline.
They can take the heaviest oil, the dirtiest oil, the hardest to turn into a useful product and refine it. And they became the best in the world at doing that. I think it's still probably the second largest privately held company in the world. The two brothers who ran Koch Industries were Charles and David Koch. They had their sights set on how they were going to deal with issues that were existential to their industry. It's the heart of what they do, so they're gonna fight and hang on to that till the bitter end.
The Cato Institute was a public policy think tank. It was founded by Charles Koch. And Charles was heavily invested, in energy policy discussions back in that time, particularly with the emergence of climate change. The Cato Institute position was that climate change is real, but the climate change that we're seeing today is far, far more modest than what the computer models say we should have seen by now. We need to know a lot more before we should be spending trillions of dollars to address them.
So the Kochs had funding directed to the Cato Institute as a libertarian think tank. They also had funding that went to Citizens for a Sound Economy, which was built for a slightly different purpose, which was to be a, quote, grassroots mobilizer.
Coming out of the gate, we then get served up with a proposed BTU tax. It was obvious to us at the Cato Institute that once that tax is in place, it's going to be very hard to get rid of.
You know, we walked over from Citizens for a Sound Economy over to the American Petroleum Institute, and we met with the entire leadership of API. And the meeting was all about, let's just knock out the BTU tax in its infancy.
We would be meeting in various locales in Washington with over 100 people in the room. It was a real war room situation.
This coalition is one of the fastest growing and strongest that I've seen. We will stop the BTU tax, and I believe substitute spending cuts in its place. Thank you very much for coming.
We were known, and I think we made ourselves known that way, as the oil capital of the world. Almost everywhere you looked had behind it oil industry dollars. I thought that the tax was a bad idea for America, but predominantly a bad idea for Oklahoma. Oklahoma was not in a good spot at that time at all. The oil wells were being shut. That meant a lot of lost jobs, a lot of lost companies, and that this was putting the heel of the boot down hard. Well, I got a call from Koch Industries telling me the industry is very concerned about this, but we're worried that this word isn't getting out. Our particular goal was to focus on Senator Boren.
David Boren was a moderate Democrat who chaired the relevant committee that would deal with the Clinton budget.
We were hearing that he wanted to be left to do his own revising of it behind closed doors.
They basically said, if we can get David Boren to flip, we win. So they said, we're going to do whatever it takes.
We set about what I would call a grass tops and a grassroots campaign. The grassroots were encouraged to call Senator Boren and let him know that you do not want a tax. After seeing an ad that showed take shower, pay a tax, start your car, pay a tax.
And everybody was given their marching orders out of this playbook. People would stand up behind politicians with signs about no BTU tax. There were rallies.
To the average household in Oklahoma is going to be roughly about $500 a year.
My main role was what I would call the grass tops. You may be a civic leader, you may be a CEO. Often it would be Mr. Koch would call them, or myself, and talk them through, did you know it does this, 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 and this? Encourage strongly, Senator Boren, kill it.
What they told the public and what the policymakers were led to believe was that there was an army of folks who were ready to march in the streets. Maybe there were a handful of folks who thought, oh gosh, I should call my senator and register my complaint, but they had no such grassroots army. It was funded and fueled by the corporate interests.
CSE says its work isn't done yet. It's joined forces with other lobbying groups, stoking the flames of the Prairie Fire, hoping they'll spread and burn the BTU tax for good.
I remember a very late night or early morning phone call, and it was actually Senator Boren, communications guy. We want those ads to stop, and we want the CEOs to quit calling us, and in return, Senator Boren's going to announce his intentions to vote against it.
Our proposal is fairer than that put forward by the administration. That is the BTU tax, which is the tax which is a part of the administration's plan that does hit lower and middle income Americans.
He folded right away. It's like, wow, this can really work. We can pick our targets strategically and win even when we're not in political power.
At the time, David Boren disputed he was influenced by the oil industry. He said he was responding to concerns from the American public, and he opposed the tax because it would hurt consumers and business people.
President Clinton has pulled the plug on his proposed BTU energy tax.
Critics said it would cost jobs and devastate the economy, and there weren't enough votes in the Senate to pass it. Besides, who the heck knew what it was?
As this is, after all, a nation addicted to its cars and to the idea of driving down the open road.
It was extremely disappointing to not get the votes. It was just the raw power of all the money that they threw into this. But we just decided to regroup and try to skin the cat a different way.
They never proposed another energy tax. It was just considered radioactive.
I think some of the leadership of the Koch network were really quite excited that it worked so well. So that's how that playbook first began. It was developed right then. What I didn't know at the time was that it would become the beginning of something much bigger. And that playbook is still in use today. I don't feel embarrassed or regretful. In hindsight, I shouldn't have done that. There's no question I shouldn't have done that. But they were my client. I was a contractor. I was paid. I'm going to do my job. My job was to do that.
Charles Koch did not respond to questions about the campaign against the BTU tax. In 1994, a top Koch executive said, "Our belief is that the tax over time may have destroyed our business."
As more and more scientists are confirming, our world is deficient in carbon dioxide, and a doubling of atmospheric CO2 is very beneficial.
I was aware that this emerging industry of naysayers was growing, this effort to cast doubt. You had reams of material coming out of the government. They were at NOAA, at NASA, this expanding network of people working on this day in and day out, saying that this was a legitimate issue and that we needed to do something about it. And on the other hand, you had 2 or 3 guys who went around to conferences and said, "Oh, I'm not sure. Oh, maybe there's clouds."
I would like to show you the warming that the satellite sensed over the same region from 1979 to now, which is the next slide, if you could. Thanks. Nothing.
It quickly became apparent that these were private interests who had a stake in the status quo.
A respectable body of opinion in the international scientific community believes that any climate warming is as likely to be beneficial as harmful.
I remember seeing in the press this skeptic, Fred Singer, saying that global warming was not a problem for the planet. You saw that he had worked on tobacco and a number of other issues. He was sort of a specialist in denial. I thought, that's odd. When I brought that up to some of my peers in the environmental movement, they really didn't think it was that important. But then every time a new piece of science comes out, the same story will have somebody you'd never heard of saying, no, that's completely wrong. So you start to think, well, who are these people and where are they coming from? Oh, interesting, they're funded by Exxon's foundation. And then you see this pattern repeated over and over and over. It was coming from the coal-fired power utilities, Western Fuels Association, the Koch brothers, Global Climate Coalition, and they're funding climate deniers.
We are not an ad hoc group anymore, but as a matter of fact, the Global Climate Coalition formalized not too long ago.
The Global Climate Coalition consisted of every major manufacturing trade association that produced or consumed fossil fuels, and every major company that was in the fossil fuels industry. And so it's a considerable coalition of business interests. The Global Climate Coalition put out a bid for a contractor to provide communication services. I left API in the late spring, and I had come over to the Harrison firm, a public relations firm devoted exclusively to environmental issues. Communication proposal prepared for the Global Climate Coalition by the E. Bruce Harrison Company. I was asked to be a part of the pitch team because I was well known in the petroleum industry.
Everybody wanted to get the Global Climate Coalition account because it was a coalition of the biggest industries in America. I was brought in to handle press relations for the Global Climate Coalition. A lot of reporters were assigned to write stories, and they were struggling with the complexity of the issue. So I would write backgrounders so that reporters could read them and get up to speed.
It is important for GCC to continue to emphasize the scientific uncertainty surrounding climate change. Scientists, economists, academics, and other noted experts carry greater credibility with the media and general public than industry representatives. Communication efforts should be directed toward expanding the platform for third-party spokespersons. The idea behind a third party is that you form a relationship with somebody who already has some stature or standing around a particular topic, in this case, climate change, and you recruit that person, you pay that person to give a speech or write an op-ed. The Global Climate Coalition would do the background work of placing that op-ed or maybe editing it.
I mean, I met some really brilliant climatologists and meteorologists. Met Pat Michaels. He struck me as someone who was very smart. He loved talking about this issue.
What was your relationship with the GCC, the Global Climate Coalition?
Oh, God. Not much.
You were on their scientific advisory board.
Yeah. What does that mean? I don't think we ever had a meeting.
I understand you did.
We did? It wasn't much of a relationship at all. I mean, when you bring up GCC, it's like, oh, wait a minute, who are those guys?
How does the funding that you receive from the fossil fuel industry impact what you were able to do work-wise and impact the views that you took?
It didn't change what I do. It didn't change the way I think.
How much do you think you did receive from industry?
I don't know.
Do you feel like, in a way, you were sort of used by them, that you were...
No, I was using them. You got that wrong. What? I mean, I'm somewhat verbal, and I like to write. And I have an overestimation of my ability, my sense of humor. But can you imagine somebody giving me a little bit of money to say, write whatever you want every 2 weeks? We had a blast doing that. We weren't doing what we were told, we were doing what we wanted.
The Global Climate Coalition is seeding doubt everywhere, sort of fogging the air with these counter-arguments that are contradictory and nonsensical, running this propaganda across the country, putting millions of dollars into this media effort, and environmentalists really don't know what's hitting them.
Did it cross your mind or give you any kind of late-night worries that you were being paid by a group that had a vested interest in delaying action, blocking action, creating doubt in the minds of the public and policymakers?
The backgrounders I was writing, the narrative that I represented as the communications lead for the Global Climate Coalition was not a popular narrative. There's no question about that. Was there truth in all the materials? Yes, there was. There was a lot we didn't know at the time. And part of my role was to highlight what we didn't know. It wasn't just that we, that is, the Global Climate Coalition, needed to come up with contrarian voices. The media needed them to have balance.
You want to make an assumption that it's a meritocracy. A good argument will prevail, and it will displace a bad argument. But what the geniuses of the PR firms who work for these big fossil fuel companies know is that truth has nothing to do with who wins the argument. If you say something enough times, people will begin to believe it.
Finally tonight, some new word on the temperature of the world. Charlene Hunter-Gault has that story.
It's warmer than ever, and last year set a record. That's what British meteorologists reported.
That 1995 was the warmest year since records first were kept
in 1856.
You have ice slowly melting, you have sea levels rising, you have places like the Maldive Islands that's only a meter above sea level that could be completely underwater.
We knew in 95 that humans were affecting the global climate. In 1990, the first report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, concludes that it's too soon to tell definitively whether there is or is not a human-caused global warming signal. 5 years later, a very, very different finding. People at different institutes using different statistical methods, different models, formally identified a human-caused global warming signal. This was a paradigm shift in scientific understanding of the reality of human effects on climate. I was 40 years old. I had spent 1.5 years working as convening lead author for Chapter 8 of the IPCC's second assessment report, Detection of Climate Change and Attribution of Causes. We were in plenary in the beautiful Palacio de Congresos de Madrid. Delegates from nearly 100 countries were all there to discuss the language that was relevant to Chapter 8. Some of the industry scientists were involved in the process. Haroon Keshki from Exxon was there from the beginning of our work on Chapter 8 right through to the end. The Global Climate Coalition and the Saudis and Kuwaitis dominated the plenary sessions. They're saying, if you say something's uncertain, then it can be overturned, which led to all of these sometimes heated exchanges because uncertainty is an irreducible part of climate science. The notion that uncertainties mean you can't say anything useful about anything is preposterous. There were these extraordinary back and forth discussions, and my job was to implement those changes that we had discussed and agreed upon. I think the most critical part of the changes after Madrid was the deletion of the concluding summary. Chapter 8 had a summary up front and a summary at the end. No other chapter had a summary at the end. Now, the second summary discussed many of the uncertainties, essentially repeating much of the upfront summary. So some of the government comments that we received said, you need to delete the second summary, which we did. The bottom line finding agreed upon by all countries present in Madrid was 12 words. Quote, the balance of evidence suggests a discernible human influence on global climate, unquote. Madrid was a triumph of the science. The science won. It was a big deal.
Hi, I'm Joey Chan. An international panel of scientists agrees we can blame ourselves for global warming.
Madrid, where 2,500 scientists from around the world have finally agreed with one another and are convinced that burning oil and coal is causing the world's temperature to rise, which may bring with it environmental disaster.
How do you think this is going to affect policy action on this?
Certainly ammunition for those that would like more government regulation of industry to move away from fossil fuels to other forms of energy.
In retrospect, those 12 words were the handwriting on the wall. What happened next was that the Global Climate Coalition really came onto my radar screen. In the spring of 1996, they published this report, the IPCC Institutionalized Scientific Cleansing. They were arguing that I had purged all discussion of uncertainty from the document, which was patently untrue. 20% of Chapter 8 was specifically devoted to the discussion of uncertainties. The changes quite clearly have the obvious political purpose of cleansing the underlying scientific report of important information and scientific analysis that would lead policymakers and the public to be very cautious, if not skeptical, about blaming human activities for climate change over the past century. I had grandparents who were cleansed because of their religion in the Second World War. People were being cleansed because of their religion in Bosnia. And the Global Climate Coalition, through this odious scientific cleansing, was arguing that I was guilty of a crime. These revisions raise very serious questions about whether the IPCC has compromised or even lost its scientific integrity.
I certainly had probably a role in the creation of this. There's a level of detail here I don't remember. But what I do remember the gist of this, where things were said at one point in the process and then they disappeared at the next. And that struck me as troubling. And so I noted that to the folks in the coalition.
This stuff caught on like wildfire. Patrick Michaels devoted substantial time to amplifying the Global Climate Coalition's allegations. Others picked up that report and repeated bits of it verbatim. Things became worse when Professor Frederick Seitz wrote an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal. I was accused of the worst abuse of the peer-reviewed system that Professor Seitz had seen in his 60 years as a scientist. Folks who were calling for my dismissal with dishonor from my position. A gentleman intimated that I was about to be indicted by the Hague International Court of Justice for, quote, falsification of international scientific documents.
That document set in motion a number of public attacks on the lead scientist, the lead author of that chapter.
Oh.
He was particularly shaken by the accusation that he was guilty of scientific cleansing. He found
Yeah, that wouldn't have been terminology, by the way, that I would have used. How this was used and what others did with it was outside of my control and purview. And it troubles me to hear that this had such an impact on an individual. That's not something I would want to do to anybody.
This attack on individuals, on their integrity, decency, honesty, involved high personal cost. And the Global Climate Coalition knew what they were doing. Sow those seeds of doubt and watch them grow and mature. And they did.
Clearly, one of the GCC's main missions was to blunt the scientific urgency driven by scientific reports. Simultaneously, there's an assessment done written by a mobile scientist within the GCC. So it says, can human activities affect the climate? And the answer is the scientific basis for the greenhouse effect and the potential impact of human emissions of greenhouse gases such as CO2 on the climate is well established and cannot be denied. What's really interesting about this document is the back 6 pages, and this is just a draft, this was never published as far as we know. Several arguments have been put forward attempting to challenge the conventional view of greenhouse gas-induced climate change. Patrick Michaels named as one of the people putting forward these arguments and concludes they do not offer convincing arguments against the conventional model of greenhouse gas emission-induced climate change. So don't use their voice.
The science was growing more certain, and Exxon's own scientists were working with scientists in academia to discern the human fingerprint on a changing climate. I am looking at an article written by Lee Raymond, who was chairman of Exxon Corporation, and it looks like this is from the mid-1990s. Global warming, who's right? Facts about a debate that's turned up more questions than answers. Lee Raymond was certainly the person with the greatest stature in the oil industry to push forward this narrative that the science around climate change was uncertain and therefore we shouldn't act precipitously to address it.
What's the date of this? My God. Is this 82? No, this says 1996. I am just flabbergasted by this. The unproven theory. This policy, if implemented, has ominous economic implications, yet scientific evidence remains inconclusive as to whether human activities affect global climate. It's just total baloney. This person should never be the CEO of an energy company. I think it's outrageous that he would say such a thing because he has a world-class climate and carbon cycle research group in his own laboratory in Exxon Research and Engineering. He could pick up the phone and ask one of the people in that group if that statement is true, and they would tell him that it isn't. He's using something which is a lie to justify a policy which is bad for the world. And I would have to say that on an ethical basis, it's actually evil. I think he should be ashamed of himself. And I think he should apologize to the world for saying that.
Lee Raymond did not respond to interview requests. In its statement to us, ExxonMobil insisted that its public statements about climate change are and have always been truthful, fact-based, transparent, and consistent with the contemporary understanding of mainstream climate science. Until his retirement in 2005, Lee Raymond continued to publicly question the science of climate change.
There is a natural variability that has nothing to do with man.
What would that be?
The climate has changed every year for millions of years. Now the question is part of what's happening related to something other than natural variability? And if so, how do you determine what that is? And the reality is, the science isn't there to make that determination.
Two weeks from now, this issue of global climate change will be discussed by more than 120 different countries in Berlin. This administration will be at the forefront of this global effort.
I wanted the United States of America to lead the world community to agree on a set of global initiatives and policies.
The United States is committed to reaching 1990 levels of greenhouse gas emissions by the year 2000. Let us make sure that our next steps are the right ones. Thank you very much. Thank you.
We said that the United States was prepared to engage in targets and timetables. I mean, that was obviously a massive threshold for us to cross.
I declare open the first session of the Conference of the Parties. The convention is coming of age.
The question was, who goes first?
It was in no way possible to get a global treaty with the proposal that the poorest countries in the world would have to take the same obligations that the wealthy countries were undertaking.
And the idea was those who developed the most and had contributed historically the most to the problem should step up to the plate first in the effort to reduce emissions.
I should bang the hammer now.
That was the formula that the world agreed was the only way to make progress toward a truly global agreement.
At a follow-up in Kyoto, Japan, negotiators hope to agree on binding limits.
The negotiators did agree they would exempt developing countries from the caps negotiated in Kyoto.
But the fossil fuel companies took that feature of the agreement and made that a bête noire. They made that a politically salient issue that they used to great effect.
This is a plan from the PR firm E. Bruce Harrison after Berlin prepared for the GCC board. This is the strategy of the Grand Fog. Third-party recruitment and op-ed placement efforts will continue, although with a new emphasis on economists. So the strategy is evolving.
In 1996, I'd finished up grad school and accepted a job at Charles River Associates. We were doing work for the American Petroleum Institute, so they had a particular point of view. If the US goes ahead and reduces its emissions and countries like China and India don't do anything, the US puts itself at a competitive disadvantage. To try and put numbers on what those damages would do, how much they were hurt, I think is important, right? We wrote a couple papers on our findings. I had a general surprise of how much attention it got. It was finding its way into the airwaves.
Our president must decide if he'll sign a UN climate treaty that could increase the cost of gasoline by 50 cents a gallon and raise electricity and natural gas prices by 25 to 50%. Meanwhile, countries like China, India, and Mexico are exempt.
We pay the price, and they're exempt.
It's not global, and it won't work.
There's great pressure that came from the clients to talk about jobs. We tried to tell clients we really can't measure jobs accurately, but you have to get paid at the end of the day. So, we ended up doing the best we could talking about jobs, but you don't really know.
The first people that will lose their jobs are the American coal miner.
It would cost probably 500,000, 600,000, 700,000 jobs a year.
And that would hurt the U.S. automobile industry and it would hurt the U.S. economy.
Every independent, and I say every independent economic study, has come to the same conclusion that the impact is negative and it's going to cost jobs.
Although the studies themselves acknowledge their funding from the industry, that funding is often not acknowledged when the results are presented to the public through advertorials that oil companies would take out in big venues like the New York Times without saying that the industry had paid for the study or what the limitations of the studies were. So it gave an impression that there were independent economists coming to this conclusion when in reality they were hired by the fossil fuel industry. The analysis completely ignored the benefits of taking action about climate change.
Neither the API nor Charles River Associates responded to questions about their work together.
I had misgivings about just telling half the story, right? What do we get? If we reduce emissions, we get less damage from climate change, right? And we're not putting that in there. Yeah, I wish I weren't a part of that, looking back. I wish I weren't a part of delaying action. Clearly on the wrong side of history.
Weather and climate-related disasters with a damage total of more than $1 billion each.
Global damages estimated at around $280 billion.
These natural disasters could push the nation's infrastructure to the brink.
Please welcome our chairman, Lee Raymond. Lee?
Right now, a United Nations effort is moving toward decision in 1997 to cut the use of fossil fuels based on the unproved theory that they affect the Earth's climate. If implemented, such a policy could inflict severe economic damage. So it's critical that we in the industry provide a voice of common sense on this important issue. It means cooperating more closely with other associations within our industry. And it extends to the circle of logical allies outside our industry that stand with us on any given issue. One example is our close cooperation with the automobile industry. Recently, they have become engaged in the global climate issue and are active, aggressive allies. If we all work toward the same goal, I believe we can change the perceptions of the American people about energy.
It's a call to arms. He's trying to rally the oil industry to speak as one, to oppose climate change action, to fight basically with the run-up to the Kyoto Protocol. This is when it really ramps up. We know Exxon has been funding a bunch of right-wing and libertarian conservative think tanks. Suddenly in '97, the sums in those grants goes way up. They know that this is the big fight.
In the run-up to Kyoto, you're seeing these ad campaigns, the denial ad campaigns. I mean, you're seeing TV ads, you're seeing print ads, there's op-eds.
Millions and millions of dollars worth of advertising. Why is the U.S. being obliged to do more than everyone else?
It's not global and it won't work. And everybody sung from the same song sheet.
The administration had just completely misread the political situation. There was no way in heck that the American public was going to accept regulating greenhouse gases in a fashion which would disadvantage American industry. That's an easy argument to make politically. You can make that in your sleep.
The biggest loser in all of this will be science. And I'm here to defend science.
And then the Senate issues this Byrd-Hagel resolution, which passes 95-0.
S-Res 98 puts the administration on notice that an overwhelming and bipartisan majority of the United States Senate rejects its current negotiating position on a proposed new global climate treaty.
For me, it was a big deal. As a freshman senator, it was my first year in the Senate with Bob Byrd.
Any effort to avoid the effects of global climate change will be doomed to failure from the start without the participation of the developing world.
This treaty would be a lead weight on our nation's future economic growth, killing jobs and opportunities for generations of Americans to come.
Byrd-Hagel got 95 votes. 95 senators. Nobody voted against it.
Even using conservative assumptions, Charles River Associates, a leading economic modeling firm, for example, has estimated that holding emissions at 1990 levels would reduce economic growth by 1% a year, rising to 3%.
I was not going to support a treaty that would affect our economy, everything else, when we didn't have the absolute scientific evidence, first of all, to prove it, and second, and maybe even more important, let all these other countries off.
If anything has become clear during congressional hearings on this issue, it is that the science is unclear, is that the scientific community has not even come close to definitively concluding that we have a problem.
I'm not a scientist. I'm not a climatologist. I listen to a lot of people. I ask for a lot of opinions. I had scientists come in, I had other people come in.
We unearthed documents that show a series of meetings and briefings.
Oh, wow. It's quite amazing. Here's a memo from the American Petroleum Institute. They're putting on a luncheon, they're hosting Senator Hagel, and they're going to brief him. Scientists do not have a precise understanding of this issue. Doubt. Meeting with Senator Hagel and the Ford Motor Company. It's the American Automobile Manufacturers Association, the Aluminum Association, Chemical Manufacturers Association. You know, I'm emphasizing Senator Hagel, but this is happening all throughout the Senate. 95 senators voted this certain way. But if you pull that lens back, you're going to see there are working politicians with the most sophisticated legislative campaigns.
What were they saying to you in those meetings, and did you learn anything that did help to shape your views?
Well, they made their case, they made their point. So you listen to them like you would anybody. I wasn't surprised by anything I heard.
You met Lee Raymond, the chairman and CEO of Exxon. What kind of relationship did you have with him?
Well, Lee Raymond was South Dakota boy. I remember that. I didn't have a close relationship with him, but I listened to him. He's head of the largest oil company in the country. I listened to everybody's opinions.
So this is a page from a briefing document, and it's the title is "The Dilemma for Congress." Draft resolution is attached for your consideration.
So the American Automobile Manufacturers Association is putting forth on behalf, I think, of the Global Climate Coalition, the draft resolution for the Senate to preemptively kill the Kyoto Protocol.
You mean the Byrd-Hagel resolution? They didn't draft that. We had many people coming forward with written examples. Why don't you do this? That's not unusual at all, because our staffs work with them and so on. But that resolution wasn't an AMA resolution. That resolution was decided by us, by the senators.
Vice President Al Gore is on his way to Kyoto, Japan, to attend the Global Warming Summit. Now, the goal of the conference is an international treaty to protect the environment, but so far, it's been hard to find anything the diplomats can agree on.
I think Byrd-Hagel really destroyed any hope of getting something done in Kyoto. There was no argument by the administration against the Byrd-Hagel resolution. The Clinton administration certainly didn't want to go into open war.
To those who seek to obfuscate and obstruct, we say, we will not allow you to put narrow special interests above the interests of all humankind. Both substance and of spirit.
Corporate American democracy on earth. Corporate American leadership will not save the world.
It was just an unbelievable mess. He did broker a deal and got as much out of Kyoto as he could have. But we were not going to get steep cuts in CO2 emissions out of a global agreement with all the industry fighting against them.
Delegates from the U.S. and 149 other countries have approved the treaty known as the Kyoto Protocol. President Clinton is praising the agreement, but he may have trouble getting it ratified.
The Clinton administration never even put the Kyoto Protocol up for a vote in the Senate. It was DOA, and I think they understood that within a week of return from Kyoto.
I feel that at the end of the day, the Clinton-Gore administration was not able to deliver on the lofty promise of American leadership. The door closed for the next 10 years. So it was a significant missed opportunity.
When I became part of that world, we thought the odds were pretty long against us. We did not expect to prevail in the climate debate. By the end of the decade, however, the climate skeptics and denialists were in a position of strength. Now they had pretty much run the table. In every decisive fight, we had won.
They won the battle. I was intent that they would not win the war. It became clear to me at that point that it was going to be a longer war.
We approached multiple members of the industry coalition that campaigned against Kyoto. None would sit for an interview. For its part, ExxonMobil has stated publicly that we recognize that our past participation in industry coalitions to oppose ineffective climate policies subjects us to criticism by climate activist groups, and that the Kyoto Protocol was unrealistic and economically damaging.
It is unequivocal that human activities are responsible for climate change. That's the finding of a new study by the UN's Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change.
A dire warning and a stark reality. The head of the UN referred to this as
code red for humanity. Global temperatures are the hottest in 100,000 years, and many effects of climate change are already irreversible.
If we want to avoid catastrophe, we have to drastically cut emissions now.
We now know that Exxon was making a concerted effort through the 1990s to cast doubt on the science. Do you feel that you were misled?
Well, what we now know about some of these large oil companies' positions, they lied. And yes, I was misled. Others were misled. When they had evidence in their own institutions that countered what they were saying publicly, I mean, they lied.
If they had said then, if they'd held their hands up then and said, yes, this is real, could it have been different?
Oh, absolutely. It would have changed everything. I think it would have changed the average citizen's appreciation of climate change. And mine, of course. It would have put the United States and the world on a whole different track. And today we would have been so much further ahead than we are. It cost this country and it cost the world.
ExxonMobil continues to defend its record on climate change.
My name is Darren Woods. I'm the Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of ExxonMobil Corporation. ExxonMobil has long recognized that climate change is real and poses serious risks. But there are no easy answers. Our position in this space has been consistent with the general consensus in the scientific community.
I'm 83 years old. 3 or 4 decades ago, we predicted it. As a scientist, to have those predictions come true, that's sort of the golden icon that you look for. However, as a human being and as an inhabitant of planet Earth, I'm horrified to watch the lack of response to this. I am trying as much as possible to distance myself emotionally.
So you're angry?
Yes, I'm furious.
It's heartbreaking to me. I saw all of that potential there, at least at that point in time, to really solve the problem in many different ways. Had Exxon chosen to pick up the ball then and begin to lead, the discussions would have been about how to do it. We had solar scientists doing research. We had lithium battery chemists doing research. Think of how important these sciences are to the world currently. Parts of the world are going to suffer enormously, unnecessarily so, and for something that we could have done something about. Not doing anything for decades, it's just squandered time, and we're going to pay for it.
Next time.
The plan says victory will be achieved when recognition of uncertainties becomes part of the conventional wisdom.
The fossil fuel industry continues its fight.
Emphasizing doubt is a critically important speed bump to ambitious policy.
I don't think this is happening.
Lee Raymond is salient because he's hammering away the idea of scientific uncertainty, even as the science grew more certain.
And the political struggles for the future of the planet.
We do not know how fast change will occur.
There just was no appetite, economically, politically, to go forward with a cap on carbon.
My brother Charles and I provided the funds to start the Americans for Prosperity.
Our job was to fight back against the progressive agenda.
This was the end of climate legislation in the U.S. Congress for a long time. We had a shot at it, and we got beat.
Part 2 of The Power of Big Oil, next time on Frontline.
For more on this and other Frontline programs, visit our website at pbs.org/frontline. To order Frontline's The Power of Big Oil on DVD, visit Shop PBS or call 1-800-PLAY-PBS. Frontline is also available on Amazon Prime Video.
For more than 150 years, oil and gas has played a critical role in our society, improving human lives, raising standards of living, and enabling unprecedented economic growth.
What do you do when your industry can no longer exist without creating catastrophes worldwide?
The impacts of climate change are intensifying.
It's important to understand the past. You can't understand where you are if you don't know how you got there.
In a special 3-part series, the epic story of our failure to tackle climate change.
The whole world is heating up.
And the role of the fossil fuel industry.
Did Big Oil knowingly spread disinformation?
Now in Part 2, how Big Oil continued its campaign of doubt.
I could assert to you that I don't think this is happening.
Lee Raymond is salient because he's hammering away the idea of scientific uncertainty, even as the science grew more certain.
And the political struggles overtaking action.
We do not know how fast change will occur.
There just was no appetite, economically, politically, to go forward with a cap on carbon.
My brother Charles and I provided the funds to start the Americans for Prosperity.
We had a multifaceted, hard-hitting approach, pressuring Republicans who were weak-kneed and Democrats who were vulnerable.
This was the end of climate legislation in the U.S. Congress for a long time. We had a shot at it, and we got beat.
We continue to maintain a position that has evolved with science and is today consistent with the science.
We won't solve the climate crisis unless we solve the misinformation crisis.
In 1998, there was this meeting in D.C. It's convened by the American Petroleum Institute. Exxon is in the room, Chevron, Southern Company, with various think tank officers, communications professionals, and right-wing libertarian professionals. They're hatching a plan to stop people from worrying about climate change.
Less than a year earlier, some of those in the room had helped block American participation in a major international attempt to combat climate change. They feared more threats on the horizon.
The plan is a wide and concerted effort to install uncertainty around climate science, to decrease political pressure by sowing doubt around the science. Their targets include media, members of Congress, school teachers, average citizens. The plan right at the top says victory will be achieved when recognition of uncertainties becomes part of the, quote, conventional wisdom. They said that it was never implemented. But what it shows is an intentionality. We need people to not care so much about climate change. We need uncertainty to rule the day.
Our country faces a big choice about the future. We are truly at a fork in the road.
With the help of Congress, environmental groups, and industry, we will require all power plants to meet clean air standards in order to reduce emissions.
The new millennium began with a presidential campaign. One candidate had long advocated for action to combat global warming.
In this election, the environment itself is on the ballot, and there's a big difference between us. I'll never put polluters in charge of our environmental laws.
His Republican rival was an oil man from Texas, who was also talking about action on climate change.
I mean, look, global warming needs to be taken very seriously, and I take it seriously. Both of us care a lot about the environment. We may have different approaches.
During the campaign of 2000, George W. Bush put out a position paper and a speech and a statement saying that he was all in favor of putting limits on carbon emissions. And he was in favor of all kinds of government measures. It dampened the sharp contrast that I had thought was going to be very clear.
Whenever there's a transition of power in Washington, D.C., there's a great deal of talk about a change in the culture as well.
Bush had pledged that he would place a national limit on America's carbon dioxide emissions.
Governor Whitman reflects a growing consensus in this country about environmental policy. She and I share the same point of view.
Once in office, President Bush tapped Christy Todd Whitman to run the Environmental Protection Agency, to turn his pledge into action.
We had talked about it before I accepted the position. Some sort of a cap on carbon that limits the amount of emissions is what's critical. And the president agreed with me. We were on the same page. I thought that this was our opportunity, that we could really get it done.
Less than 2 months after the inauguration, Whitman prepared to travel to a gathering of environmental ministers from 8 of the world's largest economies.
Before I went to my first G8 environmental ministers meeting in Italy, I went to the White House and I basically said, look, I am going to say we'll put a cap on carbon, because that had been in the campaign literature. And I ran that all the way up the flagpole at the White House to make sure it was okay and fine, go ahead. The president has indicated he acknowledges that global warming is of primary importance. It's at the top of his agenda.
But while Whitman was in Italy, a very different message was being promoted through the top ranks of the Bush administration. Haley Barbour, an influential Republican and energy lobbyist, had written to Vice President Dick Cheney, questioning whether the carbon cap idea was eco-extremism and risked exacerbating the country's energy problems. Other prominent voices, some from think tanks funded by the fossil fuel industry, joined in too, opposing climate action.
This global warming controversy is unprovable, but that doesn't stop people on both sides from swearing they know what the heck is going on. Joining us now from Washington is Jerry Taylor, the Cato Institute's Director of Natural Resource Studies.
My objective while at Cato was to demonstrate to smart, engaged people that the case against climate action was far stronger than they realized. And I honestly and in good faith felt that the arguments against climate action were far, far stronger. And so that was my job. And I did it well. For most people, if things are very uncertain, they are not going to commit a lot of resources to address them until that uncertainty clears up.
Do you believe that the people of the United States should do anything because of the weather?
In fact, EPA administrators...
Debate is performance art. I was pretty good at that performance art. I was the good communicating gunslinger.
Thinks it'll save money and save the environment.
Mr. Taylor, last word.
We've already had about a third of the amount of warming that we're going to get this century. It's already happened, and crop yields are up, life expectancy is up.
All right, so you're fine, and Ms. Callahan is batting it down.
Things are fine so far.
When I returned from Italy, I heard some rumors that all of a sudden we weren't going to go forward with a cap on carbon. So I asked for a meeting with the president, went over and met with him. And it was a done deal. In fact, as I walked out of the office after that meeting, the vice president was just coming by and said, "Do you have a letter for me?" I didn't know what letter he was talking about. He asked the secretary, and they handed him an envelope, and he was on his way up to the Hill, and it was the letter that said, "We're not doing a cap on carbon. Too bad, rest of the world."
The president claims he dropped the plan because it would drive up already inflated energy costs. But the announcement left his EPA chief, who had vigorously promoted the curbs, twisting in the wind.
I was really blindsided when I found that we were backing out of that pledge. I was monumentally disappointed. The administration was extremely close to the energy industry. The vice president was industry through and through. And he was very persuasive in his arguments, as were some of the Republicans on the Hill, about how this was going to kill the economy, that we needed more energy, we could not start to put a cap on carbon. And so there just was no appetite, economically, politically, or otherwise, to go forward with a cap on carbon.
The vice president was stressing the need for more fossil fuels.
Some things about the future we cannot know. Years down the road, alternative fuels may become a great deal more plentiful than they are today. But we are not yet in any position to stake our economy and our way of life on that possibility. For years down the road, this will continue to be true.
The president, too, veered from the tone he'd struck as a candidate and was emphasizing the uncertainty of climate science.
Climate change, with its potential to impact every corner of the world, is an issue that must be addressed by the world. We do not know how fast change will occur, or even how some of our actions could impact it.
It really was a tragedy. If President Bush had gone forward with a cap on carbon, it would have made an enormous difference. It would have been a huge signal coming from a Republican administration.
The head of the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency announced her resignation today. Christine Whitman said she wanted to spend more time with her family.
Once we'd gone through this, what I would call a debacle over the cap on carbon, there was no appetite for addressing climate change at all. It wasn't going to be the #1 issue. It just wasn't. That was it. I mean, you just didn't talk about it. The industry was winning a lot of battles that I was losing. I mean, ultimately, that's what led me to leave the administration. I wasn't going to just be a rubber stamp for industry, and I just had had enough.
History's biggest merger created America's largest company, and together Exxon and Mobil will be the biggest oil company in the world. 123,000 employees, $200 billion in revenue, and 47,000 gas stations worldwide.
The Bush administration's U-turn was a victory for big oil, especially ExxonMobil. Its CEO, Lee Raymond, was close to the vice president, who'd been an oil industry executive himself.
These men were business associates. They were friendly. They were part of the same fraternity, the oil fraternity.
You're rolling? Yes, sir. As chairman and chief executive officer of one of the world's leading energy companies, Lee Raymond has helped to improve the lives of countless people all over the world. And as the head of a major science and knowledge-based corporation, Lee understands the critical importance of science and technology to continued progress and economic growth, both at home and abroad.
I've been investigating the fossil fuel industry for decades. And Exxon was a ringleader, and they were at the center of the campaigns that were around in the late 90s, early 2000s to stall climate policy. Exxon had emerged as the real bully on climate change, headed by Lee Raymond, who was a hardened denier.
Number 2, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to comment on the findings of fact about the relationship between the burning of fossil fuels and climate deterioration. I understand that a corporation's policy is that this remains in the realm of the unproven, but I would like to state from the broad scientific community that this is in fact a well-established fact.
There is no convincing scientific evidence that human release of carbon dioxide, methane, or other greenhouse gases is causing or will, in the foreseeable future, cause catastrophic heating of the Earth's atmosphere and disruption of the Earth's climate.
Lee Raymond is salient because he kept hammering away at the idea of scientific uncertainty about human activity driving climate change, even as the science grew more certain.
There is a substantial difference of view in the scientific community as to what exactly is going on. I could assert to you that I don't think this is happening. My mind is open enough to say I'm going to listen to the science.
From 1998 to 2014, Exxon alone put over $30 million into think tanks that were proffering uncertainty, that were questioning the climate science, questioning policies that were being proposed, really casting doubt on anything to do with climate change at the state level, at the national level, and internationally.
I started working at ExxonMobil shortly after the merger. At the turn of the century, they were making on the order of $5 billion a year.
Geoscientist Bill Hines had spent years studying past climate change before joining ExxonMobil. This is the first time he's been interviewed about his experiences at the company.
I'm disappointed, I'm angry, I'm disenchanted at the duplicity exhibited by ExxonMobil to say one thing internally and to say a different thing with a much different consequence in the political arena.
He'd been hired to use his expertise in climate change to help discover new oil deposits.
My ambition when I joined Exxon was to keep doing my science, and I was blown away doing all kinds of really interesting earth science research at technical levels above what was happening even in top universities. And not only was it appreciated, but it was for a reason. People need energy to live, and we were providing that energy.
Hines says scientists at the company had developed a deep understanding of climate change and the role of burning fossil fuels.
This was real fundamental earth science. We really tore apart how does the earth work, and climate is a really important part of that system. So you got to understand the climate system to search for oil and gas. The fundamental idea that we put CO2 in the atmosphere and that makes the temperature go up and that's bad, everybody understands that completely clearly.
He says he quickly saw signs of a disconnect between what he and his colleagues knew and the position the company wanted to stress.
Shortly after I joined ExxonMobil, there was a presentation by Art Green, who is the chief geoscientist of ExxonMobil Exploration. All the scientific staff were there, and Art got up and gave his presentation about how ice core records were unreliable, and here were temperature excursions in the past when there couldn't possibly be any human influence, and here's all these reasons why we really don't have to worry about climate change. He didn't clearly state it, but the subtext appeared to be that his bosses didn't believe that climate change was something to be concerned about. There was kind of stunned silence in the room. And ExxonMobil is a very polite place. In that context, the reaction was quite remarkable. Translated in modern parlance, if my children were explaining the reaction, they'd say, "Are you nuts?" No. We don't believe you. We're scientists here. We don't want to hear this stuff.
Arthur Green is retired from ExxonMobil and did not respond to requests for comment. The company would not grant us any interviews, but said in a statement that it has long acknowledged the reality and risks of climate change, and it has devoted significant resources to addressing those risks. And it said that it should not be surprising that there are competing views about how best to address the risks of climate change.
Hurricane Mitch smashed homes, wrecked crops, killed thousands of people.
25 people were killed by mudslides in southern Italy caused by 2 days of torrential rain.
The people had no warning of the deluge. It came in the dead of night as they slept.
Record temperatures in Italy, Kosovo and France have also sparked blazes.
Michael McCracken was one of the government's senior scientists investigating climate change during the Bush administration.
My career was in climate modeling from 1997 to 2002. I was in charge of helping make the first climate assessment on the U.S., what would be the impacts. And what we found is that there was no question that it was rising concentrations of CO2 doing that.
If we really want to do something significant to slow this so that our grandchildren don't face a changing world, we're going to have to do a substantial movement away from the key fossil fuels of coal and oil, particularly.
In January 2001, McCracken participated in a headline-grabbing report for the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. The IPCC said there was now new and stronger evidence that most of the warming observed over the last 50 years is attributable to human activities.
The statement that came out of the IPCC said, look, humans are the main cause. And that turned out to be very controversial.
ExxonMobil's response was severe. A company lobbyist faxed the Bush administration demanding McCracken and several others who worked with the IPCC be removed, accusing them of scientific bias.
The fax was sent by Randy Randall, the senior environmental advisor to ExxonMobil. It says the U.S. was represented by Clinton-Gore carryovers with aggressive agendas. And so he offered his thoughts on what should be done. Exxon just didn't like the science that was coming out, and so was basically calling for a complete replacement of those who were leading the scientific enterprise.
Within 2 years, the scientists that ExxonMobil had named, including McCracken, would retire or be replaced.
ExxonMobil tried to control the discussion in the United States and then put off the problem. We'll make our profits now and we'll slowly change, but we won't do anything urgent enough as the science was indicating. And so I chose to write a letter directed to Lee Raymond as chairman and chief executive, but copied to everybody else. Dear Mr. Raymond, while my departure may be satisfying to ExxonMobil, I can assure you that this will not make the scientific challenge of climate change and its impacts go away. That 150 countries unanimously agree about the science of this issue is not because of some green conspiracy, but because of the solid scientific underpinning for this issue. To call ExxonMobil's position out of the mainstream is thus a gross understatement. And then a few weeks later, I received a response from Kenneth Cohen, who was Vice President for Public Affairs. In summary, we regret that you apparently don't understand the company's actions and activities related to this complex issue. Possible human-induced climate change is a long-term risk that we at ExxonMobil take very seriously. They had to write something.
From our studios in New York City, this is Charlie Rose.
Lee Raymond is here. ExxonMobil is having a record year in 2005. His career has been a remarkable financial performance. He retires at the end of this year. Welcome back.
Sounds ominous, Charlie. It's good to be here. Thank you.
The environmental community thinks you are part of the problem. Mm-hmm. They say the following: global warming is produced by CO2 emission in the air.
Do I disagree with the premise that the Earth is getting warmer?
Yes, sir.
No, I really don't disagree with that. The climate has changed every year for millions of years. If we weren't here, the climate would change. There have been times in the Earth's history where there has been no ice on the Earth. No ice on the Earth. Man didn't have anything to do with it.
ExxonMobil itself had been reinforcing this kind of message using advertorials, advertisements with the appearance of editorial content in major newspapers. They promoted the idea that the science of climate change was still too uncertain to limit the use of fossil fuels.
When I looked at those advertorials at the time, I didn't take them as being that important. Sitting inside the organization and doing good science, I thought, we're for good science. I averted my gaze. So this one about unsettled science is highlighting uncertainties or variabilities that are true, but they're not important to the issue. It's not something that deflects us from the basic idea that more CO2 changes the climate in a bad way. They were sowing doubt. It was not just public posturing, it was truly casting aspersions on science.
Lee Raymond did not respond to our request for an interview. In its statements to us, ExxonMobil said there is no truth to the suggestion that ExxonMobil ever misled the public or policymakers about climate change. And the company said it has been consistent with the contemporary understanding of mainstream climate science.
So it would be correct to say that Lee Raymond was consistent with science in saying that we don't quite know exactly what the answer is, but he was out of sync with the science of the time, which said, if you keep going in this direction, it's going to be bad. That is a different thing than the strictly legalistic argument about being consistent with the science.
Scientists are telling us that these kinds of events will become more frequent and probably more intense.
Extreme drought conditions are providing dangerous fuel for wildfires.
There are many predictions that Hurricane Katrina will turn out to be the nation's most expensive natural disaster.
Hurricane activity, that's gone up so much in correlation with the rise in tropical ocean temperatures, which globally is attributable to global warming. The signal is pretty unmistakable.
As the science and the warnings became clearer and more urgent, some of the fossil fuel industry's most reliable allies started having doubts.
I look back on the work I did at that time with Autograds. If I had known at the time what ExxonMobil internally knew, as we are becoming increasingly aware, I would definitely have been in a different place.
Well, sure, you can run through your parade of horribles that we've heard about over the years. We were told that there would be massive die-offs from overpopulation and famine, and that never happened, and people would starve, and that never happened. And now we've got a global warming situation, allegedly.
It became increasingly clear to me that as I debated smart people on the other side, using state-of-the-art information that was being generated in real time in the academic literature, that my job became increasingly difficult. The arguments weren't holding up. That began my move away from climate skepticism, because as the 2000s play out, the arguments for action on the scientific front become stronger and stronger and stronger.
At ExxonMobil, under a new CEO, Rex Tillerson, they had now made a public acknowledgement that the risks of climate change justified taking action. But at the same time, they were still raising the uncertainties and funding groups who disputed the scientific consensus.
Exxon still funding organizations and individuals that consistently put forward the view that global warming is not caused by human activity.
I don't really read that, and when I read what these groups are publishing, what they are examining are holes in science, gaps in science, things that don't have a good scientific basis.
Under Rex Tillerson, what they said was, we just don't know. And do we really want to overturn our economies and upend things to address growing CO2 levels when we just don't know?
As I said earlier, I think having a good debate on this is what's sorely needed. And this rush to everyone wanting to say, we got it figured out, that's just, I hate to say it, but that ain't so.
And the Oscar goes to An Inconvenient Truth. Davis Guggenheim.
In 2006, Al Gore's film, An Inconvenient Truth, sounded the alarm to a widening audience, warning of a planetary emergency.
All over the world, we need to solve the climate crisis. We have everything we need to get started. With the possible exception of the will to act, that's a renewable resource. Let's renew it.
We had reality on our side. And tragically, the felt consequences of the climate crisis were growing in intensity and frequency and severity. It was time to regroup again and double down.
The president wasn't persuaded to pursue legislative action, but by now had publicly stated that humans were causing climate change. Other Republicans were shifting their positions too.
For my first 6 years in Congress, I said that climate change was nonsense. I didn't know anything about it, except that Al Gore was for it. That was the end of the inquiry. But then our son, the eldest of our 5 kids, had just turned 18, so he was voting for the first time. And he came to me and he said, Dad, I'll vote for you, but you're going to clean up your act on the environment. So that was step 1 of a metamorphosis for me. Step 2 was going to Antarctica with the Science Committee, seeing the evidence in the ice core drillings. And that mile of ice is an amazing record of the Earth's atmosphere. What it shows is stable levels of CO2 and then an uptick that coincides with the Industrial Revolution. We make climate science sound so complicated. It's really not.
In 2007, climate change was at its most bipartisan level that I think it ever was. You had Republican members of Congress introducing bills about it. Politically, sort of public awareness-wise, this was a bit of a golden era in the United States.
Hi, I'm Nancy Pelosi, lifelong Democrat and Speaker of the House.
And I'm Newt Gingrich, lifelong Republican, and I used to be Speaker.
We don't always see eye to eye, do we, Newt?
No, but we do agree our country must take action to address climate change.
We need cleaner forms of energy, and we need them fast.
One of the first things that Nancy Pelosi did as Speaker was to create the Select Committee on Energy Independence and Global Warming. And I was lucky enough to land my dream job and be a staffer on this committee. And this is where laws would be made to deal with what I believed was an existential crisis for humanity.
The committee picked up the idea of a carbon cap that the Bush administration had rejected years earlier. They wanted to set a national limit on greenhouse gas emissions and require companies to trade amongst themselves for how much each could emit.
The ultimate goal of the bill was to reduce carbon emissions by 80% below 2005 levels by 2050. And that's a lot of fossil industry. A lot of oil and gas producers, the coal miners, the coal companies, refineries. It was going to hit someone's pocketbook.
The plan emerged as the 2008 presidential campaign was ramping up. Republican candidate John McCain came out in support of the cap-and-trade approach.
The facts of global warming demand our urgent attention, especially in Washington.
So did his opponent, Democrat Barack Obama.
I am absolutely certain that generations from now, we will be able to look back and tell our children this was the moment when the rise of the oceans began to slow and our planet began to heal.
Having worked on many presidential races and around presidential politics, that was the first year where we really saw climate change as something that American voters really wanted to hear from candidates on. It was interesting because we were not necessarily having a debate about whether or not climate change was real. It was really how collectively can we make a meaningful contribution to reducing greenhouse gas emissions across the economy.
Shortly before the presidential election, ExxonMobil contacted corporate responsibility specialist Bennett Freeman.
I had an informal conversation in the back of a limousine with Ken Cohen at ExxonMobil, who was essentially their chief policymaker and public affairs officer. I think the observation that got Ken Cohen's attention was that we had this unprecedented situation where both the Republican and the Democratic nominee for president both committed to the climate agenda. And we had a pretty frank conversation about the implications for the company, particularly on climate. I thought that Exxon was shamefully out of the action because it had become so apparent that climate science was real. So my advice to Ken was for the company to finally take a public position on climate policy, to make an unequivocal statement accepting the reality of climate science, to make an unequivocal commitment to not fund any more climate denial research, which Exxon was infamous for supporting, for funding directly, and to take a positive, proactive position supporting action at the U.S. federal level.
2 weeks before President Obama was inaugurated, ExxonMobil CEO Tillerson would give a speech that went farther than the company had ever gone on the urgency of the climate change issue.
Amazingly, that speech happened.
Globally, the outlook for energy expects energy-related carbon dioxide emissions to rise by an average of 1% per year through the year 2030. These two fundamental realities, meeting enormous demand growth and managing the risk of greenhouse gas emissions, are the twin challenges of our time.
It was, I think, the first time that, at least at the CEO level, they just started to take a policy position that was potentially constructive. It's important to acknowledge that this was an initial step, but it's equally important, even more important, in my opinion, to emphasize that it was a step that was little and late.
I covered ExxonMobil at the Wall Street Journal at that time, and Rex Tillerson was a breath of fresh air. He starts talking about the importance of pursuing a lower carbon path. But at the end of the day, I can't really point to anything substantive that changed.
Rex Tillerson did not respond to interview requests. Despite his speech, ExxonMobil did not endorse cap and trade. The bill, sponsored by Democrats Henry Waxman and Edward Markey, narrowly passed the House.
Yeas are 219, nays are 212. The bill is passed.
The president won a victory in the House of Representatives on a sweeping climate bill.
June 26, 2009, it was a big day. It was the culmination of years of work. Inside, I think there was a lot of relieved and happy people because this was the end of a very long road. It was a huge moment.
It was the first legislation to curb greenhouse gas emissions to pass the House of Representatives. Now the bill needed to get through the Senate.
We were optimistic that the Senate would pick up the bill that summer, and I think we were a little bit naive about that.
When somebody's business model is deeply affected or felt to be affected, there are always going to be well-funded interests that make the case, don't take any action, do not regulate us.
One of our nation's largest private companies is proudly built on American values and skill. Koch Industries started in the heartland.
ExxonMobil and other companies continued their opposition to cap and trade. But the fiercest pushback came from another powerful force in the industry.
You may not always see our name on the products you use.
In 2009, Koch Industries is the second largest privately held company in the United States, whose annual sales are bigger than that of Goldman Sachs, U.S. Steel, and Facebook combined. Koch is just deeply embedded in the fossil fuel infrastructure. It trades, ships, and transports natural gas, oil, gasoline. So when you think about anything that would reduce demand or increase the price for fossil fuels, it's a tremendous threat to Koch's business. This was a moment when the potential for passing climate change regulation was more real than it has ever been in U.S. history. Full stop. That's why you saw the Koch political machine kick into high gear.
Do you believe in anthropogenic climate change?
I mean, there are such a thing as greenhouse gases, and they're contributing to that, but I don't think anybody knows how much. I don't think science is settled. I mean, how could it be? Matter of fact, science is never settled.
David Hoffman was an environmental lawyer at Koch Industries. This is the first time he has spoken on camera about his work there.
My father-in-law, basically his message to me was, don't work for the devil. This is a company that doesn't care about the impact they're having on the world, in the world. It encouraged me even more to work for Koch Industries because I felt like maybe I can convince people, within Koch Industries that environmental compliance is not such a bad thing.
Hoffman was given the job of assessing what the cap and trade bill would mean for Koch Industries. He met with a team of senior Koch lobbyists.
I was invited to this meeting. The discussion quickly turned from the possibility that this bill might pass and what we should be doing to prepare for it, to a discussion about how we're going to prevent it from passing, who are vulnerable Republicans that we need to target to make sure that they don't vote for this bill. We cannot let this bill pass. We won't let this bill pass, and we have to do everything in our power to prevent it from passing.
Welcome to Americans for Prosperity Foundation's Defending.
The Koch-funded organization, Americans for Prosperity, spearheaded the effort to stop the bill in the Senate.
I can't tell you what a thrill it is for me to be here this morning. 5 years ago, my brother Charles and I provided the funds to start the Americans for Prosperity. And it's beyond my wildest dreams how AFP has grown into this enormous organization. 800,000 activists from nothing 5 years ago.
AFP had begun rallying opposition on the ground across the country. Steve Lonegan, a senior staffer at AFP, helped mobilize the movement.
This country is heading in the wrong direction. But like Americans have always done, we're going to rise to the occasion. You know that. We're not going to let this cap and trade bill pass. Each and every day, I urge every single one of you to get up and think about what you can do that day, what action you can take to change the course of history.
Americans for Prosperity emerged at a time when America was being challenged by the climate change argument. It became very obvious that the Republican Party was not prepared or willing to fight the fight. And Charles Koch, who, in my opinion, is a hero and a visionary, saw this problem.
We as Americans have reached a moment of realization that the very core values and principles are under attack like never before in our lifetime.
We had a multifaceted, hard-hitting approach, pressuring Republicans who were weak-kneed and Democrats who were vulnerable, whose states would be impacted by this. If you're going to go into a war like this was, the first thing you need to do is get your troops marching, get them energized. And that's what we did in that summer.
This was a volatile time in American life. We had just had the biggest economic collapse since the Depression. The Tea Party movement was animated by a lot of genuine political passion. Coke very cunningly stepped in and channeled that energy to Coke's ends. Coke took that passion and also told these people, oh, hey, by the way, the government is trying to regulate greenhouse gases, which is another form of socialist tyranny, and they're trying to take your country away from you.
All of a sudden, people started to get really energized about climate change, and not in a positive way.
No Obamacare. No cap and trade.
They are people screaming, and they're animated about cap and trade. And it's like, what just happened? How did this happen? From the summer of 2009 through the winter into the spring, we gradually saw the US Senate back away from climate, basically because the handful of Republicans who we thought would engage on this issue saw what was happening. They don't want to be one of these people who just voted for the climate bill and now have angry protesters storming down their door. It was a bucket of cold water.
We stopped the bill from even going to a vote in the US Senate. So it died its own death. I think we recognized the moment of relief is when we realized they didn't have the votes to pass it. And the thing just fell apart. There was just too much pressure. There were Democrats who weren't voting for it in key energy states. And at that point, everybody knew it was over. Back to the drawing board for the progressive left.
I was demoralized. I think we all knew this was the end of climate legislation in the US Congress for a long time. We had a shot at it, and we got beat.
No one from Koch Industries would agree to an interview or respond to questions.
You work for us! You work for us!
The cap and trade bill was dead. Meanwhile, the Kochs and Americans for Prosperity had been pursuing another goal, purging the Republican Party of lawmakers who didn't espouse their skeptical views on climate change.
I'm actually hopeful that this vote that you made was a vote to put you out of office. Nothing to do with global warming. It's all a hoax.
The Republican Party needed to be shored up. It needed to be propped up. It needed to be given a backbone. Primaries are the most important part of our election system. You know, some incumbent can be sitting there all fat and happy, thinking they're ensconced and can't be beaten, and someone can come out of nowhere and knock them out in a primary. It happens all the time.
You would get your just desserts.
This is where you saw the perfection of the primary strategy, whereby Koch would give money to a primary opponent to take out a congressperson that had crossed Koch on climate change.
Bob Inglis was one of those targeted. He says suddenly Koch Industries stopped supporting him and backed an up-and-coming conservative opponent.
My most enduring heresy against the orthodoxy at the time was just saying climate change is real and let's do something about it. They didn't want their money being spent on somebody that was talking what I was talking. Well, a very memorable occasion was a big tent meeting. All of my primary opponents were there. The guy asking the questions was a local Christian radio talk host. And his question for me was, is climate change human-caused, and do you support a carbon tax? And so I said yes and yes.
I do believe that humans contribute to climate change, and actually, let me strike that. I don't really believe it. It's not an article of faith for me. All of my faith tells me to look at the data. The data says that's happening.
And then it goes to the guy that we were concerned about, because he's a very capable fella.
No on cap and trade, no on carbon taxes. I've been a prosecutor for 16 years. I'm used to having things proven to me and proving it to other people. Global warming has not been proven to the satisfaction of the constituents that I seek to serve.
I remember thinking, that was a particularly good political answer, but It won't win you a profile in courage, but, a good answer politically.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the numbers. It is a huge margin of victory. Inglis lost every county in the district. He is a seasoned congressman going down to a huge defeat tonight.
It's quite a spectacular faceplant to get just 29% of the vote after 12 years in Congress. And it became a lesson to others, that you toe the line.
House Democrats of every stripe were voted out of office last night.
It was a bloodbath for Democrats last night. It was historic, sweeping, stunning Republican victories all across the country.
Many of the Republicans who won the 2010 midterms had signed an AFP pledge opposing climate change legislation and openly challenged the climate science that had been accepted by some in their own party and the industry.
The achievement of 2010, the newly elected Republicans, the vast majority of which signed our carbon pledge, was to put an end to the whole climate change argument since then till now. It's been a dead issue.
Are you proud of what Americans for Prosperity has achieved this year in the
You bet
election?
I am. Man, oh man. We're going to do more too in the next couple of years,
Koch Industries was able to reshape the Republican Party into one that identified with the idea that climate change is not real, that the science is a hoax, and that is a position of zero compromise and total opposition, not only to any laws, but even to an acknowledgement that the problem is real.
A UN report released just this morning says climate change is accelerating and we are running out of time to stop it.
Punishing and extreme weather once again putting lives at risk.
Climate change is now widespread, rapid, and intensifying that human activity.
The world as an ecosystem, as an entity, is in big trouble. To think about the fact that we are making it worse, that's a hard thing to wrap your head around. If I could have seen earlier that the hydrocarbon industry, writ large, was responsible for distracting attention from climate change, I would have taken a different path. I bear responsibility for having created bad outcomes. I consider often what kind of world are my grandchildren going to live in. 50 years from now, they will rightly look back and say, "What were you thinking?"
Next time,
renewables weren't quite there yet, and natural gas could provide continuous 24-hour generation.
The fossil fuel industry pivots to a new energy source.
When they were marketing natural gas as clean energy, they didn't really know what they were talking about.
Doing something for the first time, taking advantage of this new resource, you don't always know what you don't know. And over time, what we learn is very, very scary.
And the challenges that have delayed climate action.
We have a supply of natural gas that can last America nearly 100 years.
The United States is now the #1 producer of oil and natural gas.
The global energy crisis exacerbated by Russia's war.
To release 60 million barrels of oil from reserves around the world.
We all want a clean climate, but what we want more than that is to be able to fill up our cars below $4 a gallon. We're still very much in the fossil fuel age.
The third and final part of the power of big oil, next time on Frontline.
For more on this and other Frontline programs, visit our website at pbs.org/frontline. To Order Frontline's The Power of Big Oil on DVD, visit Shop PBS or call 1-800-PLAY-PBS. Frontline is also available on Amazon Prime Video.
With all of this stuff, convergence of
For more than 150 years, oil and gas has played a critical role in our society, improving human lives, raising standards of living, and enabling unprecedented economic growth.
What do you do when your industry can no longer exist without creating catastrophes worldwide?
The impacts of climate change are intensifying.
It's important to understand the past. You can't understand where you are if you don't know how you got there.
In a special three-part series, the epic story of our failure to tackle climate change
The whole world is heating up.
and the role of the fossil fuel industry.
Did Big Oil knowingly spread disinformation?
Now, in the third and final part, Big Oil pivots to a new energy source.
Renewables weren't quite there yet. Natural gas could provide continuous 24-hour generation.
Doing something for the first time, taking advantage of this new resource, you don't always know what you don't know. And over time, what we learned is very, very scary.
And the challenges that have delayed climate action.
We have a supply of natural gas that can last America nearly 100 years.
The United States is now the #1 producer of oil and natural gas.
Global energy crisis exacerbated by Russia's war.
To release 60 million barrels of oil from reserves around the world.
We all want a clean climate, but what we want more than that is to be able to fill up our cars below $4 a gallon. We're still very much in the fossil fuel age.
We continue to maintain a position that has evolved with science and is today consistent with the science.
We won't solve the climate crisis unless we solve the misinformation crisis.
Hey guys, nice night, huh?
There's this great irony of the Obama administration. He comes in promising to be the climate president. He's going to address these issues. And at the same time, we're in the middle of a recession. And one of the few rays of job growth is in oil and gas.
And nowhere is the promise of innovation greater than in American-made energy.
The country down on its heels, and here comes the oil industry generating lots of oil, generating tax revenue. It was a great story for the oil industry to sell.
Over the last 3 years, we've opened millions of new acres for oil and gas exploration.
The potential for natural gas was huge.
We have a supply of natural gas that can last America nearly 100 years.
When Obama said we had 100 years of natural gas, we panicked because we knew the climate was changing so fast.
We didn't take the alternative path of drastically increasing investment in renewables.
Thank you. God bless you. And God bless the United States of America.
It should have happened in the Obama years. And we've exacerbated the climate change problem for 10 years when we could have been diminishing it.
The Bible says no man can serve two masters. Well, we kind of had two masters at that point. We were trying to be a climate leader, but we were trying to be an energy superpower. It's impossible, really, to be both.
There are massive fracking booms happening in Texas, North Dakota, Pennsylvania, Ohio. I mean, just look at that. It's much of the middle of this country.
It's led to unprecedented expansion in towns from Cotulla to Beeville
oil
and
fields
Cuero.
fueling a red-hot energy boom in the U.S.
During the early years of the Obama administration, Despite widespread concern about climate change, the fossil fuel industry was experiencing an historic boom, with tens of thousands of new wells across the United States. It was driven in large part by a new technology for extracting oil and natural gas. It would be a turning point for the fossil fuel industry and the fight against climate change. Tony Ingraffia had helped make it happen.
I certainly didn't grow up questioning fossil fuels. It was just 1950s USA. Everything was automatic and wonderful. We didn't realize it at the time, but fossil fuels were driving what we call Western civilization. And still today, I value what fossil fuels have done for the world.
In the early 1980s, Ingraffia was part of a team of U.S. government engineers tasked to solve a problem.
U.S. oil and natural gas production had just fallen off, right off the end of the table since the oil embargo.
All out! Say it, all out of gas! What is this? I'm in a line 2 hours in, I can't get gas? This is baloney.
America was becoming increasingly dependent on imported oil and gas from unreliable sources after its own reserves declined.
No gas.
There was a quest to unlock new domestic fossil fuels.
Nobody had thought about spending a lot of money trying to get oil and gas out of shale. Nobody knew how to do it. And most people in the industry, the vast majority of the people in the industry, said it couldn't be done.
Ingraffia's team began devising new ways to extract large deposits of oil and gas trapped in shale rock formations across America. They called it fluid-driven fracture, now known as fracking.
Even in this small piece of Marcellus Shale, there is stored methane, which becomes natural gas when it's produced. And if one were to estimate the total amount of methane, thousands of square miles under all these states, it's many, many trillions of cubic feet of natural gas. Energy. How do you get energy out of the earth? It all comes by cracking rock. Oil embargo, energy crisis, crack rock, help.
It would take decades before fracking technology was perfected. The process was complicated and expensive, and the urgency eventually abated. That changed when Hurricane Katrina hit in 2005.
The latest information from the National Hurricane Center puts Katrina on a path headed for New Orleans.
We're expecting winds there up to 145 miles per hour with gusts up to 170.
The storm was part of an emerging trend of extreme weather events. It devastated the Gulf Coast and damaged oil and gas production. Natural gas prices surged, making it more attractive to use new drilling and fracking technologies to get oil and gas from shale formations.
You have this amazing irony of this huge hurricane, this climate event causing natural gas prices to go up.
Do you have a figure or an estimate of how high we might see natural gas prices go?
We've seen prices double over the last couple of years. And then with Hurricane Katrina, prices have doubled yet again.
All of a sudden, these companies are saying, wow, we're getting huge profits. The climate crisis was creating a huge market boom, which was being solved by people going out and drilling more natural gas, which was feeding into the climate crisis. It was a self-contained cycle.
Wall Street took note. Over the next several years, investors would begin pumping billions of dollars into companies with fracking operations. Russell Gold covered the boom for the Wall Street Journal and worked with us on this film.
Most people in the oil and gas industry, most reporters like myself that were covering it, thought that oil and gas in the United States was over. We had found all the good reserves, we had drilled all the big wells, but shale changed all that.
It was unexpected, it was dramatic, and it was lubricated by billions and billions of dollars coming out of Wall Street.
Thanks to record-breaking U.S. production, natural gas will continue to be a bargain. At Chesapeake Energy, we explore for American natural gas exclusively.
No one would be more responsible for driving the fracking boom than Aubrey McClendon, CEO of Chesapeake Energy.
Aubrey McClendon was a great visionary. He was a bigger-than-life individual.
If there's one message I'd like to effectively communicate today, it's that America is at the beginning of a great natural gas boom. And this boom can largely
He believed that natural gas was the fuel of the future, and he called it that all the time.
The technological breakthrough that we have developed in finding gas from shales changes everything about what you think about natural gas scarcity in America.
With a growing awareness about fossil fuels' effect on the climate, McClendon believed that natural gas, which releases less CO2 than oil or coal when burned, could be marketed as part of the solution.
He said, well, what do you think? He said, do we need an association or an organization just focused on the gas opportunities out there? So we started the Clean Skies Foundation. It was just doing everything we possibly could to get out the message.
What if America had its own clean energy? Abundant and available for the next century or more, and possibly indefinitely.
The fossil fuel industry tries to make this argument that we can be part of the solution.
A world of good.
We can be a force for good on climate, that we'll go out and we'll drill the natural gas, which is going to help us lower our emissions.
Doing a world of good for our economy, energy security, and our irreplaceable planet Earth.
At the time, most of the country's power was generated by coal. McClendon saw an opportunity to position natural gas as a clean alternative.
He starts courting probably the most prominent environmentalist in the country, Carl Pope, at the Sierra Club.
We were working with Chesapeake to kill coal, and they were providing us with financial support. I think it was quite clear that Chesapeake's objective was to build markets for natural gas at the expense of coal. The concept that we were trying to convey was to say, eventually we have to be off all fossil fuels, but we have to get off coal first, oil second, and gas third.
So we have the opportunity to replace a very dirty fossil fuel coal with a much cleaner fossil fuel natural gas for the next 20 or 30 years, and that's going to make it even cheaper to decarbonize our economy. Now, you're a major environmental.
With the Sierra Club behind him, McClendon had laid out a powerful marketing strategy for natural gas, a strategy that would be embraced by ExxonMobil.
X certainly marks the spot. ExxonMobil announcing it is buying XTO Energy, and it's a $41 billion deal, including some debt.
ExxonMobil is making a bet here on natural gas.
In 2010, ExxonMobil purchased fracking company XTO for $41 billion. Overnight, it had become America's largest natural gas producer. But inside the company, some engineers were concerned about the sudden move into fracking.
ExxonMobil felt that they had to get into the shale gas game in order for Wall Street to see them as a growth prospect.
Darlong Chang had joined ExxonMobil after getting his PhD in mechanical engineering. He worked on conventional natural gas projects abroad before becoming part of the company's fracking push in the U.S.
My peers, when they were recruiting me, they told me that ExxonMobil was going to be part of the energy transition over my career. They talked about the excitement of having gas be a bridge fuel to the future of energy.
I think one of the biggest challenges that the world is facing today is to develop all the energy we need in an environmentally friendly way.
The fact that natural gas was much cleaner burning than coal, that it produced half the carbon dioxide emissions of coal, those are very appealing to me.
But Chang knew that the methane in natural gas had the potential to do significant damage if allowed to leak into the atmosphere.
Natural gas is primarily methane, and methane, when it's leaked out into the atmosphere, can have orders of magnitude more global warming impact than carbon dioxide.
Chang worried that the thousands of new, lightly regulated fracking operations in the U.S. could be leaking massive amounts of methane and turbocharge the climate crisis.
Shale gas was like the Wild West. There was already a perception that these smaller operators were not acting responsibly with these shale gas wells. Already felt that having many methane gas wells was a ticking time bomb for methane gas leaks. The more engineering infrastructure, the more wells and the more pipes, the more potential there is for leakage. When they were marketing natural gas as clean energy, they didn't really know what they were talking about because they were fixated on the idea that natural gas, when burned, produces half the carbon dioxide emissions of coal. But without measurement devices to verify that you're not significantly leaking, you can't be sure that your natural gas is actually giving you less of a global warming impact than coal. The industry was not monitoring methane leakage, so they did not have data about how much was leaking. And there wasn't much appetite for management to measure methane leakage because if they found out there was a problem, they would have to do something about it.
At the time, ExxonMobil and others in the industry said they were working to reduce methane emissions, which were already within limits set by the EPA. But on the ground, some in the environmental community were witnessing widespread leaks.
I am hunting for methane that is escaping from oil and gas facilities because that's what I do. I'm a methane hunter.
Sharon Wilson worked at an environmental watchdog group in Texas, documenting methane emissions.
All of these pieces of equipment have got leaks. There's a lot of methane going off the flare. This is just a really, really dirty site. This is an optical gas imaging camera, and it makes the invisible methane and volatile organic compounds from oil and gas facilities, it makes those visible. These emissions, what's coming out of oil and gas sites, the fact that it's invisible has helped them be able to expand and help them maintain that narrative of being clean, and when that is not the case. The tanks are venting.
Wilson traveled the country, gathering evidence of methane leaks at fracking sites, including ExxonMobil wells.
We need to move about where that telephone pole is.
She'd send her findings to regulators and the press.
It's just disbelief that you can show someone video after video, proof after proof after proof, and they still do nothing. I sure can't compete with the oil and gas industry PR budget that they use to pump propaganda at us. That tank is emitting a lot of methane. I'm showing their dirty secrets that can't be seen without this optical gas imaging camera.
ExxonMobil would not grant us any interviews. In a statement, it said it has been an industry leader in the effort to reduce methane emissions and has been advancing technology to detect leaks. As Sharon Wilson was sounding the alarm, a growing number of scientists were waking up to the dangers of methane. including the man who'd helped pioneer the process of fracking.
I became very much more concerned about climate change when I realized what shale gas and oil was going to unleash. That's the great word, unleash. This is trite. Unleashed a tsunami of oil and gas. Yes, that's what it did. That's when I started feeling contradictory regret and pride. Pride that we had done good engineering work to help somebody eventually figure out how to do it. Regret that we had helped somebody figure out how to do it. By going to shale, we're going to prolong the fossil fuel industry. And by prolonging the fossil fuel industry, we're going to exacerbate climate change.
By now, Tony Ingraffio was a civil engineering professor at Cornell University and had spent years advising oil and gas companies. In 2011, he and colleagues published a critical report on the climate impact of fracking.
What Bob Howarth and I locked onto was this very crucial point, which is it's not just CO2 that's driving climate change. It's also methane. The paper said the climate impact of shale gas is such that it's worse than coal, worse than oil. And the reaction to the paper was disturbing. I had never been a co-author of a paper that created a political firestorm.
The criticism came from many sides, including the National Academy of Sciences and the leading industry group, America's Natural Gas Alliance. They claimed the report had overestimated the level of methane leaks and overstated methane's impact as a greenhouse gas.
At first we were pilloried, then we were ignored. We had to endure a lot of personal attacks for no good reason. I can understand people saying to me, "You're a traitor. You took their money for 25 years. You did their research, and now you're saying stop." Yeah, okay, I am.
Criticism of the Cornell report also came from another academic institution, MIT's influential Energy Initiative, which had just published its own report promoting natural gas as a bridge to get away from burning coal and a way to reduce CO2 emissions.
Methane emissions are a very important greenhouse gas that needs to be addressed. It's just that methane emissions from the oil and gas industry are actually a minority of methane emissions. There's some very, very tough problems. Agriculture, dairy farms, enormous methane emitters. Fortunately, in contrast to carbon dioxide, methane has a relatively short lifetime in the atmosphere. That doesn't mean one should ignore it. It means that one better eliminate new emissions.
Ernest Moniz led MIT's Future of Natural Gas study, which said the Cornell work was based on unsubstantiated estimates. Moniz would not talk about it in our interview, nor would he answer questions about the funding for the study, other than to say it was transparent.
The point is, we always believe in transparency, and so that's, yeah.
The MIT report's major sponsor was Aubrey McClendon's American Clean Skies Foundation.
We really wanted MIT in particular because they had been the authoritative source testifying before Congress on all these other energy. And we thought we want the gold standard. And we said, we believe this is the next big thing.
Denise Bodie was on the advisory committee for the MIT study.
We made our case that it was a valid emerging issue that they could add credibility to, and then they accepted it.
Bolstered by the MIT study, the industry narrative on natural gas would take hold in Washington.
I have the high privilege and the distinct honor of presenting to you the President of the United States.
It became part of President Obama's 2012 State of the Union address, where he unveiled his ambitious new energy policy.
This country needs an all-out, all-of-the-above strategy that develops every available source of American energy.
He would push for investments in renewable energy, but he also doubled down on oil and natural gas.
We have a supply of natural gas that can last America nearly 100 years. And my administration will take every possible action to safely develop this energy.
Natural gas, from an economic perspective, the costs that were passed on consumers in terms of lower energy bills was a net plus. And then we saw that fitting squarely in the climate agenda.
Renewables weren't quite there yet. The nuclear projects were just proving to be too expensive. And natural gas could provide continuous 24-hour generation.
Thank you. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
We became an oil and gas country. It affected our politics, it affected our economy, and it begins to really affect kind of how we look at the world. The United States looks at the world.
The U.S. had become the largest producer of natural gas in the world, helping spark a decline in CO2 emissions, even as studies were piling up showing a dangerous rise in methane emissions.
Doing something for the first time, taking advantage of this new resource, you don't always know what you don't know. And over time, what we learned about methane emissions as it relates to natural gas is very, very scary.
Heather Zeichel would go on to advise the natural gas industry, then lobby for renewables.
I think the Obama administration tried to be very conscious of everything, all the implications of the shale revolution. But at the time, I think early Obama administration years, we didn't have access to the kinds of information that we would have liked to and needed to have had to take the proper regulatory steps to ensure as safe and climate-friendly production as possible.
At MIT, Ernest Moniz says they've also learned a lot since their early research.
Were you aware how large the methane leaks could be or would be when producing natural gas?
No, I think it's come much more into focus recently. We were concerned about leaks, but I think the quantitative scale of the issue has become more clear in recent years with better measurement devices, including atmospheric measurements, which are now becoming much more commonplace.
Moniz would become Energy Secretary in Barack Obama's second term, where he helped advocate for the natural gas boom. But by then, natural gas had lost its support from the Sierra Club and Carl Pope, who had allowed the group to take millions of dollars from Chesapeake Energy.
The natural gas industry, the gas industry, but they've trained me to call it the natural gas industry, nothing natural about it. I didn't understand how strong they were. I thought the big player was oil. I thought gas was kind of a junior cousin. Gas turns out to have an awful lot of political strength. And Americans had been more fully sold on the myth that gas was green.
Firefighters are worried that a deadly Southern California wildfire could continue to spread this afternoon.
9 major wildfires that are burning right now across the state of California.
2012 is shaping up to be one of the worst fire seasons on record.
By the second term of the Obama administration, his administration was starting to get more serious about climate. If sort of it's climate versus energy production, he's starting to lean more on climate.
President Obama, do the right thing! Do not allow...
There had been mounting public pressure to take on the industry.
Stop the pipeline!
There really was a multi-pronged attack on the oil and gas industry, but specifically at this fundamental nature of the oil and gas industry. You've been around for a long time, but your products are problematic. And you've known that they've been problematic. You don't deserve to continue operating in the long term.
Obama would begin a major climate push that would lead to the historic Paris Agreement in 2015.
In Paris this morning, a potential landmark deal is being revealed on climate change.
The first global agreement to limit carbon.
Under the binding international treaty, countries pledged to cut greenhouse gas emissions.
The Paris Agreement is adopted.
I've come here personally as the leader of the world's largest economy and the second largest emitter to say that the United States of America not only recognizes our role in creating this problem, we embrace our responsibility to do something about it.
Back at home, the Obama administration was already taking steps to meet the treaty's obligations, proposing new climate regulations, including limits on methane gas emissions. He was pursuing a major plan to move away from fossil fuels like coal and promote renewables like wind and solar. It was called the Clean Power Plan.
President Obama's Clean Power Plan, the idea was that, by 2030, could reduce the carbon emissions by 32% compared to 2005 levels. That was an ambitious effort.
ExxonMobil and others in the fossil fuel industry had publicly come out in support of the Paris Agreement. But almost immediately, Obama's new climate agenda came under attack from Republicans around the country.
He declared a war on fossil fuels. It's all about an anti-fossil fuel strategy to shut down coal generation and fossil fuel generation and the generation of electricity. And you should be very concerned about that. Because what is it going to be replaced with? If it's renewables, wind, the cost of that is going to be insurmountable for this country. And I'm so thankful that we have attorneys general across this country who have been on the front line holding the president accountable as he's acted in that fashion.
It may be the most critical time in our nation's history to have a group of conservative, rule of law, Republican attorneys general in office.
These issues matter.
Oklahoma Attorney General Scott Pruitt rallied a coalition of like-minded Republican AGs.
Whether it's involving fighting the EPA, fighting the National Labor Relations Board, combating...
The coalition was backed by coal, oil, and natural gas companies and their allies, including ExxonMobil and Koch Industries.
We are pro-business.
The oil and gas industry, they shifted into counterattack. They were not going to let someone else run the narrative. So they fought back, with tooth and nail.
Every Republican attorney general matters, but as a...
The attorneys general sued the administration, claiming the federal government was overstepping its authority and infringing on states' rights.
In my state, I've filed 30 different lawsuits against EPA. Almost every one of those has been in concert, in collaboration with the other attorneys general.
They argued that methane emissions from oil and gas had actually been going down in the U.S., even though numerous studies showed them rising.
Natural gas is a key opportunity to further improve environment. Methane emissions are down in the United States, yet they're pursuing a methane regulatory regime. Why do we need to go out and regulate it even more than it already is?
The industry came out fighting those methane regulations like crazy. They said that they didn't need rules, they could do this voluntarily.
I'm gonna just set up here.
They were marketing natural gas as part of the climate solution. All the while, I was collecting more and more evidence out on the ground, out in the middle of it, of these horrible, horrible emissions. I went to DC more than once and testified for the Obama rules. The industry was saying one thing, and I was presenting this evidence that showed that what they were saying was not true. It was never true.
The industry was also going after another key part of Obama's agenda: the push to support renewable energy sources.
We were going gangbusters, trying to put as many projects in the ground as possible. I mean, it seemed like the greatest time to be in renewables.
Patrick Woodson had been building wind farms across the U.S. for years with bipartisan support.
Both parties were talking about how great wind was and how great renewables were. Then you started to see the political camps shift, and all of a sudden Democrats became for renewable expansion, and many Republicans became against.
Obama's Clean Power Plan was giving wind and solar a financial boost against less expensive fossil fuels like natural gas. It would cause a long-lasting backlash.
The false promise of renewable energy in Texas is taking billions of dollars from consumers and taxpayers. More than $13 billion of your money is being diverted to government-subsidized wind farms.
There started to emerge national opposition to projects,
negatively impacting property values and the environment, while at the same time...
Groups were banding together that were funded in large part by certain members of the oil and gas community. All of a sudden you realize there was a playbook now. They generally would start with the idea that the turbines were too noisy, that they were eyesores. Eventually, if they couldn't get traction with those arguments, they would move on to they're dangerous, they cause disease, there's not enough study behind them. Most of there were efforts to kind of derail local permitting. Ultimately, they would also try and put roadblocks into how you built them, create distance barriers or noise barriers or other things to make it harder to put projects together.
When you start seeing massive lobbying efforts backed by fossil fuel interests or conservative think tanks or the Koch brothers, pushing for new laws to roll back renewable energy standards or prevent new clean energy businesses from succeeding, that's a problem.
Charles Koch has said he was not trying to prevent clean energy from succeeding, and he was all for any kind of energy business that could succeed in the marketplace. ExxonMobil did not respond to questions about its support for the Republican AGs that opposed the Clean Power Plan, but said it backs a variety of organizations that promote sound public policy. Obama's Clean Power Plan would get stalled in the legal fight with the attorneys general, and his presidency would end with his climate agenda in peril.
The 45th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
The next president would finish it off.
We will determine the course of America and the world for many, many years to come.
Mr. Trump, who once called global warming a hoax, signed a sweeping executive order this week calling for regulators to rewrite President Obama's climate change policies.
2 months after he became president, Donald Trump joined Scott Pruitt, his pick to head the EPA, to kill President Obama's Clean Power Plan.
Okay. Trump immediately scrapped that plan, so that dampened any growth that would have come from that effort. We had to sort of go on the defensive again. Trump's vocal opposition to renewables and lack of faith in science and technology were big concerns for a number of us.
There's been a change of direction. The president has sent a very clear message that the last 8 years where we had to choose between jobs and the environment, those days are over. The war on coal ended. The war on fossil fuels ended.
All right.
Yeah, it's good to see you. Likewise.
Thank you so much.
And you look at the Trump administration, who they brought in. Secretary of State Rex Tillerson, former CEO of Exxon. Heading up the Department of Energy, Rick Perry, a former governor of Texas. There were a lot of friends of the oil and gas industry that went to Washington, D.C. with the Trump administration.
And how about these Democrats that want to get rid of oil? They want to get rid of natural gas. They want to go to wind. Oh, darling, I just can't watch the show tonight. The wind, it just stopped blowing.
Trump attempted to roll back the Obama climate agenda. His administration delayed or repealed more than 24 environmental rules and regulations, including those on methane emissions.
A reversal of tougher Obama-era standards for rules on greenhouse gas emissions and fuel economy.
A plan that would dramatically weaken pollution limits on coal-fired power plants.
New rules making it easier for oil and gas companies to release methane.
Pressure on the industry eased off even more when President Trump pulled out of the Paris Agreement.
We withdrew from the one-sided, horrible, economically unfair, close your businesses down within 3 years. Don't frack, don't drill, we don't want any energy. The horrible Paris Climate Accord that killed American jobs and shielded foreign polluters.
To pull out raises a question of where does the whole effort to reduce emissions go?
That sent a clear message globally that the United States was not going to play a role as a leader on climate. I mean, those were very good years for the oil and gas industry in the United States.
The United States is now the #1 producer of oil and natural gas anywhere in the world.
The industry's success would continue into a new presidential administration.
We've won with the most votes ever cast for the presidential ticket.
Despite growing pressure to move away from fossil fuels.
Plans have been unveiled to rewire the global financial sector. 450 firms and financial institutions, which control $130 trillion, have pledged to stop investing in fossil fuels.
And despite demands for accountability.
Fossil fuel companies that deceived investors and consumers about the dangers of climate change must be held accountable.
Across the country, attorneys general, this time Democrats, have been filing lawsuits against ExxonMobil and other companies.
The Minnesota Attorney General is suing big oil companies, claiming they lied to Minnesota consumers about climate change.
ExxonMobil has fought back, claiming the litigation is politically motivated and without merit. But the pressure is continuing in the courts and now in Congress.
A hearing on Capitol Hill today, the CEOs of the world's biggest oil companies, Shell, Exxon, Chevron, and BP.
A landmark hearing that puts a spotlight on the role fossil fuels have played in accelerating climate change.
Apparent knowledge of it, disinformation, misinformation.
The committee will come to order. This is a historic hearing. For far too long, big oil has escaped accountability for its central role.
In October 2021, top oil executives were questioned under oath about the industry's long history of casting doubt on fossil fuel-driven climate change.
We won't solve the climate crisis unless we solve the misinformation crisis.
I now recognize Mr. Khanna, who is the chairman of the Subcommittee on the Environment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, let me thank. We initiated the investigation to find out what the misinformation was, what these companies knew, when they knew it, and it marks the beginning of scrutiny on them. They've been able to avoid it, duck it, and not have to deal with it. And now they're realizing they're not going to get away with this. What do you have to say to America's children born into a burning world? Find it in yourself today to tell the truth. It will be better for your company's futures, and it will be better for humanity's future.
My name is Darren Woods. I'm the Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of ExxonMobil Corporation. ExxonMobil provides an essential component of modern society: affordable, reliable, and abundant energy. ExxonMobil has long recognized that climate change is real and poses serious risks. But there are no easy answers. ExxonMobil is committed to being part of the solution.
It was nice kind of political theater. Democrats calling the big oil and gas companies before them, questioning them about their history with climate, what they're doing right now.
I don't even want to argue that, Mr. Woods. I don't even want to argue that. Can you just acknowledge that it was a mistake?
I don't think it's fair to judge.
I'm sure Darren Woods, the CEO of Exxon, doesn't like to be called before Congress and yelled at and berated, but I also don't think he's losing sleep over it. If he is losing sleep, he's probably losing sleep over whether his investors really want to stick with Exxon over the long term and whether they have a plan to make money in a world where, you know, maybe oil and gas is a declining source of energy.
We launched a low carbon solutions business to commercialize carbon capture and other technologies.
In his testimony, Woods touted ExxonMobil's investment in technology to reduce CO2 emissions.
Carbon capture and storage can remove more than 90% of CO2 emissions from these carbon-intensive sectors.
ExxonMobil has announced plans to spend billions on technology that captures CO2 and stores it in the ground. Just as the industry did with natural gas years before, they're promoting it as a climate solution.
It's not at all surprising that fossil fuel companies would promote ideas and policies that enable the continued use of fossil fuels so that they can sell these fossil fuels.
Charles Harvey is an expert on carbon storage and was a scientific advisor to a carbon storage company. He calls the industry's current carbon capture push a false solution because it is diverting needed investment away from renewable energy sources.
There's sort of a happy story here that carbon capture and sequestration is a way to reduce emissions and keep our existing fossil fuel companies going. But it's not actually the direction to go. It's sort of the easy direction to propose to go, but it's not the direction to go to actually stop climate change or prevent global warming.
A dire warning and a stark reality.
There's really one key message that emerges. We are out of time.
Drive, bro. Atmospheric methane is skyrocketing.
The International Energy Agency says the world needs to stop drilling for oil and gas to save the planet.
The warnings about climate change are at their most intense ever. But the industry is now raising its own intense warnings about the perils of moving away from fossil fuels.
Everybody's saying that we need to be conscious about climate. Yeah, I agree. But there's consequences to actions.
Sharif Souki is one of the titans of the natural gas export business in the U.S.
I think we're dealing with a world where we've decided to make the hydrocarbon industry the enemy because we've convinced ourselves that we must decarbonize.
His company, along with ExxonMobil and others, are embarking on massive natural gas expansion projects.
Nobody has been confronted with what the cost of this energy transition is. You still need to increase energy by 50% in order to satisfy the aspiration of 90% of the world. 85% of the world's energy is hydrocarbons. There is no realistic way by which you can say, we're going to eliminate hydrocarbons out of the energy mix. Renewables, it's about 5%. So before it becomes a significant piece of the energy mix, it's going to take decades. It's not going to happen overnight.
And unpredictable world events, like the war in Ukraine, make it even harder.
As a global energy crisis emerges, exacerbated by Russia's war in Ukraine,
oil prices have been significantly impacted by the war in the last few weeks.
The economic toll on Americans only getting worse.
President Biden is acutely aware of this. He has said he will do everything he can.
In his 2022 State of the Union address, President Biden outlined his response to the new energy crisis.
Tonight, I can announce the United States has worked with 30 other countries to release 60 million barrels of oil from reserves around the world. America will lead that effort, releasing 30 million barrels of our own strategic petroleum reserve. And we stand ready to do more if necessary, united with our allies.
And you'll get up to $350 off any mattress order and 2 free pillows. Again, if you're interested, you can go
At the same time, the president is pursuing a climate agenda more aggressive than any of his predecessors, pushing the U.S. to cut greenhouse gas emissions to as close to zero as possible by 2050, a goal known as net zero.
The irony of a climate president and presidents who are pushing for more climate action is that we all want a clean climate, but what we want more than that is to be able to fill up our cars below $4 a gallon. And when prices start to creep up, people get unhappy. The way I think about it is that we're still very much in the fossil fuel age. You know, as much as they talk an aspirational game about net zero by 2030 or 2040, we're not there yet, and a lot can get in the way. But as we sit here in 2022, still need oil.
I'm terrified that we're not going to do nearly enough fast enough. The clock is ticking. It's been ticking for some time. I'm not terribly optimistic that America is going to get its act together in a way that's going to allow us to kind of make a meaningful difference.
I'm worried we wasted the decade. And now we're playing catch up. What climate change means to me is looking in the eyes of my grandchildren and wondering what kind of hell they're going to pay.
For more on this and other Frontline programs, visit our website at pbs.org/frontline. To order Frontline's The Power of Big Oil on DVD, visit Shop PBS or call 1-800-PLAY-PBS. Frontline is also available on Amazon Prime Video.
Apple Gift Card is a practical gift that unlocks a world of entertainment and fun. You can send it via email or give a physical card to your loved ones. Your friends and family can spend it on their favorite Apple services, including Apple subscriptions. Apple Gift Cards can be used to buy all things Apple: products, accessories, apps, games, movies, TV shows, iCloud Plus, and more. Visit apple.com for details and to send Apple Gift Cards to your friends and family this holiday season.
This channel is part of the History Hit Network.
This is a series about an artistic era that's looked down on and never gets the respect it deserves. It's a shadowy era, so shadowy people even disagree about its name. So I'm going to use the old one, the one that best sums up its dilemmas. I'm going to call it the Dark Ages.
Dark Ages go roughly from the 4th century to roughly the 11th. They begin when the Roman Empire starts to crumble, and they end when William the Conqueror invades England. Now, in this shadowy slab of time, everything changed. The greatest empire the world has seen melted back into the cultural shadows, and various powerful artistic forces stepped up to take its place.
Later in the series, we'll be examining those much misunderstood creatives, the barbarians. What wondrous bling they brought into the world. What fabulous things they achieved.
I'll also be looking at that joyous and inventive religion, Islam, which did so much to light up the Dark Ages. But we begin with a group of people whose achievements were enormous. They started with nothing and ended up with so much. I'm thinking, of course, of those thoroughly underestimated Dark Age creatives, those intrepid voyagers into the unknown. The Christians.
Art never lies. And the story that art tells us of these exciting times is that this was never an age of darkness. This was an age of light.
These are the famous ruins of Pompeii, and as I'm sure you know, Mount Vesuvius erupted here in 79 AD, and all this was covered in ashes and preserved for posterity in perfect conditions. Now, one of the things they found here, which really surprised them, was proof that there were already Christians here by 79 AD. And the thing they found that proved it was this.
It's what they call a rotas square. And these rotas squares are deeply mysterious.
They've been found all over the Roman Empire, in Syria, in Gaul, even in England, in Cirencester. They found one of these, and they're usually inscribed on the walls of houses, or sometimes on the columns outside the house. And of course, when they found them, they didn't have a clue what these were. Just mysterious word games plastered outside houses.
What it is a letter square made up of 5 Latin words: rotas, opera, tenet, arepo, and sator.
If you love history, then you'll love History Hit. We have tons of exclusive documentaries about the most important people in history that you will not find anywhere else. With documentaries featuring great medieval figures and events from the Battle of Hastings to the last of the Vikings, History Hit has unrivaled access to peerless archival materials and the world's best historians. We're committed to bringing history fans award-winning documentaries and podcasts that you cannot find anywhere else. Sign up now for a 14-day free trial, and Chronicle fans get 50% off their first 3 months. Just be sure to use the code CHRONICLE at checkout.
Rotas at the top is Sator backwards. And you can see Rotas down this side as well, and Sator down that side. And here in the middle, Arepo is opera, work, backwards. The actual words mean something like, as ye sow, so shall ye reap. But only if you ignore Latin grammar. Various code breakers twisted it this way and that for decades, but it still didn't mean much. But then, a eureka moment. One of these code breakers realized that the important thing about the Rotas square was not the words, but the letters. Because these letters of the Rotas square can be rearranged to form a cross, which reads the same both ways, up and down. And it says, Pater Noster, which is Latin for Our Father, the opening words of the Lord's Prayer. What's more, these two letters that are left over, Alpha and Omega, are the first and last letters of the Greek alphabet. Alpha and Omega in their Roman form. You can see them down in the Roman catacombs, popping up everywhere. Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. Popular Christian code for the one true God. So these mysterious word squares were put outside houses to signify that the occupants were Christians, and also as a kind of lucky charm to ward off evil. Of course, this isn't art yet. This is an inscription, but it has artistic implications. What you see in here, this appetite for signs and symbols and secret meanings, that Christian appetite is something that transferred to Christian art. The Christian art of the Dark Ages is an art of mystery and magic, of suggestions and miracles, transcendence and light. The Rotas square isn't art yet, but it is an excellent pointer to a new artistic direction. One of the reasons early Christian art is so exciting is because you find it in exciting places. Rome is wild enough on the surface, but when you descend into its underground, look how scary and fascinating it becomes. People often imagine the catacombs were hiding places, underground shelters in which persecuted Christians hid from the Romans. But you can't hide an underground city as huge as this under anyone's nose. The Romans knew these were here all right. What they didn't know is what one Christian was saying to another down here. Because the first Christian art was filled with secret signs and hidden meanings. That's why the fish became an ubiquitous Christian symbol. When two Christians met on the road, it's said that one of them would draw this shape in the sand, and the other one would draw this shape. And the two of them knew immediately that they were Christians together. This famous Christian sign, the Christogram, or Chi Rho, represents Jesus himself. It's made by combining two Greek letters, Chi and Rho, the first two letters of the word Christos, which means the Anointed One. It's said the sign had magic powers. Even today, we still call Christmas Xmas because of this. Another popular Christian sign was the anchor, for the simple reason that the top of it here looked like a cross. Everywhere you look in these haunting Roman catacombs, the first Christians are declaring their faith in such mysterious and cryptic ways. These symbols and signs weren't just a secret language, they're also a different way of seeing things, a different way of understanding, not just with your eyes, but with your imagination. And what's most interesting about this first Christian art you find down here is how few pictures there are in it. No images of Jesus, no Marys, no saints. For the first few centuries of Christianity, there were no Christian images. It's not till the beginning of our period, the so-called Dark Ages, 300 years after the birth of Christ, that figures and scenes begin to pop up at last in Christian art. Look how puzzling they were. We're in a 3rd century Christian burial chamber in the catacombs of Priscilla. A rich Christian family was buried here. And look what's on the walls. Over here, some peacocks. Over there, 3 chaps standing in a fire. And over here, some kind of sea dragon with someone coming out of its mouth. So let's decode all this. The peacocks are symbols of eternity. Because peacocks replace their beautiful feathers every year, the ancients believed their flesh couldn't rot. It was eternal. The 3 young men are described in the Bible by the prophet Daniel. 3 young Israelites were set on fire by the Babylonians, but God protected them, and the Babylonian fires couldn't touch them. The chap coming out of the sea monster is the prophet Jonah, who you may remember was swallowed by a whale for 3 whole days. After 3 days, the whale spat him out again, and he returned to dry land, a wiser man. The thread that unites all these cryptic images is salvation, hope. God saved the 3 young men from the fire. He saved Jonah from the whale, and he'll save you too. Jonah is also the subject of the earliest surviving masterpieces of Christian sculpture, found today in the Cleveland Museum of Art. Jonah swallowed by the whale, spat out by the whale, and returned to dry land a wiser man. Jonah is particularly significant because the early Christians used him as a stand-in for Jesus himself. Jesus, remember, also rose from the dead after 3 days. And the reason why Jonah is so popular in the catacombs is because he's a way of showing Jesus without showing Jesus. A replacement, another code, a symbol. We've been down here, 5 minutes? And look how many different ways we've already seen to represent Jesus without actually showing him. He's the Kiro, the word sign. He's Jonah in the whale. He's the fish, the anchor. What we haven't seen yet is a Jesus we can all recognize. A Jesus who actually looks like Jesus. The truth is, no one in early Christian art had a clue what he actually looked like. The Bible doesn't describe him, no one does. So art took an extremely long time to come up with a face for Jesus. And I think the search for that face is the greatest artistic tussle of the Dark Ages. The proof that no one actually knew what Jesus looked like is this controversial relic, the Shroud of Turin. It's said to be the cloth in which Jesus was wrapped at his death. This haunting likeness is the true face of Christ, preserved miraculously in his blood. Or so they say. The Shroud of Turin doesn't get shown very often, but when it does, thousands of pilgrims flock to Turin to see it, and most of them believe they're looking at the true face of Christ. When I went to see it, there was such a powerful atmosphere in the church. So many people, so certain they were staring at the remains of Jesus. But I'm afraid they weren't, because Jesus Christ didn't look like that. At least, not according to the evidence left behind by the first Christian artists who described him. According to these first Christian artists, Jesus actually looked like this. Blonde, fresh-faced, boyish. The earliest images of Jesus look nothing like the Jesus we know today. And nothing like the Jesus on the Turin Shroud. Jesus, at first, is a happy-go-lucky character. Curly-haired and handsome. He's usually shown waving his wand about, performing remarkable miracles. So here, he's turning water into wine at the wedding feast at Cana. And here, he's curing the paralytic who couldn't walk until he met the baby-faced Jesus. And over here, the blind man is being cured by Jesus again. And finally, with a wave of that Harry Potter wand of his, this is Jesus raising Lazarus from the dead. And you can always tell Lazarus in early Christian art because he looks like an Egyptian mummy, all wrapped up. What you never see in these very first examples of Christian art is a Jesus who's suffering, in pain, covered in blood, like the one on the Turin Shroud. That Jesus doesn't turn up in art for 1,000 years or so, because the tortured Jesus is a creation of the Middle Ages, an expression of medieval guilt and terror. What horrible pains the artistic mind went on to inflict on the crucified Jesus in the centuries ahead. How harshly it whipped him and scourged him and punctured him. In the beginning, though, artists didn't do that. The first Jesuses in art are young and handsome, curly-haired and free. So, either Jesus deliberately misled his followers about what he actually looked like for the first 1,000 years or so of Christianity, or the Turin Shroud is a medieval fake. I know what I think. The first Christians weren't looking for a God who made them feel guilty. That would never have caught on. They were looking for a God who would save them and fill them with hope. So as their model for the first Jesus, Christian artists selected the youngest and handsomest of the pagan gods. They chose Apollo, the god of the sun. Blonde and unbearded, youthful and curly-haired. Apollo was a god who made you feel good. So the first Jesuses were curly-haired and pretty because they borrowed that look from Apollo, and it went further than that. When this mysterious Christian statue was dug up out of the ground, it was thought to represent a woman, an unknown goddess, a muse. Only later was it realized that this too was an early Jesus.
That's the detection threshold you have with our nose. People have an utterly amazing nose. Okay, so that's just in terms of its detection.
In that wonderful museum in Cleveland, the one with the Jonah marbles, there's a carving of Apollo performing a miracle with Nike, the goddess of victory. Apollo is the robed figure on the left. And look how shapely he is. How easily we might mistake him too for a woman. Pagan gods could be male and female. They could amalgamate the sexes and represent both genders at once, just like this Jesus here. Extraordinary as it sounds, the first Jesuses were sometimes made to look feminine on purpose. They were given suggestions of breasts, beautiful faces, soft bodies, and long hair. There is neither male nor female, wrote St. Paul to the Galatians. You are all one in Jesus. The pagans had lots of goddesses to worship. Venus, Isis, Diana, but Christianity had none. Christianity believed in one true God, and he was masculine. There was an entire feminine side missing. So the feminization of Jesus was a deliberate artistic attempt to cater for both sexes. It produced some of the Dark Ages' most unexpected imagery. In Ravenna, in the magnificent Arian baptistry, there's an unbearded Jesus being baptized in the River Jordan. And he's so soft and feminine. A podgy and delicate Christ with childbearing hips. Before this girlish Jesus could become fully masculine, grow a beard and turn into a man, Christianity needed to find a feminine presence of its own. The borrowing of Christ's face from Apollo shouldn't really surprise us. The early Christians borrowed from the pagans because that's what art does. It uses what's already there. It's important to remember too that for most of these early centuries of Christianity, Christians and pagans lived together in reasonable harmony. Those terrible periods of persecution when the Romans murdered the Christians in terrible ways, those were rare, the exception, not the rule. Later, when the Roman Empire became officially Christian under the Emperor Constantine, Aggressive Christian writers looking back on these times did what the victor always does in a war. They rewrote history from their point of view, dramatized it, exaggerated it. In most of the Roman Empire, particularly at the borders, like here in Roman Syria, pagans lived next door to Christians, Christians lived next door to Jews, and all of them muddled along together. The earliest known Christian church has been found in the Syrian border town of Dura Europos. It was next to the earliest known synagogue. And around the corner was the temple of the bull god, Mithras. All these different religions swapped each other's converts, borrowed each other's gods, and influenced each other's art. Take the halo, that miraculous circle of light that you see around the heads of holy figures in Christian art. At first, there were no halos. Jesus was the magician with the wand, and that was enough to differentiate him. But as Christian art grew busier and more characters popped up in it, Jesus needed to look more obviously divine. So Christian artists did what the pagans did. They gave him a halo, borrowed once again from Apollo. Long before Jesus acquired his miraculous nimbus of light, Apollo already had one. A circle of symbolic sunshine emanating from his head to signify his solar divinity. Another crucial borrowing from the pagans was the image of the angel. If you look at a typical Roman sarcophagus of the early Christian era, you'll usually see a pair of winged figures carrying a portrait of the deceased upwards in glory. They look exactly like angels, but they're not. They're Roman figures of victory, Nikes, pagan transporters of the soul. But the most significant of these pagan borrowings was a female figure adapted from Egyptian art. She became very popular in Christianity. Indeed, she was central to it. But that's not how she began. The Egyptian Earth Mother, Isis, was one of the most revered of all pagan gods. She was the goddess of fertility, the mother goddess, from whom all life originally sprang. When you wanted babies, you prayed to Isis. When you wanted your crops to grow, you prayed to Isis. Whoever you were, slave, servant, outcast, you prayed to Isis, because Isis would protect you. To emphasize her caring nature, Isis was often shown with a baby on her knee, whom she breastfeeds regally. He's Horus, son of Isis. Horus was the god of the sky, the Egyptian Apollo, and his birthday fell at the winter solstice, sometime around December the 25th. When Christian art grew hungry for a distinct female presence to worship, a mother goddess who nurtured you and protected you, Isis, the mother of Horus, was an obvious model, and the two of them were soon successfully transported into Christian art. This is the first known image of Mary holding the baby Jesus on her lap. It was found in the Roman catacombs of Priscilla, a touching fragment of a mother and her child. Mary caring for the baby Jesus became one of the most popular of all the Christian images of the Dark Ages, with such glorious results. This great artistic discovery of the Virgin Mary had an important byproduct, because it did away with the need to feminize or soften Jesus. When Mary emerged as a powerful divine presence, Jesus no longer needed to be girlish. His image was free to become fully masculine. But where to put all this powerful new art that Christianity was inventing? It's all very well finding a new image for Jesus and Mary, but what also needed to be invented was the Christian church. The Roman Empire was huge. It stretched from the Middle East at one end to this primitive cultural backwater at the other, the place we now call Britain. When you're imagining the Roman Empire, you need to stop thinking about countries, because there weren't any. No clear divisions either between Asia and Africa or Europe. All of them were part of this massive collar of power surrounding the entire Mediterranean, the mightiest empire the world has seen. Christianity got to Britain quite early, all the way from over here right up to here. And just about there, in a village in Dorset called Hinton St. Mary, they've dug up one of the earliest mosaic images of Jesus. He looks stately, doesn't he? More like a Roman senator than a Christian god. Except for the large key row that surrounds his head, the sign of Christ. This is Lullingstone in Kent, and we're here because I wanted you to see what's left of one of the earliest known Christian churches. If you're thinking to yourself that this looks more like the remains of a big house, not a church, you'd be absolutely right. The first churches were ordinary houses adapted for Christian use. Some Christians were richer and more active in the community than others, and their house became the neighborhood house church. The house church they found in Dura Europos, the one next door to the Jewish synagogue, was just a small townhouse in which the Christians had done some DIY, knocked down a wall, roofed over a courtyard to create more space for their meetings. On the walls of this makeshift church, the Dura Christians painted Christ walking on water. And there he is again, healing a cripple, making him walk too. Here in Lullingstone, the house church was on the first floor of this elegant Roman villa. It was just above that pagan shrine there. Basically, it was a simple room with painted walls. Decorating it was a procession of praying Christians with crosses on their robes. There was also a key row, and around this key row, the two momentous letters of the Greek alphabet again. Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. If you put all those four letters together, Alpha, Rho, Chi, and Omega, you get the word Archo, which means I rule. From the outside, you wouldn't have known the Lullingstone House Church was there. It was a modest Christian conversion and almost invisible. And for the first 300 years, all churches were like this. Humble spaces in people's houses, wonky bits of DIY where Christians could worship and celebrate. And then, in 313 AD, Constantine the Great converted to Christianity, and everything changed. Suddenly, this cryptic and secretive religion, with its instinctive fondness for codes and clues, became the official religion of the Roman Empire. And modesty was no longer an option. Ooh, he's a big one, isn't he? Constantine the Great, Roman Emperor, mighty warrior, and defender of the faith. Constantine's mother, St. Helena, was a Christian, and he probably inherited the faith from her. In 313 AD, Constantine's famous Edict of Milan made Christianity legal in the Roman Empire. And from then on, its power grew and grew and grew. Constantine was a builder by instinct. Look at this magnificent triumphal arch he plonked in front of the Colosseum. But his greatest achievement as a builder was the unexpected invention of the Christian church. Until Constantine, Christian churches were small and makeshift, often hidden away. But when Christianity became the official religion of the Roman Emperor, everything changed. Suddenly, all the building resources of the mightiest empire the world has seen began to be lavished on Christian architecture. And a religion which had hitherto made do with wonky house churches found itself having to invent a grand new style of worship. These huge Christian basilicas that Constantine began building were another Christian achievement for which there was no precedent. The little house churches were useless as an example for these giant halls of worship. This was a completely new kind of architecture. This is Santa Sabina in Rome, the best preserved of the first Christian basilicas. It's a new type of religious space. No one in any religion had worshipped like this before. Pagan temples worked very differently from a Christian church. Pagan temples were spaces for worshipping outdoors. In a pagan temple, the congregation stayed outside. Only the priests of the cult could enter the holy sanctuary in which the sacred idol was kept. Christian churches were the opposite. A Christian church was a huge assembly hall with a roof where people could worship indoors. And the style of worship was different too. Nowadays, churches have these neat rows of pews where everybody sits quietly and piously. But in the first Christian churches, there were no pews. In the beginning, Christian churches were huge open spaces in which an ecstatic Christian crowd would heave and circulate. This was a space for moving and chanting and talking. At the start of the ceremony, the priests would enter in a magnificent procession that went all the way up to the front. You see them illustrated sometimes high up on Christian walls. an ornate and stately priesthood progressing through these new naves in a magnificent wave of finery and colour. So these were spaces full of constant movement and chaotic crowding. And the only precedent for such a building was a useful Roman construction called a basilica. Basilicas were public meeting halls built to house big crowds. There was nothing religious about them. Every sizable Roman settlement had a basilica. Roman basilicas were entered from the side, somewhere about here. But when the Christians took over the shape, they swiveled it around and put the entrance over here. So the entire building pointed that way. One of the most common uses of a Roman basilica was as a law court. The populace would mill about down here, while the magistrate would sit up at the end, raised on a magisterial throne, sitting in a special rounded apse that signalled his importance. The Christians took over the magistrate's apse as well. It's where they put their sacrificial altar, and above it, a great apse mosaic, the climactic moment of this magnificent religious journey. But you're looking up at this glorious apse mosaic, and you're thinking, there's Jesus with a big beard. What happened to the curly-haired boy? Well, he just wasn't grand enough for Constantine's new basilicas. So the early Christians wanted a god they could look up to, a god who was a match for all the other gods. And when the time came for a more imposing Jesus to emerge, Jesus the adult, the Christians turned once again to that reliable source of raw materials that lay all around them: the art of the pagans. The most powerful and important of all the Roman gods was Jupiter, or in his Greek incarnation, Zeus, king of the gods. Zeus, or Jupiter, was grand and bearded. In the great temple of Zeus at Olympia, the most famous sculptor of the classical age, Phidias, had shown the king of the gods enthroned in majesty, an image the Christians were determined to match. They took it all: the beard, the hair, the throne, that sense of omnipotent power. It was all borrowed from Zeus. And the curly-haired youth with the girlish body who'd buzzed around performing all those miracles was replaced by this manly, mature Jesus who sits in judgment on his flock, stern and unsmiling, wise and infallible. Meanwhile, back down in the Roman catacombs, darker Christian forces were also stirring. When I said the persecution of the Christians has been exaggerated, I didn't mean it never happened. Of course it did, particularly under Constantine's predecessor, Diocletian, though not perhaps in the numbers we've been led to believe. Some estimates say that only about 2,000 Christians were killed in the Roman persecutions. I think there must have been more than that. But the modern age is definitely better at killing Christians than the Romans ever were. In the Spanish Civil War, 7,000 priests, monks and nuns were murdered. And you never hear about them. But for the early Christians, death had a special significance. The idea took hold in their imaginations that suffering was a necessary part of redemption. It was crucial. And this belief in death had a profound influence on their art and their architecture. These are the catacombs of St. Agnes of Rome. She's the patron saint of chastity, of teenage girls, engaged couples, rape victims, and virgins. Agnes was a 13-year-old girl murdered in the reign of Diocletian. The story goes that a Roman prefect wanted her to marry his son, but Agnes was a Christian. She refused. So the Roman prefect condemned her to death. Roman law didn't permit the execution of virgins. So Agnes was stripped, paraded naked through the streets, and dragged to a brothel. Afterwards, they tried to burn her, but the flames wouldn't touch her, and everyone who looked at her naked body was blinded. In the end, a Roman soldier beheaded her, and her body, decapitated, is kept here in this church. But her skull, that's in Sant'Agnese in Piazza Navona, where the faithful come to kneel before it and worship it. Martyrs like Agnes were believed to offer special protection for the early Christians. They were baptized in blood and sat next to God in the next world. If a martyr favored you, you too were guaranteed a place in heaven. To improve their chances of salvation, every Christian wanted to be buried as close to a martyr as possible. And so the catacombs became a very desirable piece of real estate. Directly above Agnes's tomb are the ruins of a giant funeral basilica. All this was once covered in Christian graves. But the building I really want to show you is this one, the one next door to the basilica. This is Santa Constanza. It's a Christian church now, but originally this was a Roman mausoleum. It was built by Constantine's own daughter, Constanza. This is where she was buried, in this big sarcophagus here. The story goes that when Constanza was a little girl, she contracted leprosy. So she prayed to St. Agnes, and Agnes saved her. That was the power that martyrs had. Their miracles could change history. And that's why Constanza wanted to be buried here, as close to St. Agnes as she could be. These Roman mausoleums, as you can see, were a completely different shape from the basilicas. Mausoleums were round. They weren't places for the crowd to charge up and down. These were places of burial and contemplation, sacred spaces that enfold you. And these round Roman mausoleums were to have a profound effect on the Christian church. See this famous book? It's The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire by Edward Gibbon. The history of Rome in 12 mighty volumes. So this is the Roman Empire at the time of Constantine. Now, according to Gibbon here, Rome collapsed because the Romans grew decadent and soft. But I think you can see from this map here what the real problem was. The empire was just too big. This way, it went all the way to Scotland up here, and the other way, deep into the Middle East. There was just too much empire to govern efficiently. And when Constantine came along, he made the momentous decision to divide the empire in two, with a Western Empire over here and an Eastern Empire over there. To govern this new Eastern Empire, which came to be called Byzantium, Constantine founded a new Christian capital on the Bosphorus. A grand ruling city designed from scratch, which he named after himself, Constantinople. Though these days we call it Istanbul. Here in the western half of the empire, Rome was no longer cut out to be the capital either. It was living on former glories, a pretty collection of ruins. The empire needed somewhere more vigorous to be ruled from, somewhere better placed. Somewhere near the sea, perhaps, with good connections to the east. Somewhere about here, Ravenna. The mosaic lovers among you will know Ravenna already. You'll know that it's mosaic heaven, where the Christian mosaic excelled itself. How could anyone ever have thought any of this constituted a dark age? This is the church of San Vitale. It's one of a group of churches in Ravenna that's filled with these stunning mosaics. But the reason I brought you to this particular church is because of its shape. As you can see, it's round, like a mausoleum, and not long and thin, like a basilica. These round churches of early Christianity have a particular effect on the visitor. They offer a 360-degree experience, a sense of enclosure and centering. The early Christians used round architecture, particularly for churches devoted to the martyrs, like San Vitale up there, who'd stood up to Diocletian and died for his faith. The basilicas were action spaces where you met and assembled and paraded. But these round churches, these are thinking spaces. They're like a protective bell jar dropped onto an important location, protecting it and sanctifying it. You still get a sense here of a transcendental space built around a precious relic, and that mysterious, magical effect of an interior sculpted from light. And it wasn't just the burial sites of the martyrs that had special power. Bits of their bodies had it too. Their hair, their bones. And to house these precious relics, the Christians began to create marvelous jeweled containers, relic boxes, made from the finest materials, with astonishing delicacy and beauty. Because these relics had the power too, every Christian altar had to have a relic inside it to validate it and make it sacred. Relics were like pieces of portable magic that could be transported from church to church. And wherever they were placed, they made that space holy. So by the time we get to this glorious Byzantine cathedral of Monreale in Sicily, all the ingredients of Christian worship are in place. Just look at it. By the time Monreale was finished, the Dark Ages were over. But all this was shaped by Dark Age achievements. At this end, the nave, it's like a basilica, long and thin, a space for assemblies and parades. At this end of the church, the east end, where the main altar is filled with precious relics, the magisterial apse has grown huge and enveloping. So at this end, this is like a round church, a special place filled with light and a golden, magical air. But over here, it's like a basilica, a space for assemblies and processions. So up there, a thinking space, and down here, an action space. All brought together in one magnificent piece of architecture. High up on the walls, scenes from Christ's miracles. There he is again, raising Lazarus from the dead. And over there, he's curing the paraplegic, making him walk again. And look what's above the altar. The Virgin and Child, borrowed from the Egyptian Isis. And on either side of her, 2 angels borrowed from pagan victories. And above that, trumping them all in size and magnificence, sitting so proudly in his golden apse, an enormous Byzantine Jesus, Zeus-like and bearded, unmistakably divine. This is a proper divinity, a Byzantine ruler god you can look up to, magnificent, all-powerful. And look also on either side of Jesus, you can see his name spelled out in Greek letters. On the left, Iota and Sigma, J and S, the first and last letters of Jesus. And on the right, Chi and Sigma, C and S, the first and last letters of Christus. It's that Christian word code again. Look at his fingers too. Christ, the ruler, is spelling out his own name with his hands. There's Iota and Sigma, J and S, for Jesus, and Chi and Sigma for Christ. My fingers are a bit too stubby for it, but he's doing it perfectly. It's that secret religious language again that Christianity had employed from the beginning. Even in this giant Jesus, larger than any Roman emperor, Christianity couldn't resist a final moment of mystery. The word barbarian is a misleading expression, and the art that goes with it is misleading too. This picture was painted in 1890 by an arrogant French painter called Joseph Noël Sylvestre. It shows the sack of Rome in 410 AD by the Visigoths. The Visigoths were a so-called barbarian tribe. You can't miss them. They're the ones without any clothes on. It's such nonsense. The Visigoths were never naked savages clambering about Rome, destroying civilization. They were pioneering Europeans who produced beautiful art and who achieved important things. It was actually these so-called barbarians who invented trousers. Riding a horse was much easier in trousers. So if it wasn't for the barbarians, we'd all be wearing togas. So this is a film about misunderstood peoples and their misunderstood achievements. About how we've got the Dark Ages wrong again. And about a word whose meaning has been warped by time. It's this word here, barbarian. The Dark Ages go roughly from the 4th century to roughly the 11th. And I've been looking at the art made in these years, trying to convince you that it wasn't dark at all. In this film, I'll be leaping to the defense of the so-called barbarians. The word barbarian actually comes from the ancient Greek. Its original meaning was someone whose language you can't understand, a foreigner. You know, like we say, it all sounds like Greek to me when we can't understand something. Well, the Greeks said, it all sounds like ba, ba, ba. So it was an onomatopoeic word. Anyone who spoke a funny foreign language was a barbarian. The same word, barbara, can be found in Sanskrit, the ancient language of India, where it means gibberish or stammering. And if you're actually called Barbara, like Barbara Windsor or Barbara Streisand, then I'm afraid your name means barbarian woman. And you, madame, are particularly in touch with your barbarian self. When the Romans took over the word, it came to mean anybody, anywhere who wasn't a Roman. So, the Persians were barbarians, the Indians, the Chinese, the entire non-Roman world. It isn't just this word barbarian that's been demonized and distorted. If you open your dictionary and start looking for words with bad Dark Ages connotations, you'll find lots of them. Take this word here, Vandal. The Vandals were actually another fascinating and creative ancient peoples who made things like this. But their name's been stolen from them and turned into something dark. Or what about the Goths? Today, Goths are oily punks with dyed black hair who worship the devil. But in real life, in Roman times, the Goths were fabulous international creatives who made the most beautiful Bible I've ever seen. But the worst of these so-called barbarians these forgotten ancient peoples whose reputation has been trashed by the Romans. The very worst of them were the Huns. Poor Huns. If anyone in ancient history deserves some rebranding, it's this notorious nation of energetic invaders. No one had a good word to say about them. The Goth historian Jordanes tells us they were scarcely human, a stunted, puny and faithless tribe. Christian writers were even harsher. According to a Christian cleric writing in Syria, the Huns eat the flesh of children and drink the blood of women. It's like reading a bad airport paperback. The Christians were determined to demonize all pagans, and they were particularly determined to demonize the Huns. So we can't trust the Christian clerics. We need to trust the art. And that tells a different story. In the First World War, the British began calling the Germans Huns. It was the worst insult they could think of, but also very bad geography, because the Huns were not from Germany. Exactly where they came from is one of the big mysteries of the Dark Ages. Nobody knows for sure. But it was somewhere out here in the Eurasian steppe, somewhere far away and different. The first record of the Huns in Europe dates from around 376 AD, when a group of retreating Goths turned up here on the banks of the Danube and begged the Romans to take them in. The fleeing Goths had been pushed out of their lands by a nation of nomads coming in from the east. A fighting tribe of whom everyone was scared. Huns were fierce warriors, there's no denying that, but not all the time. Like all nomads, they lived a precarious travelling existence and moved around in small family groups of menfolk, women, and goats. The default lifestyle of the Huns was a tinkerish domesticity. And among the splendid Hunnic objects they've left behind, the defining ones are these battered Hunnic cauldrons, preserved in the museum in Budapest. In these robust vessels, the Huns cooked their goats and boiled their water. A man can live to 50 is an old Kazakh saying that still circulates, but a cauldron will live to 100. Something else we know about the Huns is that they loved gold. Oh, how the Huns loved gold. The Hunnic graves that have been dug up, the buried caches of treasure and valuables, reveal such a deep and instinctive passion for treasure. These days, we've lost sight of gold's crazy, hypnotic power, and that special relationship it enjoys with the sun. The Incas called it the sweat of the gods. And in the Dark Ages, gold was a substance with a magical presence. And the Huns loved it in a visceral and unbalanced way. In my book, that's a good reason to love them back. because they spent so much of their life on the move, travelling from pasture to pasture, the Huns had a particularly creative relationship with the natural world. Hun treasure is dominated by exquisite animal forms. In the Hermitage Museum in St. Petersburg, there's a wonderful piece of jewellery. It's a golden bit of a bangle or a neck torque, like one of these. And it's this piece here at the end, shaped so atmospherically, like the head of a creeping wolf. This is gold that nurses an intense symbolic ambition to commune with the natural world, to speak to it and steal some of its power, to steal the power of the wolf. Another animal that was dear to them was the eagle. They probably used eagles to hunt with, as nomads of the steppe still do. And the great bird in the sky inspired such beautiful Hun bling. Eagles have a special significance for the Hun. They were ready-made symbols of power and beauty combined. And right across the barbarian world, these garnet-studded eagle brooches became noticeably popular. This powerful new relationship to the natural world was one of the great barbarian contributions to civilization. And then, of course, there was the magnificent Hunnic horse art. The Hun depended on their horses totally, and they loved them deeply. So, of course, they made sure their horses looked suitably splendid too. These are the remains of a full-length Hunnic horse ornament, fashioned delicately from gold and studded so generously with precious stones. Lucky is the horse who got to wear this. The Huns would ride into battle with wolf skins pulled down on their faces, screaming demonically in a deliberate effort to get inside their enemies' heads. Now this was dark psychological warfare, very sophisticated. And one of the reasons the Huns were so easy to demonize is because they looked so strange. They practiced ritual deformation, and their skulls were deliberately misshapen at birth. Infant Huns would have their heads tightly bound, so they grew into these uncanny and elongated Mekon shapes. And on these deformed heads of theirs, the Huns would balance spectacular crowns of unimaginable preciousness. So the big question is, where did the Huns get their gold? They were nomads, not miners. And although they were busy tradesmen, you'd need to trade an awful lot of goat skins for the amount of gold left behind by the Huns. They didn't trade for it. The Huns got their gold more directly, straight from the Romans. Because their bows were so lethal and their horsemen so skilled, the Huns were soon operating a protection racket across most of the Roman Empire. What they'd do is invade somewhere, or threaten to invade somewhere, and then demand large quantities of gold to go away again. The Romans, cowardly diplomats that they were, preferred to pay them than to fight them. And by the time the Hunnic Empire was at its largest extent, the Huns were receiving 2,500 pounds of gold coins from the Romans every year. 2,500 pounds of gold every year to melt down and turn into art. A few tribes of nomads raiding along these Roman borders could never have pressurized the Romans into giving up these enormous quantities of gold. So we need to forget this image of the Huns as a tribal horde sweeping across Europe, because they were something much more sophisticated than that. This is a map of the Hunnic Empire under Attila. It's the bits in orange. And just look at the size of it. All this was Hunnic. This wasn't a bunch of nomads on the make. This was a rival empire, a new superpower of the Dark Ages, turned up to take on the Romans. I've kept Attila back, because the moment you mention him, the story of the Huns takes on a satanic glint. All the Huns were demonized by history, but Attila was demonized most of all. The exciting thing is we actually know a lot about him. A Roman diplomat called Priscus was sent on one of these diplomatic missions to negotiate with the Huns, and he's left behind a vivid account of his journey. And this gentleman here is building a replica of Attila's palace on the actual site on which he thinks it actually stood. So János, when did you first become interested in Attila?
I bought this land 20 years ago to breed horses. That was when we came across the history of this site. Priscus, the Byzantine ambassador, visited Attila in 450 AD and describes how he found his way here. And he definitely identified this place as the site of Attila's palace. That's why we'd like to erect a memorial to him here by constructing a wooden palace.
János's palace will be created in timber, exactly as Priscus describes. It's shaped like a giant nomad's tent, a kind of glorified yurt with two wooden towers rising cockily at the front. Priscus tells us that when he arrived, he was treated to an enormous banquet served on silver plates. And a procession of young women dressed in white veils came out to sing for him. Attila himself was simply dressed and ate nothing but meat on a wooden platter, while the guests were given goblets of gold and silver. What does Attila mean to the Hungarian people? Because for a lot of people in Europe, he has a very bad reputation, but not here. In Hungary, he seems to be thought of more as a hero.
When people say Attila was a barbarian, that's something I reject. It's not something I believe. He spoke 8 languages by the age of 15 and laid Europe at his feet. Someone unintelligent, a barbarian, could not have done the things that Attila did. Only someone blessed with special talents.
Did Attila's palace really look like this? I very much doubt it. But neither do I think János's fantasy is more misleading than all the other Hun fantasies about satanic hordes sweeping through Europe. By the time Attila became their ruler, the Huns had created a complex political system. Their huge empire was actually a federation of many nations, a kind of
barbarian EU opposed to the Romans, with Goths and Burgundians, Alans, even a few Greeks, all linked together and ruled by Attila. So here at the Kunsthistorische Museum in Vienna, there's something really spectacular I just have to show you. When this was dug out of the ground on the Romanian border in 1799, it was thought to be Attila the Hun's personal dinner service. You can see why they thought that. Just look at how splendid this is. 23 golden vessels, nearly 10 kilos of pure gold. Today, no one thinks this was Attila's dinner service. The most recent thinking is that it was left behind by the Avars, one of those mysterious tribes that emerged from the confederation of the Huns. They obviously had that special relationship with nature too. This magnificent bull-headed bowl is another example of powerful natural magic channeled into gold. This is what the Dark Ages were capable of. This is what makes these times so exciting. That bull bowl has a power to it, an animal energy that you just don't get later on when art loses this connection to the basic stuff of life. The empire of the Huns didn't last long. For a few decades, it rivaled the Romans, and then it was gone. Attila, the glue that held it all together, had a taste for young brides. On his final wedding night, he drank himself into a stupor, took his latest bride to bed, and promptly died of a heart attack. They found him the next morning with blood streaming down his nose, what we'd call these days a rock star's death. Within a few years, Attila's empire was gone, torn apart by feuds and incompetence. But the Huns had done their job. They'd punched a hole in the invincible reputation of the Romans. Now, all manner of barbarian was queuing up to pour through it. When we think of the barbarians, we think of hordes of bellicose warriors storming across the plains to attack Rome. But that's wrong. It was more of a migration. Think of those wagon trains rolling across the American West, full of brave pioneers searching for a new future. That's a more accurate image, particularly in the case of another great barbarian nation whose name has been well and truly blackened by Dark Age propaganda. The Vandals. Nay. According to my shorter Oxford dictionary, a vandal is a willful or ignorant destroyer of anything beautiful, venerable, or worthy of preservation. That's what it meant in 1663, but it shouldn't be what it means today. The story of the Vandals is actually rather poignant. They were basically a nation of Germanic farmers living peacefully in Central Europe until the Huns pushed them out. For a while, they ended up here in Spain until a group of Goths pushed them out of there as well. And the poor old Vandals had to move on again to here, North Africa. In 429 AD,
80,000 people came across the Straits of Gibraltar, crammed onto small boats. A kingdom on the move, looking for a homeland. The Vandals had arrived in Africa. Originally, this word Vandal meant something like wanderer, someone who's looking for something. It comes from the same Germanic root as the English word to wend, as in I was wending my way home from work. And the Vandals were great wenders and great wanderers. The Vandals who arrived here in Africa were led by a formidable king called Gizeric. If you think of the Vandals as a lost people and Africa as the promised land, then Gizeric was their Moses, leading them across the oceans. They made their way along the North African coast here, attacking cities, collecting followers, absorbing territory, until eventually, in 439 AD, they reached their destination. Carthage. Carthage was the second largest city in the Western Roman Empire. Busy, rich, a crucial trading centre. The Romans depended on it for most of the olive oil they burned in their lamps, and the wheat from which they made their bread. When the Vandals took Carthage, they shocked the Roman Empire. The capture of Carthage was surprisingly peaceful. Gizeric was so clever. He entered the city on the 19th of October, the day of the Roman Games, Sports Day. Now, the Romans, who were obsessed with sports, were far too interested in the gladiatorial combat and the chariot racing to fight the Vandals. Thus, Gizeric and his Vandal army strolled into the second largest city of the Western Roman Empire, took control of it, and stayed there for the next century. People used to think the Vandals went about destroying and pillaging Carthage as soon as they got here. But today, we know they didn't. The most remarkable thing about the Vandal occupation of Africa is not how much they destroyed, but how little. Later on, angry Romans and Christians writing about these events made sure they blackened the Vandals' reputation, as they did with all the barbarians. But the art that remains from these times tells a different story. To signal their new status as overlords of Rome's most prosperous province, the Vandals did what the nouveau riche always do. They spent money on the arts. Their jewelers were commanded to make gorgeous Vandal bling. And out in the countryside, they built elegant villas for themselves and filled them with superb decorations. That's the Julius mosaic. It's one of the masterpieces of the period. And Julius himself is sitting there in his white robe. And he's the man who commissioned the mosaic. No one is 100% certain if this was made just before the Vandals got here or just after. And that's the most telling thing about it. This is how rich Romans lived, and also rich Vandals. Julius's house, where this was found, is shown in the middle, the posh fortified villa. Those domes at the back are the bath houses, the equivalent today of a luxury swimming pool.
All around the villa, there are busy scenes of rural life in North Africa. Up on the left, that's winter. See the people picking olives? That's what you did in winter. On the other side, on the right, is summer. See the shepherds with their summer flock and those fields of ripe wheat behind them. Down here are spring and autumn. Spring is the season of flowers, and there's Mrs. Julius in her garden, admiring herself in a mirror, while a servant brings her a bowl of roses. They're beautiful, and so is she. On the other side, it's autumn, and there's Lord Julius himself sitting on a throne in his orchard, while a labourer brings him a basket of grapes and a hare he's caught running about among the vines. This is mosaic making of the highest calibre, so imaginative and clever. It isn't just a portrait of Julius and his house. This is a visualization of the perfect lifestyle, a rural dream made real. The message here is how glorious life is when man lives in harmony with nature, when order prevails and the land is fertile and balanced. Welcome to the good life in Africa. Instead of knocking down Carthage, the Vandals set about making it more homely. They put small houses in the huge Roman clearings. And, famously, an ambitious new bathhouse was built here by the art-loving Vandal king, Thrasimund. Bathhouses were hugely important in Roman society. They were a kind of social club where people went to chat and gossip. A bit like modern health clubs, except much cheaper. Roman bathhouses had two main spaces. A hot room, or caldarium, that heated you up, and a cold room, or frigidarium, that cooled you down. The largest of all Roman bath complexes was here in Carthage, the Antonine Baths, built in the 2nd century by the Roman Emperor Antoninus Pius. These are the ruins. So imagine how big the baths must have been. Long before the Vandals conquered Carthage, the Antonine Baths had fallen into disrepair. So the Vandal king, Thrasimund, built some new ones. We know a lot about Thrasimund's baths because, amazingly, a collection of Vandal poems on the subject has survived. That's right, Vandal poems. The Vandals were particularly keen on poetry, and hundreds of poems written here in Carthage in the Vandal years have survived. And this thick body of unexpected literature tells us so much about them. A poet called Felix has left behind an evocative description of Thrasimund's bathhouse. This magnificent monument erected by royal command, where water and fire display their obedience. There were no less than 5 poems by Felix about these great baths, and the big idea in all of them is this dramatic contrast between the cool, refreshing springs of the frigidarium and the hot, boiling waters of the caldarium. Here, says Felix, icy spring waters exist harmoniously with flames. Here, the shivering nymph is startled by the fiery bath. Felix's poems were actually displayed all around you as you bathed, as mosaics. So they surrounded you, pushed their way into your thoughts. And as you read them, you were prompted to marvel at this great miracle achieved here by Thrasamund.
In the Vandal Baths, Thrasamund has achieved the ultimate harmony. Thrasamund has united fire and water.
Goth. Oh yeah. Gothic. Barbarous, rude, uncouth. Gothic. Ah, here we are. Goth, one of a Germanic tribe who invaded the Roman Empire.
In the lexicon of hate spawned by the Dark Ages, a special place is set aside for the Goths. The Dark Ages are full of nasties, but the Goths are particularly spooky.
If you walk down the street where I live in London, in Camden Town, you'll find plenty of modern Goths wandering about. They're dressed from head to toe in black and covered in satanic insignia. And they're trying so hard to look doomy. And I just want to give them all a big hug and tell them to cheer up. Because if they want to be Goths, they should be like real Goths. Energetic, colourful, inventive. The kind of people who did that. Stunning, isn't it? I love the way the mosaic sparkles with all that gold and throws light all round the dome. It's so exciting.
But there's something peculiar about it too, something slightly awkward. That's obviously Jesus up there, being baptized, but why is he so pink and flaccid and not very divine? How did Jesus end up like this? Originally, the Goths came from up here, the Baltic coast.
They were farmers, successful farmers. But when their population exploded, they made their way south to the Black Sea, searching for better land and better farming conditions.
When the Goths moved south, they came into direct contact with the Roman Empire, and their history immediately grew more problematic.
It would take me several programs to deal with all the twists and turns in the story of the Goths and their migrations. But to boil it down to its essentials, when they settled here in the south, they found themselves in the way of the Huns coming in from the east. So to get away from them, the Goths split in two. Now some of them fled across the Danube here and begged the Roman Empire to let them in. And they became the Visigoths, or Western Goths. And they settled initially here in France and finally in Spain. But the other ones, they stayed put over here and joined the Huns in the Hunnic Empire. And they became the Ostrogoths, or Eastern Goths. And they're the ones who did this.
When you think of barbarians, you think instinctively of pagans, don't you? Of godless and violent people with strange and primitive beliefs. Conan the Barbarian is hardly altar boy material, is he?
Actually, most of the barbarians were Christians.
even the Vandals. So were the Ostrogoths and the Visigoths. All of them were converted to Christianity in the 4th century. However, the form of Christianity they were converted to was unusual. The reason why this Christ looks so unfamiliar and even peculiar is because he's an Arian Christ and not a Catholic one. And Arian Christianity is different. Arianism was a Christian heresy, a different form of Christianity, proposed by a priest called Arius in Alexandria, in Egypt, in the 4th century. From there, it spread across the Roman Empire, and then out among the barbarians. The Arians believed that Jesus was different from God. He was divine, yes, but less so. The Catholics believed that God and Jesus, Father and Son, were equal, two different forms of the same great divinity. But the Arians disagreed. For them, God the Father was the one true God. He was the God at the top, and Jesus, his Son, was below him. And that's why the Jesus up here in the baptistry mosaic looks so wimpish. This is a Jesus who's more like the rest of us. Less divine, more human. Perhaps that's why the barbarians preferred him. He's less imperial and more like them. This is Ravenna in northern Italy, the capital of the Ostrogoths. Right across the empire, Catholics and Arians distrusted each other, as only co-believers can. But in Ravenna, it was the Arians who held sway. And it was Arianism that created this. It was a bit like the Sunnis and the Shia in Islam. Same religion, different only in its details, but so antagonistic towards each other. The Ostrogoths were led by a formidable Arian king called Theodoric. And it was Theodoric who built this. Theodoric had been brought up in Constantinople in the court of the Eastern Roman Empire. He'd been sent there by his own father as a hostage and educated as a Roman. So he was sophisticated and clever. Having gained the trust of the Roman Emperor Zeno in Constantinople, Theodoric persuaded Zeno to let him come to Italy and reconquer it from another Germanic despot called Odoacer. Theodoric invited Odoacer to a banquet in his honor, and there he murdered him with his bare hands, or so they say, and thus Theodoric made himself ruler of all Italy, based here in Ravenna. Under the Ostrogoths, Ravenna thrived as never before. This is the great Basilica of San Apollinaire that Theodoric built early in the 6th century, and then filled with this spectacular parade of mosaics. Up on the ceiling, a baby-faced Arian Christ performs such a lively set of miracles, raising Lazarus from the dead, conjuring up miraculous fish. So up there is the story of the young Jesus performing his miracles. And on the other side, over there, the other end of the story, Christ's terrible death and resurrection. The Last Supper.
the kiss of Judas. Below that, there's this great golden procession of the 22 virgins bearing sumptuous crowns, lined up to pay homage to the Virgin Mary, with Jesus in her lap. On the other side, in a kind of Aryan call and response, the 26 martyrs, dressed more simply in white and advancing in a mighty procession towards the enthroned Jesus. What marvelous religious theatre this is. What vivid and exciting mosaics. And all you pretend Goths in Camden, if you're watching, the real Goths made this. Unfortunately, later on, when the Roman Emperor Justinian reconquered Ravenna for the Byzantines, he set about tampering with what Theodoric had done, removing what he could of the Arians. So see this portrait here? That's actually Theodoric, but Justinian has taken over his identity and he's pretending to be him. This, they say, is what's left of Theodoric's Ravenna palace. You can see it inside San Apollinaire as well. A great golden palace, filled once with magnificent Ostrogoth treasures. There's a museum in Romania, in Bucharest, that's bursting with this Ostrogoth bling. And personally, I'd be happy to put on some shades and just stare at it for the next few days. But we can't, because back in Ravenna, the story of the Ostrogoths has darkened and grown eerie. When Justinian conquered Ravenna, he had all signs of Theodoric and the Ostrogoths removed. And the great mosaic palace is now a ghost town with no one in it. Though if you look very carefully, you can still make out a few of the bodiless Ostrogoth hands that remain. Theodoric left his mark on many art forms. But the one that surprises me most is this totally unexpected piece of Dark Age literature.
The Silver Bible is a Gothic gospel book written in Gothic with a Gothic alphabet. It was written in northern Italy, probably in Ravenna, and probably for the Ostrogothic king Theodoric the Great. In the beginning of the 6th century. Most people imagine that what used to be called the barbarian tribes, such as the Goths, didn't have a literature, but this of course is written in the Gothic language. Yes, and that's very remarkable because we don't know anything about the other Germanic languages, but the Gothic languages is preserved in this manuscript. It's very beautiful to look at. It's got these lovely purple pages with the silver writing on it. Yes, it's the imperial color, the purple color. And Theodoric the Great, he got the permission from the East Roman Emperor to use this purple color. And he behaved and acted like a Roman emperor.
Theodoric, who lived to be over 70, deserves to be remembered as one of the great achievers of the Dark Ages. This is where he was buried, his mausoleum in Ravenna. And I can't think of another building anywhere that looks anything like this. What eerie and inventive architecture. I love this thing. It's so stocky and unusual. A unique example of Ostrogoth building, which seems to have popped out of nowhere. And that's just the outside. Wait till you see the inside. Theodoric died in 526 AD and was buried here in this huge sarcophagus, shaped like a Roman bath. I find this such a spooky space, and it's absolutely unique. That roof is made from a single piece of Istrian stone. It's 1 metre thick, 33 metres wide, and weighs 300 tons. To get it here from Istria, which is roughly where modern Croatia is, they had to load it onto an enormous raft and sail it across the Adriatic. Can you imagine? That cross up above, that's original too. And there used to be silver stars all around it. So when you looked up in here, it was like looking up at the sky at night. There are some exciting stories about Theodoric's death. Some say he went mad after seeing one of his victims inside the head of a fish. Others say he was thrown from a volcano. One thing's certain, the Ostrogoth Empire he created collapsed quickly after his death. Justinian reclaimed Ravenna. The Ostrogoth era was over. So that's the end of the Ostrogoths. But what about the Visigoths, or Western Goths? The Goths in Spain over here. What happened to them, you might be thinking? And what did they achieve? Well, rather a lot, as it happens. This is Palencia in Spain, and what you're looking at is the oldest surviving Spanish church, built in the 7th century by the Visigoths. The Visigoths ruled Spain from around 500 AD to around 700 AD. That's 200 years, but you hardly ever hear about them. You hear about the Romans in Spain, you hear about the Muslims in Spain, but you don't hear about the Visigoths. One cruel wag has christened them the Invisigoths, which is very unfair. If you hunt around in Spain, you'll find plenty of evidence of Visigoth achievement, like this rustic annunciation carved into an emerald. And sometimes you don't have to look hard at all to see the Visigoths showing off their Dark Age skills. Like these superb Visigoth crowns, with the name of the king who commissioned them spelled out helpfully for the hard of remembering. Aren't they magnificent? Those Visigoth crowns are not for wearing on your head. They're what's called votive crowns, and they are for hanging above an altar in a church. Like the Ostrogoths, the Visigoths were originally Arians. But here in Spain, they were surrounded by Roman Catholics and quickly adopted the Romanic version of Christianity. And that's when they built these exciting and inventive Visigoth churches. This is the church of St. John the Baptist in Palencia. It's been remodeled here and there, but most of what you see is Visigoth. The story goes that the Visigoth king Recesvinto built this church to thank God for curing him of liver disease. He washed himself just out here in the holy waters of Palencia and was suddenly cured. Recesvinto was on his way north to fight the Basques, so he was particularly grateful for his miraculous cure, and even put up a plaque with the date the church was finished, January the 3rd, 661 AD. Recesvinto's plaque is surrounded by typically vigorous bits of Visigoth decoration, so energetic and busy. Completely unlike anything the Romans came up with. I really like this Visigoth church decoration. When I look at it, I feel as if I can hear the sculptor whistling. There's something so boisterous about it, something real and untutored. It's as if for the first time in art, we're hearing from the common man. This wasn't made by an artiste. This was made by a bloke. Someone with big hands who's speaking to us across the ages. The sheer inventiveness of these Visigoths is so invigorating. I mean, look at these arches. They're special, right? Why are they special? Because they look like one of these. I don't know how much you know about arches, but if you're any sort of student at all, you'll know that horseshoe arches are remarkable. Your bog standard arch certainly wasn't shaped like this. Before the Visigoths invented these, arches were semicircular. They came round like that and that's it. But these horseshoe arches, they come down to here and they have a very different effect. Horseshoe arches look wider, airier, taller, more elegant, as if a sail has been unfurled and filled with wind. They're more playful too, less stern. This is architecture doing more than has been asked of it. This isn't just holding something up. This is having fun and looking good. So the Visigoths invented these elegant horseshoe arches. And these were a brilliant barbarian invention. But although the Visigoths invented them, they didn't perfect them. It was someone else who did that. The perfecters of the horseshoe arch are the subject of the next film, when we look at the art of Islam. In the hands of Islamic artists, the horseshoe arch would create architecture of spine-tingling beauty. It's yet another of the great achievements of the Dark Ages. This is a series about the Dark Ages, when civilization was said to have stopped and ignorance flooded the world. I've been trying to convince you that it didn't happen, that the Dark Ages were a fine era for art. But in this film, I'm going further. The art we'll be looking at in this film is some of the most sophisticated ever made. If any art challenges the myth of the Dark Ages, it's the art of Islam.
This is Cordoba in Spain. That's the great mosque of Cordoba up there. And this handy little Dark Age gadget is an astrolabe. Some people call this the first computer. And what this thing does is calculate exactly where you are by using the stars. Islamic stargazers perfected the astrolabe in the Dark Ages to work out the direction of Mecca. So they always knew which way to pray, and it filled their art with cosmic patterns. Later on, I'll be showing you how to use one of these, I hope. But first, we need to travel back in time to the beginnings of Islam, to the first fascinating creations of Islamic art and architecture. So right now, we're here in Cordoba, in Spain. But to go back to the beginnings of Islamic art, we need to go right across the Mediterranean to here. Jerusalem, the heart of the religious Dark Ages. What huge dramas have been enacted here? What important art has been created? Most of it's gone, unfortunately, but not all of it. Some of it has survived. Notably, that magnificent golden dome on the horizon, the Dome of the Rock. It's one of the most significant buildings ever put up, a piece of architecture that changed history. You couldn't really ask for a more dramatic location, could you? And if you think it looks good from up here on the Mount of Olives, just wait till we get closer. Muhammad died in 632 AD, and for the first 50 years or so after his death, Islam was preoccupied with conquest. The speed at which the Islamic Empire expanded was remarkable. In just a few decades, it went from nothing to gigantic. It was the most dramatic, most aggressive, and fastest feat of empire building the world has seen. This is the Islamic Empire just 100 years after Muhammad's death. Up here, the whole of Spain, all of North Africa, the entire Middle East, as far across as the borders of India. But all this astonishingly successful conquest didn't leave much time for art. Almost nothing survives from the first years of Islam. Clearly, art wasn't a priority. And then, out of nothing, as if by magic, this appears. The Dome of the Rock. Nothing in Islamic art prepares us for this. It's just suddenly there. A definitive Islamic creation seemingly conjured out of thin air. It's like a flying saucer or something that's landed out of nowhere. And something you sense immediately, even from this distance, is the powerful geometry of it. That air of mathematical clarity. And that's something that continues in Islamic architecture. As you can see, it's an octagon. It's got 8 sides. And octagons have a special symbolic presence because they combine the geometry of a circle with the geometry of a square. I'll show you. If I draw a circle here, and then 2 intersecting squares here and here. The shape they form, the shape in the middle,
the octagon. The octagon is a surprisingly popular Dark Age shape, with powerful sacred meanings. If the earth is a square and heaven is a perfect circle, the octagon is a symbolic bridge between the two. All the proportions of the Dome of the Rock are meaningful. So these walls here, the walls of the octagon, each of those is about 20 meters long. And the dome in the middle, the height of that is again about 20 meters, and the diameter of it is also 20 meters. So all these proportions have been carefully calculated and have a purpose. It's as if the entire building has been shaped by a divine mathematics. And those divine mathematics have given it a sacred meaning. This location, Temple Mount, is the holiest spot in Jerusalem. This is where King Solomon built the first Jewish temple, the one destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar. And then Herod, the infamous King Herod, built the second temple here as well. Herod's temple was made entirely from white marble and was so huge it covered 67 acres of this sacred location. So grand, so pompous, and to my eyes, so inelegant. So the Dome of the Rock sits on layer upon layer of crucial religious history. And when the Muslims conquered Jerusalem in 638 AD and claimed this site for Islam, they took possession of what is probably the most loaded religious spot on earth. And that's just the outside. For me, this mysterious interior is one of the most atmospheric achievements of the Dark Ages. There's something so haunting about the way the light works in here. The shimmer of the mosaics, the whispers of the calligraphy. Basically, it's a circular shrine. It's not a mosque, it's a place of pilgrimage that's been built around a sacred site. And the site it's all been built around is the site of this holy rock here. The Jews believe this is the rock on which Abraham prepared to sacrifice his son Isaac. And the Ark of the Covenant is thought to lie hidden somewhere underneath as well. Islam has a different tradition. Islam believes that this is the holy rock from which the Prophet Muhammad set off on his great night journey to heaven. The angel Gabriel came to visit Muhammad in Mecca and brought him here to Jerusalem. And from this rock, the Prophet ascended to heaven. And there, in paradise, he met God. And God instructed him on the Muslim duty of prayer. So this holy rock, like the architecture around it, is a point of contact between man and God. And that's the religious message of the whole building. If you saw the first film in this series, you'll recognize this shape, because we've seen it before. This type of encircling architecture built over a precious site is something we found in the round churches of Byzantium. Remember San Vitale in Ravenna and Santa Constanza in Rome. The Muslim Caliph Abd al-Malik, who built the Dome of the Rock, was deliberately taking on the architecture of the Christians. This round shape, the proportions, none of it is an accident.
Abd al-Malik also added an explicit inscription which runs all the way round and which gives the date in which the dome was finished, 691 AD. And it also includes a stern message to the Christians.
"O you people of the book," it says, meaning the Bible, "Jesus is only a messenger of God. God is only one God."
It's a deliberate challenge to the Christians. Jesus is just a prophet. There's only one God, and gods don't have sons. This entire building is taking on Christianity. Look at that. From floor to ceiling, it's covered in the most exquisite mosaics. Gold and green. There's a palm tree and these beautiful jeweled crowns. And all the pieces of the mosaic are set at different angles, so they reflect the light differently at different times of day. And all these glorious mosaics are intended to evoke a vision of paradise.
When you look there in paradise, says the Quran, you will see delights that cannot be imagined. Fruits of every kind and all that you ask for. At a stroke, Islam had invented for itself an unmistakable new architecture. And at the center of this new architecture was a vision of paradise. The Islamic paradise is a green and verdant alternative to the harsh desert landscape in which Islam was born. These are lands where water is precious, and so is hope. Just a few years after the Dome of the Rock was finished, the Umayyad caliphs in Damascus gave the world another wonderful Islamic structure. The Damascus Mosque. I think it's one of the most exciting buildings I've ever been in. And look what's on the walls. Inside the fabulous Damascus Mosque, the Umayyad caliphs set out actually to describe paradise and to surround the Islamic pilgrim with delightful and irresistible visions of it. It's one of Islam's most dramatic artistic moments. These are the joys that await us in heaven. These are the beautiful cities in which we'll live. And this is the water, the cool and endless water that we will drink.
Those magnificent images of paradise in the great mosque at Damascus are like images of a wonderful oasis in the desert with water, palm trees, flowers, everything that's so hard to find out here. And the Islamic paradise promises so many pleasures in the next life to the true believer. All you can drink, all you can eat, and all you can dream of.
This is Qasr Amra. It's one of the desert palaces which the Umayyad rulers of Damascus built out here to get away from the city. Its heat and its pressures. No one's certain which of the Umayyad princes chose this distant desert location. Was it the Caliph Al-Walid I or Al-Walid II? What is sure is why they chose this particular spot.
Qasr Amra is built in a wadi, the Wadi al-Batum, and wadis are desert valleys that fill up seasonally with water. So when it rains in the desert, the precious water floods through the wadi
and fertilizes it. Round the back of the building, over here, are various contraptions for channeling this water through the palace. Because, believe it or not, what you have before you here is a bathhouse. Qasr Amra is a bathing establishment in the desert. One of the earliest surviving secular buildings of Islam. The reason we've driven all this way across the desert to find it is because this fabulous bathhouse in the sands has something remarkable inside it. Something you'd never expect to find here. Floor to ceiling Islamic frescoes. A troupe of acrobats gives a busy performance. And there's a bear strumming a lute. There's so much going on in here. And a group of statuesque female dancers show off their figures and their beauty. The dancing girls are particularly surprising. We're just not used to Islamic imagery as abandoned as this. But it's important to remember that this is just as old and just as traditional as everything else we've seen. This too is a precious Islamic heritage. A negative way to understand Qasr Amra's remarkable frescoes is to see them as signs of moral relaxation. Away from Damascus, deep in the desert, a wayward Umayyad prince is indulging an appetite for wine and music and women. But I don't think that is what it's about. If we go back to the many descriptions of paradise in the Quran, there are constant references to the pleasures available there. Rivers of wine served in crystal cups, beautiful flowers, beautiful jewels, and beautiful girls. For the righteous, says the Quran, there shall be gardens and vineyards and high-bosomed virgins for companions, dark-eyed and bashful, as fair as corals and rubies. Inside here is the Caldarium, the hot room, and in here the Umayyad prince would soak himself in hot water, heated up by all those gubbins we saw outside. And as he lay here in his bath, the Umayyad prince would stare up at the dome, where he'd see something wondrous, an evocation of the stars at night. This is the earliest known Islamic star chart, painted onto the dome at Qasr Amra. Around the edge are the 12 signs of the zodiac. And in the middle, frescoed representations of the constellations. The Great Bear, the Little Bear. What a thing to find in an 8th century bathhouse, a fabulous image of the heavens at night above your head. It's as if someone's taken the roof off the dome and looked out into the sky at night in the desert full of twinkling stars. What a beautiful idea. It takes a bit of getting to Qasr Amra, but I wanted to make it clear right from the start that Islamic art, from its beginnings in the Dark Ages, has this sensuous dimension to it, a relationship to pleasure that you just don't find in other art. Scattered across this great Syrian desert are the remains of fantastical Umayyad palaces, filled once with beautiful mosaics and marvellous colonnades. What tangible sensuousness you find here in this first Islamic art.
These 8th century desert palaces must once have been filled with the accoutrements of pleasure, vases, hangings, plates and cups, almost all of which have disappeared. But in 1986, here in Jordan, they dug up this. It's an 8th century Islamic brazier, and it gives us a tiny hint of what life was like in the Qasr Amra bathhouse. The brazier was used to heat up the prince's room and for burning incense. Originally, there were wheels on it, and it could be wheeled around from room to room to fill them with sweet smells. It's made of iron and bronze, and at the front here, as you can see, there are these arches, a little bit like the ones in Qasr Amra, and inside the arches are scenes of lovemaking and couples canoodling. And it's all so atmospheric and so beautifully done. I mean, look at these eagles at the bottom, the way they've been shaped, their wings, their feathers. This is metalwork of the highest quality. At the 4 corners, 4 cuddly nudes prepare to release a small bird into the incense-filled air above them. And there's a floaty feeling to this marvellous metalwork. What a beautiful thing. And the figurative sculptures you see here, the female figures, are again very surprising, because this is an aspect of Islamic art that was there at the start, that it's very traditional, but which modern Islam often forgets. The beautiful brazier was an object of private delectation. It had no religious purpose. But it's important to remember that sensuality played a role in the art of these times. In the beginning, this was Islamic art too, and this, and this. When joy was called for, Islamic art inspired great joy. And when sobriety was more appropriate, it achieved great sobriety. This is the finest early mosque in Cairo, the Mosque of Ibn Tulun. I like everything about it, but most of all, I admire its architectural seriousness. The way you know, as soon as you step in here, that this is a space devoted to important understandings. Ahmed ibn Tulun, who founded this mosque in 879 AD, was the son of a Turkish slave who became governor of Egypt. Originally, the mosque stood at the center of a new city that Ibn Tulun also founded, the city of Al-Qatai. But Al-Qatai was destroyed in the 10th century, and this is all that's left of it. They say Ibn Tulun chose this site because this is where Noah's Ark came to rest. There was certainly water here. That domed creation in the center is the ablutions fountain, where all Muslims must wash themselves before prayers. All mosques, and not just this one, are based on the very first mosque, which was the Prophet's own house in Medina. It was a typical mud brick dwelling with a courtyard, and in that courtyard, the Prophet's followers would gather to hear him speak. So all these great courtyards of Islam, all of them, are descended directly from the Prophet's own courtyard. Their evocative sparseness is an echo of their origins, and their sun-baked simplicity has been there from the start. The walls that encircle you here are like the walls of the Prophet's own courtyard. Their task is to keep the outside world at bay. And here at Ibn Tulun, there's actually 2 sets of walls, a kind of double glazing that separates you from the hustle and bustle out there.
I like these playful crenellations arranged along the top as well. They look like paper cutouts, something my daughter might have made.
To protect his followers from the sun, the prophet built a simple shelter at the end of his courtyard with a roof made out of palm branches and leaves. And that simple shelter was the inspiration for these great arcades, which still protect the prophet's followers from the sun.
The shelters in his courtyard were also used as somewhere to meet and discuss community affairs. And that marvellous communal atmosphere of a space with many purposes is something else that survives to this day in the Islamic mosque.
The largest covered space was the prayer hall, which was basically the prophet's own house at the end of the courtyard. And in every prayer hall today, there's a continuation of this marvellous Islamic sense that underneath all this mighty religious architecture, you can still feel the humble presence of the prophet's own dwelling.
These prayer halls are so welcoming. They have a sense of the living room about them. A home from home.
Most mosques are square or rectangular in plan, and that's because they're all arranged in relation to this wall here, which is called the Qibla wall.
The Qibla wall indicates the direction of Mecca. In Arabic, the word Qibla means direction. And in Muhammad's house, a simple spear stuck in the ground would mark the way to pray.
The centre of the Qibla wall is marked by the mihrab, which is always the most ornate part of the wall, usually a niche. And these niches were probably inspired by the culminating niches of Byzantine churches, Christian architecture. And to the right of the mihrab is the minbar, or pulpit, and this is based once again on the prophet's own house.
They say that when Muhammad had gathered so many followers, he could no longer be heard by everyone. He stepped up onto some blocks of wood, and those are the origins of the minbar. How fascinating that all the great mosques of Islam inherited their wonderful clarity, their simplicity, and their underlying sacred geometry from the humble house of the Prophet.
Look at all that wonderful stucco work around the arches, all that repetition and variety. This is art used in a different way, not to illustrate something, but to create a visual rhythm.
Christian churches are full of pictures that tell you stories. But there are no pictures in these great Islamic interiors. The decoration here communicates in other ways. There's a sense of endlessness to it. It develops in all directions. And it makes you feel part of something that's bigger than you.
So there are no pictures. Instead, all the way round runs this Quranic inscription carved into wood. You know, I said this mosque was built on the site where Noah's Ark was said to have come to rest. Well, another story they tell here is that this Quranic inscription is carved on the actual wood from Noah's Ark.
At the Mosque of Ibn Tulun, the Quranic inscription runs for 2 kilometers around the building. That's 1/15 of the entire Quran written up on these walls. This is the Word of God in its most sacred and purest form. The power of the Word is one of the great creative obsessions of the Dark Ages. And in the Metropolitan Museum in New York, the most beguiling of the first Korans, the so-called Blue Koran, turns the words of God into such glorious art.
Don't know if you remember the building of the Aswan Dam in the 1960s. It was rather controversial. The president of Egypt, President Nasser, joined up with the Russians to build a dam across the Nile. And various archaeological sites were lost forever or had to be moved to new locations, stone by stone. All sorts of ecological disasters were predicted for the dam, most of which haven't happened.
The conquest of water was another of Islam's great achievements in the Dark Ages. In Cairo, the Nile would overflow its banks every summer, and the agriculture of the entire Nile Delta depended on the success of this fertile flooding.
Thick black silt, rich with nutrients, would be deposited across the floodplain, ensuring a splendid harvest. That was in the good years. In the bad years, the levels were either too low, which meant disaster, or too high, which also meant disaster. The Aswan Dam was built to control that process. So, you might wonder, what did they do before?
In Islamic times, they used this, the celebrated Nilometer of Rhode Island on the Nile. Opened for business in 861 AD, it's one of the oldest Islamic monuments in Egypt. And what dramatic evidence it offers of the aquatic brilliance of Islam's engineers.
What this thing does is measure the height of the Nile flood. It's basically a big well sunk some 10 meters under the level of the river. In the middle is an octagonal marble column, a kind of giant ruler, which, as you can see, is marked off at different heights. The measurements are in cubits, and 1 cubit is about half a meter. So around 16 cubits is the perfect flood, fertile, controllable. Below 16 cubits, there's not enough water, so famine conditions ahead. And higher up, once you get past 19 cubits, that's really bad, a catastrophic flood.
The Islamic authorities in Cairo used the Great Nilometer to calculate their annual tax demands. The perfect flood meant perfect profits ahead. Thus, this brilliant piece of design was an early Islamic alternative to the pocket calculator.
Before they built the Aswan Dam, these tunnels here led off into the Nile at 3 different levels. So if they weren't closed off now, I would be underwater. And look at those pointed arches above the tunnels. I mean, that's pure Gothic, 400 years early.
The Nilometer was designed by the famed Persian astronomer Abul Abbas Ahmed ibn Muhammad ibn Kathir al-Faghani, better known to us by his Latin name, Alfraganus.
Alfraganus's most famous achievement as an astronomer was calculating the diameter of the Earth. Copernicus was said to have used his results, and there's even a crater on the Moon named after him, the Alfraganus crater.
But it isn't just science that created this, and it isn't just commerce either. All the way round, there are also these beautiful Quranic inscriptions in a lovely Kufic script. Thou seest the earth barren and lifeless, it says at the 17-cubit mark. But when we pour rain on it, it is stirred to life. At the Nilometer in Cairo, science, commerce, and faith have combined in a uniquely Islamic fashion to create a technological wonder. This entire series is about how the Dark Ages weren't dark. But sometimes I should just shut up and let you see the proof for yourselves, because it couldn't be more obvious. This is Kairouan in Tunisia. Once this was a city of enormous power, the most important Islamic outpost in North Africa. Now, it's a marvellous place to visit for any true student of the Dark Ages. Kairouan, they say, was founded by the great Arab warrior Sidi Okba ibn Nafi, who conquered these parts for Islam just 50 years after the death of the Prophet. When Sidi Okba got here, this was all desert, but something made him pause and look down at his feet. When Sidi looked down, he saw a miraculous spring of fresh water bubbling up, and in that water, a golden cup which he'd lost many years before at the holy spring in Mecca. The underground waters seemed to have carried it here, so it was clearly a sign. And on this holy spot, Sidi Okba founded Kairouan. At the centre of the new city, he built a new mosque, the oldest such mosque in North Africa. From the outside, there's not much sign of it. Islam isn't a religion that flaunts itself in the streets. But when you get inside, into the great courtyard of the Sidi Okba Mosque, what a powerful sight awaits you. Another practical use for these great mosque courtyards, particularly here in Kairouan where it's so dry, is for collecting water. When it rains, all the water is channeled down here to the centre. And see these decorative openings? They actually have a practical purpose. When the water flows through them, all these arabesques, they actually filter out the impurities, the dust, the feathers. And then the water, pure and clean, is saved below in 2 giant cisterns, so all of Kairouan can make use of it. Because it was built from nothing, Kairouan is a particularly pure Islamic city. There are few traces here of the Romans or the Vandals or the Byzantines. In Kairouan, Islam started from scratch. Except here in the courtyard of the mosque. Look at this column, look at the top. What is that, Corinthian? Next to it, I don't know, Phoenician, over here, Roman perhaps, could even be Egyptian, who knows? Of the 414 columns arranged around this great courtyard of the mosque in Kairouan, no 2 are the same. Every column is different. That's because they were all taken from other people's temples and palaces and city halls. This entire mosque was built from bits and pieces of other ancient buildings. In the old days, it was actually forbidden to count the columns in here. Anyone caught doing it was blinded. If you look closely, you find some really surprising things about this courtyard. For example, up here, there's a Christian cross. So this column must have come from a Byzantine church. But through some miracle,
of architectural power, despite all this busy borrowing, the end result is an unmistakable sense of Islamic unity. This space could have come from nowhere else. This is unmistakably an Islamic space. There are many remarkable things about the Kairouan Mosque, but particularly remarkable, I think, is the proof that is offered here that architecture is an art form of spaces, not of details, of courtyards, not of capitals. See the tower here? It's got these slabs of stone at the base with Latin inscriptions on them. See this one here? It's upside down. So these must have come from a Roman building. This is actually the oldest surviving Islamic minaret, and it's got a bulky, militaristic presence, rising up in these three squat pieces. But, like all minarets, its original purpose is glorious: to spread the word, to share the news, to shine a light. The minaret is one of the defining Islamic achievements of the Dark Ages. Islam did much that was inventive and progressive in architecture, but in its minarets, it surpassed itself. This word minaret comes from the Arabic manara, which means lighthouse, and that's its function, to be a beacon of hope, to offer safety and protection. And of course, the faithful were called to prayer from up there. In the very first mosque, built by Muhammad, the faithful were called from the rooftops. But as cities got bigger, mosques got bigger, you needed somewhere higher up from which to broadcast the faith. And look what inventive shapes were found for this conquest of the sky. This is the minaret of the Great Mosque of Samarra in Iraq. Its nickname, for obvious reasons, is the snail shell. No one else in the Dark Ages built anything as aerially ambitious as this. And it wasn't just the mosques. This extraordinary brick masterpiece in Iran is the tomb of the Zirayat prince, Qaboos ibn Vashimgir. It's 1,000 years old, but looks like something the Bauer House might have come up with, don't you think? Inside, Qaboos had himself suspended at his death in a coffin of pure rock crystal. What a thrilling Islamic conquest of the heavens. Speaking of rock crystal, it's a very special substance, isn't it? According to the Quran, when the chosen arrive in paradise, they'll be given drinks of ginger, served in goblets of crystal. Crystal, or rock crystal to be more specific, was a substance with which Islam seemed to have a special affinity. They say it was Ahmed ibn Tulun himself who introduced the art of carving rock crystals into Egypt. What's certain is that it was in Egypt that this difficult art reached perfection. I don't know about you, but I can't think of many substances in the world with a presence as magical as rock crystal. Particularly when it has passed through the hands of the master carvers of Islam. Only a handful of these gorgeous Islamic ewers have survived, and that just makes them feel even more precious. Rock crystal itself is actually very common. It's just a type of quartz, and quartz is the most common mineral in the Earth's crust. You get it everywhere. Look, there's a stripe of it here. What isn't common is pieces of quartz so pure and perfect and transparent that they satisfied the demands of the great crystal carvers of Islam. No one has ever carved rock crystal more finely than this. What they do is find a perfect lump of crystal and shape it on the outside, and then begin hollowing out the inside. And they'd hollow it further and further and further, till in the very best Islamic art, the walls of the crystal were only a couple of millimeters thick. Now that was unbelievably difficult. The shimmering images carved into these gorgeous crystal ewers would transport the drinker to paradise. Hunting scenes, flowers, beautiful birds, so crystal clear that none could resist them. And it wasn't just Islam that saw something magical in this rock crystal. In Ireland, when Ireland was still pagan, they used to put pieces of rock crystal at the entrance of the burial chambers. And in Egypt, they carved it into perfect spheres, which apparently kept your hands cool when you touched it. And of course, it was used for telling the future. And it still is. All sorts of Dark Age societies were fascinated by rock crystal. The Roman naturalist Pliny the Elder believed that rock crystal was actually frozen water, trapped for eons under the glaciers. Even the early Christians worshipped it. For them, rock crystal had a natural relationship with divine perfection. So they put it on the outside of their reliquaries and up in their golden crosses, where its perfect presence seemed somehow to connect them to God. Christian rock crystal has a different feel to it. In Christian hands, the light-filled paradise of Islam seemed to fill up with shadows. With Christian rock crystal, the Dark Ages are what you expect them to be. Mysterious, spooky, and talismanic. The water engineers of Islam perfected their hydraulic skills in lands where water was precious and rare. So their relationship to it had something of the dream about it. For Islam, water wasn't just a necessity, it was an enticement too. This is Cordoba in Spain. The Muslim armies got here in 711 AD and conquered it from the Visigoths. Remember them from the last film. And when Islam arrived in Spain, it could not believe how fertile this new territory was, how full of paradisical waters. This is the Guadalquivir in Andalusia, the largest navigable river in Spain. The name is Islamic. It comes from Al-Wadi al-Kabir, which means the Great Valley. These days, the Guadalquivir River is only navigable up to Seville. But in Islamic times, you could sail all the way up here to Cordoba. And in this great city, Islamic water architecture surpassed itself. All along the Guadalquivir, a cunning system of mills, dams, and water wheels channeled the energy of the waters. The water wheels of Cordoba lifted water from the river high up to the bank, where the gardeners of Islam used it to recreate paradise on earth. This isn't actually an Islamic garden. It's an Islamic style garden built by the Christian kings here in Cordoba. Unfortunately, the original Islamic garden has disappeared. But Islam was here for 500 years. So this style of garden making is ingrained in the culture. And what you still get here is a vivid sense of how the Islamic garden felt. Fountains, waterways, flowers. These are the divine atmospheres of those magical paradisical mosaics we saw in the great mosque at Damascus. Except this time, they're real. To enter the mosque at Cordoba, you need to pass through another beautiful evocation of the paradise ahead. An orange grove, so divinely harmonious. This was obviously a very desirable location. They say there was a Visigoth church here originally, and later, when the Muslims were finally kicked out of Spain, a Catholic cathedral was plonked in the middle of the mosque, creating this ungainly hybrid. It was the Umayyad prince Abd al-Rahman I who began building the Cordoba Mosque. He actually bought the land from the Christians, and in those early days of religious tolerance, Muslims and Christians shared the building. The Cordoba Mosque is famous for its columns, 856 of them. Like rows of palm trees in the oasis of Syria is how someone's described them. Columns are very laborious to make, and they use up a lot of precious stone, so they're very heavy. And if you can avoid making them, you will. For the Cordoba Mosque, the columns came from the Visigoth church that was there before, and also from nearby Roman temples. But these reused Visigoth columns weren't quite tall enough. So to make the Cordoba Mosque higher and more airy, the architects of Islam came up with a brilliant new idea: the double arch. 2 arches for the price of 1. At the bottom, the horseshoe arch, borrowed, as we saw in the last film, from the Visigoths. Then, on top of that, a round arch, arch number 2, making the mosque taller, less solid looking, more see-through. For the first time in European architecture, the aesthetics of light were shaping a building. Do you know, Cordoba, when the Muslims were here, had 500,000 people living in it. It was by far the largest and most prosperous city in Western Europe. And all of those inhabitants had running water. They had toilets that flushed, street lamps. In the 10th century. In urban planning, architecture, mathematics, and water engineering, Islamic knowledge was peerless. And in one area, it was spectacular: astronomy, the study of the stars. 90% of the 200 brightest stars in the sky have Arabic names: Vega, Betelgeuse, Algol, Deneb. They're all creations of the Dark Ages, because Arabic astronomy allowed the Dark Ages to glimpse the cosmos. Remember those stars painted onto the roof at the palace in Kaziramra? Well, that was just the beginning. While Christian science was insisting on a backward, biblical understanding of the cosmos, Islamic science was investigating the heavens more adventurously. This little baby here, the astrolabe, has been called the first computer. It was developed to pinpoint the direction of Mecca. Muslims needed to pray 5 times a day in a specific direction at specific times. The astrolabe could work all that out in relation to the stars. So this was the first compass as well, and the first clock. So the way it works, the first thing you need to do is decide on which star you want to focus on. And I'm going to choose Vega. So I find Vega in the sky, and with these sights here, I line it up until I can see Vega in the middle. It's exactly there. And that gives me a reading here in degrees from the horizontal. So I can see that Vega right now is 35 degrees. So the next thing to do is to set the date, measured of course in the old-fashioned way, in phases of the zodiac. Right now we're in Gemini, so in fact we're in the 15th degree of Gemini, about there, otherwise known as the end of May. So this is basically that in diagrammatic form. And whatever is true on here is also true out there. So I know the date, I know where Vega is. So, with the help of this handy Dark Age sat-nav, I can finally work out where I am. It was Alfred Gainus, the multi-skilled designer of the Nilometer in Cairo, who undertook the first great Islamic exploration of the stars. He was followed by many others. Without Islamic science and its sensuous delight in the cosmos, perhaps this really would have been a dark age. With Islamic science, it was anything but. In the next film, we'll be heading north to celebrate those fine craftsmen, the Vikings, and to investigate those particularly skilled jewelers of the Dark Ages, the Anglo-Saxons. So far, on this artistic journey through the Dark Ages, we've been hugging the Mediterranean and following the sun. But the Dark Ages wouldn't be as significant as they were in the story of art if they'd stayed in the south. To be properly influential, they needed also to venture north. This is Lindisfarne, high up on the north coast of Britain. Holy Island, they call it. And this monastery you see there was founded early in the 7th century by an Irish monk called Aidan. What a place to build a monastery, eh? Cut off from the mainland, beaten up by the sea. It's so out of the way and impractical. And that's precisely why it was chosen. The Irish monks who founded Lindisfarne weren't looking for an easy life. They were looking for difficulties to conquer. These were hardcore northern Christians who'd isolated themselves up here on purpose, who worked their fingers to the bone and created something out of nothing. As they saw it, Jesus had sacrificed his life for them. So the least they could do was sacrifice their comfort. The hardcore determination of the Lindisfarne monks shows not only in the miraculous building of their great monastery, but also in the stunning book art they made up here. So intricate, so detailed, so difficult. And that's the thing about the North's contribution to the art of the Dark Ages. What it achieved it achieved by going the extra mile, working the extra hour, adding the extra detail. Nothing was given to it on a plate. In this film, we're going to be looking at the Carolingians, Dark Age expansionists from France, whose huge empire gobbled up most of modern Europe, but who made art of exquisite finesse and richness. Also, the Vikings, who despite their terrible reputation for raping and pillaging, were actually exceptionally inventive craftsmen. The extreme delicacy of Dark Age Viking art is an unexpected pleasure. Then up here in the north of England, we'll be celebrating a Dark Age nation whose artistic handiwork was admired across the whole of Europe. I'm thinking, of course, of the Anglo-Saxons. So skilled, so hard-working, so ingenious. Speaking of hard work, one of the things we're going to be doing in this film is following the creation of an Anglo-Saxon jewel from start to finish. Later on, I'll introduce you properly to Sean Greenhalgh here. For now, all that really matters is that he's going to be making something exquisite. A silver disc brooch in the Anglo-Saxon manner.
Sean Greenhalgh's Anglo-Saxon brooch is a pleasure we're saving for later. First, we need to confront the North's most notorious barbarians. We've tackled some terrifying warrior nations in this series. The Huns, the Vandals, the Goths. But when it comes to bellicosity, no one has quite as fearsome a reputation as the Vikings.
You know, people get so much wrong about the Vikings. They didn't wear these ridiculous helmets for a start. These were invented in the 19th century by a stage designer working on a Wagner opera. He had to make one of the singing Vikings look particularly evil. So he stuck the devil's horns on a helmet. And the Vikings have been lumbered with these helmets ever since.
This is what their helmets really looked like. The only surviving Viking helmet in the National Museum in Oslo.
The Vikings were particularly interesting because while all the other Germanic tribes headed south and became thoroughly Italianate, the Vikings stayed in the harsh and windy north, where they clung to the old ways. So they were a barbarian nation of a pure and exciting type.
The Vikings were a living link to an older and deeper European past. There were forces at work in them that civilization hadn't dimmed. And that's what's so exciting about them.
In fact, most of the time they were simple farmers, tending the land, keeping livestock, growing what they could. But in the lands of the Vikings, you can't go very far without encountering water. And this constant presence of the sea had turned them into superb sailors.
Exactly where they reached is still fiercely debated, but they certainly got to Greenland and then to Newfoundland. The Vikings discovered America a long, long time before Columbus. So, boatmanship was one of their great achievements, and another of their great achievements was art. In the great years of Viking expansion, roughly 800 AD to roughly 1100 AD, the Vikings put almost as much energy into making their own art as they did into stealing other people's. This trefoil Viking brooch was modelled on the buckles used by Roman soldiers on their sword belts. The Vikings adapted it and turned it into a brooch for ladies. Much of what they made is so intricate and fine, it's difficult to see. So to make absolutely clear what adventurous creatives they were, I've brought you to Oslo, to one of the great Viking museums, where I wanted to show you this whopping great nautical masterpiece. On the 8th of August 1903, a Norwegian farmer called Knut Rom knocked on the door of Professor Gabriel Gustafsson of the Museum of Antiquities here in Oslo. While digging on his farm, said Knut Rom, he'd come across a buried ship, and he thought it might be Viking. 2 days later, Professor Gustafsson arrived at the farm and confirmed the discovery of this thing, the Oseberg ship. Will you look at that, eh? It's made entirely of oak, over 60 feet long, 15 feet wide, and decorated at both ends with these boisterous Viking carvings. Inside the ship were 2 dead bodies, an older woman who may have been a queen, and a younger woman, probably her slave, who was buried with her. There were also 14 horses, 3 dogs, and an ox, all sacrificed together and buried with their master. In the stern of the boat was a 4-wheeled cart, the first such Viking cart ever discovered. But no one seemed too sure what the weather was going to be like in heaven, because there were also 4 sledges. But it's the carving of these boats and carts and sledges that makes this particular Viking find so exciting. Look at the elegant line of this ship, how it ends so gracefully up there with the curved head of the snake. At either end, above the waterline where they can be seen, are these busy expanses of carving, so active and lively. Scores of twisting bodies, clutching hands, staring eyes, sniffing snouts, all jumbled together excitedly. A gymnasium of animal acrobats tying themselves into knots. You have to get your eye in with Viking carvings, otherwise they can frighten you with all this amazing complication. It's all based on animal shapes, all interwoven and overlapping. So that, for example, is one animal. There's the head and there's the tail. And this figure 8 shape here, that's the whole of its body. And that's biting the tail of this animal here. And that animal is biting the tail of that animal, and so on. So imagine the 3D vision you need to carve this, the steady hand, the computer brain. So if anyone ever says to you the Vikings were barbarous, grab them by the ear and tug them here to Oslo. Runes. More runes.
And still more runes. All over Scandinavia, Norway, Denmark, and particularly here in Sweden, you find these magnificent standing stones left behind by the Vikings, covered in wobbly carvings and all these runes. Runes are the bits of writing on the twisty snakes. You usually find them on Viking gravestones. These ones here say Girior loved her husband and remembers him with her tears. Because they're carved on these mighty stones and not written down on handy bits of parchment or vellum, there's a tendency to mythologize them, to see great truths in the runes. According to Norse mythology, the runes were found by Odin, the supreme god of the Norsemen, while he was hanging from the Tree of Life, the famous Yggdrasil. For 9 days and nights, Odin stayed in the great tree, waiting, hoping, until eventually the runes fell into his hands and revealed themselves to him. Odin passed them to us. Thus, from the start, the runes were associated with magic and the mysteries of the cosmos. This splendid story about Odin up in the trees and the origin of the runes is another example of the extraordinary power that words had in these fateful years. Words, letters, symbols seemed to mean so much in the Dark Ages. They were so loaded, they had such resonance. It's actually quite a simple alphabet. So this shape here, that's a V sound. And that's an A, an L, and so on. So that says Valdemar. And in fact, this whole message is, here stands Valdemar in Viking land. The runic alphabet, or Futhark as it's called, had 24 letters in it originally. Later on, when the Vikings attacked Britain, they took the runes with them, and the Futhark grew to 33 letters. The new letters were needed to describe new sounds. Every time the Vikings conquered a new territory, and new words entered their language, they needed new letters to describe them. So, for example, originally there was no W, and I have to use a V sound for my name, Valdemar. So the runes were never some cobweb-covered dead language fit only for a museum. They were always alive, vibrant, and constantly changing. What a good-looking alphabet it is, too. So energetic and upright. It's based on vertical lines, because verticals are easier to carve, particularly in wood, but also in stone. This vertical emphasis gives the runes a spiky presence and a mysterious relationship with time, as if every mark is somehow counting down the days. The Vikings were the last of the great barbarian nations to convert to Christianity. It wasn't till the 10th century, 1,000 years after the birth of Christ, that paganism's hold on the frozen north
was broken. So around here, the paganism was stubborn. And in Viking art, it's often difficult to tell where the paganism ends and the Christianity begins. This is the biggest and most famous of all Scandinavian rune stones, the Jelling stone. It weighs over 10 tons. It's 2.5 meters tall, and as you can see, the entire stone seems to writhe with energy. What a fabulous thing. This inscription here, which goes all the way round, tells us that the Jelling stone was put here by Harald Bluetooth, the energetic Viking ruler who's usually credited with converting the Danes to Christianity. I am Harald, it says here, son of Gorm, and I made the Danes Christians. It's carved on all 3 sides, and on this side there's an image of a giant snake attacking a stylized lion. Now obviously there are no lions in Scandinavia, it's an image they found abroad, but the Vikings identified with the lion's fighting spirit, so it pops up a lot in their art. It's an image they made theirs. Now I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, what lion and what snake? Well, inside the visitor centre at Jelling, there's a coloured replica of the Great Stone, which shows you how the lion and the snake would originally have looked before all their paint fell off. But the most surprising sight is here on the biggest side. It's the culmination of the entire stone. But you can't see it yet. The light has to be exactly right. What you have to do is wait till the twilight begins to work its magic. Can you see it? It's a splendid Viking crucifixion with this stern Christ in the centre, surrounded by all these writhing Viking knots. It's as if the whole stone can't keep still. And I like the way Christ hasn't actually got a cross. He's just standing there with his arms outstretched. So it's obviously another image that's been imported from abroad and is now being misunderstood so confidently. When the Vikings began behaving like Vikings and invaded Britain, they encountered the most exciting jewelers of the Dark Ages, the Anglo-Saxons. How do we know they were exciting? Because they've left behind this, the Sutton Hoo treasure. This is the finest hoard of Anglo-Saxon gold ever dug up in Britain. One of the great treasures of the British Museum. Just look at it. My legs go weak every time I see it, because it's in such excellent condition. Much of the art that survives from the Dark Ages has been battered by time, but not the Sutton Hoo treasure. In the finest pieces here, there's hardly a gram of gold bent out of place, or a garnet missing. The Sutton Hoo treasure was dug up out of the ground in East Anglia just a few weeks before the start of the Second World War in 1939, so it couldn't be investigated properly till after the war was over. And what a torture that must have been for the waiting archaeologists. The treasure dates from around 620 AD and comes from the grave of an important East Anglian king. The king was buried in a ship, his transport to the next world. And all this was buried with him to serve him in the afterlife.
These bits of sword here and the helmets mark him out as a mighty warrior. You wouldn't want to get on the wrong side of this man in heaven. They found a lyre in his grave as well, so the king could listen to his favourite music in the afterlife. That's a recreation of it. He had to eat well, so this fabulous cooking cauldron was buried with him. And look at all the intricate Celtic decoration around it. Most important of all, the people who buried the king made sure that he'd look good in the next world by burying him with his best Anglo-Saxon ruler bling, which is where this gold comes in, and those magnificent garnets.
If you've ever seen finer jewellery than this, let me know where, because I want to go there. How did they do it, these Anglo-Saxon wizards? To penetrate their secrets, I've tracked down a man who knows. In his youth, Sean Greenhouse was a skilled forger, and some of the world's greatest museums have admired his output.
Sean was finally caught and sent to prison, so he served his time, and these days puts all that expertise to much better use as an independent craftsman. The methods he uses aren't exactly the same as the methods of the Dark Ages. The modern world has changed too much for that, but they're about as close as you can.
Apple Gift Card is a practical gift that unlocks a world of entertainment and fun. You can send it via email or give a physical card to your loved ones. Your friends and family can spend it on their favorite Apple services, including Apple subscriptions. Apple Gift Cards can be used to buy all things Apple: products, accessories, apps, games, movies, TV shows, iCloud Plus, and more. Visit apple.com for details and to send Apple Gift Cards to your friends and family this holiday season.
And what Sean's work gives us is an insider's view of how Anglo-Saxon jewellers actually made their pieces. So Sean, can you tell us what it is you're going to be making?
Oh, it's an Anglo-Saxon disc brooch, silver with some enamel gilding, covering most of the aspects that the Anglo-Saxon jewellers would use.
They obviously had lots of different techniques in the way they made their jewellery. So which ones are you picking up here?
Well, this is probably a 10th century. It's like a late Saxon disc brooch. The earlier ones were the gold and garnet mostly, but these are religious symbolism on these.
Is this based on a existing brooch?
No, it's my own design, but it kind of encompasses elements of other things, kind of. So it's an original design in itself. The centre part will be done in gold ribbon, plus on it different coloured enamels.
And that's a picture of an Anglo-Saxon king?
Yeah, just a generic long tash beard, what have you, and a sword in his right hand. And the element I haven't actually put in is the hand of God over his shoulder. That'll be put in white and gold enamel.
Wonderful, let's get going.
Okay, let's get on with it.
The delights of Sean's Anglo-Saxon disc brooch will have to wait. First, we need to cross the channel and search out those powerful Dark Age creatives, the Carolingians, rulers of the Franks.
The Franks were the ancestors of the modern French. Originally, they were Germans, just like the Anglo-Saxons. But they arrived in Gaul on one of those expansionist barbarian waves that we saw in film 2. And early in their story, the Franks converted to Christianity. and they became particularly fierce defenders of the faith. Plenty of Dark Age societies liked their art to sparkle. A taste for gold is one of the Dark Age's defining characteristics. But when it comes to religious bling, the Frankish Christians were top of the charts. If you've ever wondered why the French sometimes conduct themselves as if they were the chosen people, it's because that's exactly what they thought they were. In 732 AD, the Franks, led by the heroic Charles Martel, Charles the Hammer, defeated an invading Muslim army which had come up from Spain hoping to conquer Europe. The Franks believed God had chosen them to save Europe from Islam. They were his chosen people. And their art seems particularly aware of this special position in God's good books. The mightiest of the Frankish kings, Charles the Great, or Charlemagne as he's usually called, came from a dynasty called the Carolingians. He was crowned in 768 and with typical Frankish modesty pushed himself right to the front of Dark Age politics. Charlemagne was determined to expand the Frankish Empire. After all, it was God's chosen empire, and the Carolingians were God's chosen leaders. And this expansion of Charlemagne's Christian empire was achieved with deep brutality. In Germany, the Saxons, who were still pagans, were given a very simple choice: convert to Christianity or die. If they didn't become Christians, they were killed. That was Charlemagne's choice. In 800 AD, in Rome, on Christmas Day itself, the Pope rewarded Charlemagne for his efforts on behalf of Christianity by crowning him as the Holy Roman Emperor. Charlemagne was now the leader of the largest empire Europe had seen since the fall of the Romans. The centre of gravity of Europe had shifted, and it had shifted to the north. This is the chapel that Charlemagne built here in Aachen on the Belgian borders. And from here, he ruled his new Christian empire. And this is actually the marble throne on which he sat. There's a spooky simplicity to Charlemagne's throne. 4 slabs of ancient marble, a few metal clamps, 6 marble steps, and that's it. A gold-loving emperor is pretending to be a simple man. Charlemagne began building this chapel in 786 AD, and at exactly the same time, in Spain, the Muslims were building the great mosque in Cordoba, which I hope you remember from the last film. Such inventive and dramatic architecture, with those nimble double arches and that gorgeous forest of columns. Charlemagne's chapel, this chapel, was intended to be a deliberate riposte to the Muslims, a Christian answer to the Cordoba Mosque. Look up there at the arches and see how they have these alternating bands of colour, just like the arches in the Cordoba Mosque.
But in Aachen, the stripy arches don't float or soar. Nothing does. This is architecture drawn with the biceps, not the wrist. Effortful and ponderous. I don't like this building. It feels brutal, clunky. This round shape was based originally on a Roman mausoleum, and you can still sense the doomy and cold atmospheres of the mausoleum in here. Gloomy, expensive, intense. Frankish Christianity bulldozes the senses. But it doesn't really pleasure them. At least I don't think so. In the battle of the northern Christians, give me Anglo-Saxon art any day. Christianity arrived in Britain from 3 directions at once in a 3-pronged religious assault. In the south, in ancient Kent, a team of monks led by St. Augustine was sent here by the Pope in Rome, and they brought with them the official Roman version of Christianity. Up here, in the north of Britain, it was Irish monks from across the sea who came over to convert the pagans. And they brought with them a harsher, more basic, more penitential form of Christianity. They deliberately built their monasteries in difficult locations, and where they produced glorious art with an ecstatic and insistent tone to it, like the chanting of a great monk's choir. The third type of Christians found in Anglo-Saxon Britain were the ones who were already here. Remember in film 1 how the Romans converted to Christianity under Constantine, and how one of the earliest known Christian house churches was found in Roman Britain, in Lullingstone, in Kent. We don't know much about these existing Christians. They were a modest Christian presence. But perhaps tiny droplets of this modesty were thrown into the melting pot as well. So the Anglo-Saxons would have had wood-heated kilns? Or?
A charcoal brazier, I should imagine. This is the silver I'm going to make the brooch out of. It's basically about 82% silver, a bit of copper, quite a lot of lead, which designates as Anglo-Saxon or Viking, a few other bits and bats in it. All the trace elements you don't get in modern silver.
Sean melts down the Anglo-Saxon silver, and to turn it into something useful, pours it into some moulds made from cuttlefish bones. So tell me about this cuttlefish. Is this what was used in ancient times to make moulds?
It's been used for centuries, but I should imagine it's a Roman tradition actually. Take them out of the mould, it should be relatively cool now. Right. That's actual ingot there. That's for the pin and the pin mounts. So we'll quench that first of all.
That basically just cools it down.
It cleans it, blowing all the stuff off. Right. The next thing to do is to reduce this piece of silver for the main body down to about 1.5 millimetres to replicate Anglo-Saxon disc brooches that are in existence. So first of all, we have to start doing a beat from the centre to the outside. We're always going to outside to inside, inside to out, reversing it every time.
Basically, you're making it thinner.
Yeah, basically, yeah. On the other side, you start in the centre and work to the middle. And that's so you keep a uniform thickness, because it tends to bowl to a natural bowl shape. It starts to split once you start to spread it out even further. You hear the dull thud of it now. As we hammer it, it gets higher and higher the pitch. And with the, you can tell when it's hard enough so you don't crack it. That's more or less brought it to the next stage. So it's just a matter of us now repeating the process. And as we reduce it, the area will get larger. And once we've made a big enough piece out of it and reduced it to 1.5 millimetres or thereabouts, we'll have a large enough piece to cut the disc out of. This is 1.5 millimetres, as you can see. That is just the same as this, it's just the same silver. When I've worked on it, it'd take about 2 days work, hammer work, and a lot of ear bashing, falling out with your neighbours and what have you to get it to that. So we'll start on with this now.
I mean, that is the basic shape of the brooch, is that right?
Basic shape of the brooch.
While Sean Greenhalgh bangs away in his lair, back at the front line of the Dark Ages, the Anglo-Saxon custom of burying the dead with things that would be useful to them in the afterlife was, of course, a pagan custom. And, unfortunately, when the Anglo-Saxons were converted to Christianity, that custom was stopped. In a Christian burial, you buried the body and that was it. So nothing as sumptuous as the Sutton Hoo treasure has survived from the Christian era. Instead, we get another kind of Anglo-Saxon treasure. It's a treasure made of granite and limestone. The resilient, spiritual treasure that is the Anglo-Saxon funeral cross. Earlier on, we saw how the Vikings commemorated their dead with these mighty standing stones covered in runes. And this idea that stone is somehow eternal and lasts much longer than you is something that was shared by all the voyaging tribes of the north. There's something splendidly basic about these Anglo-Saxon crosses. They're supposed to be Christian, but somehow their Christianity feels superficial and confined to the surface. Underneath, you can still sense the atmospheres of Stonehenge, a connection with the faraway past and the central mysteries of creation. See all this decoration here? It's called interlacing. It's Celtic in origin, and you get it on the Anglo-Saxon crosses, but also on the great manuscripts written later in the monasteries, like Lindisfarne. A lot of people have written a lot of books on the subject of Celtic interlacing, what it means, why it was used. It's so beautiful to look at, but also so intrinsically mysterious. They say that its origins lie in basket weaving and plaiting, and we'll never know for sure. But my guess is that this is also an attempt by the Dark Age mind to grasp and mimic the rhythms of creation, to convey the sense that the cosmos goes on and on and on, and that everything in it is interrelated. This is a rather wonky specimen, which is why I like it so much. It's not quite right, so you just want to hug it. But because it's so wonky, the interlacing on the Lonnon Cross in the Isle of Man is particularly clear. We're going to be seeing a lot of this Celtic interlacing in the marvellous manuscripts that are coming up. So I just wanted to show you quickly how it was done.
It looks immensely complicated, but it's actually relatively simple. So first you need to mark out a grid. Say we want to do a decorative border on a gospel book. So here's the border, and we know from unfinished bits of manuscript that the monks have left behind that the way they did it was to make this grid with dots to guide them. So we got 3 dots, 2 dots, 3 dots, 3 dots, 3 dots, 2 dots, 2 dots, 2 dots. So like the dots on a dice, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2. Then you start filling in the spaces in between. Now the big rule in interlacing is that one line goes over and the other line goes under, over, under, over, under, over, under, all the way along. And when you're about to get to the edge, you stop, because you need to work out how you're going to do the edges. Now I'm just going to square them off. That's the simplest way of doing it. But they also did all these elaborate things. They'd leave out bits of the pattern and create this kind of asymmetrical symmetry. It's too complicated for me, I'm afraid. And then once you've got your over, under, and you start to fill in the bits of the background. Red and black. There you are. Bit of Celtic interlacing. So I've done this very big because I've got insensitive and stubby fingers. But if you're a Dark Age monk poring over a precious manuscript, then the borders you made were tiny. I mean, these people must have had extraordinary eyesight. Of course, if you're a sculptor, on the other hand, once you've designed your interlacing, you need to carve it into stone. And that's mightily difficult too. And with this cross, the Lohnen cross, you can see that the interlacing, it's okay when it begins up here, but as it comes down, it gets wonkier and wonkier and wonkier. Back in Bolton, Sean Greenhalgh has engraved the symbols of the 4 evangelists round the edges of his silver brooch. And he's now ready for the really difficult bit in the middle. The Anglo-Saxon king, created so carefully with cloisonné enamels.
The cloisonné enamel technique is a very old technique practiced by the Romans and the Celts even before them. It's just powdered glass, ground up and mixed in with water and then just fired in the kiln. But the Anglo-Saxons and other people in the Dark Age and into the Middle Ages would use Roman glass tesseras, ground up, the kind of thing you see in wall mosaics in Ravenna and such places, Constantinople and such. Because although they had the technology to make the glass, they didn't have the oxides to get the various colours, as you can see, the yellows and the greens and the blues.
The first stage is to lay down the king's outlines in a delicate framework of itsy-bitsy bits of pure gold.
So fiddly, these little bits, you know. The eyes and the nose.
Then the really tough work begins. Getting the powdered glass into this labyrinth of gold cells.
Yeah, we're just filling in the background now, the dark blue. It's always better to get the background in first, the largest area, to fill the largest area, and it kind of holds most of the wires in position then, so you're not pushing everything about. So careful you don't drop any into the other cells, but otherwise it all has to be washed off if you do that, you know. Start again. It's right, just got to work out the colour schemes now. I think the yellows can go in next, so I'll mix some yellow. Right, here we go. Now, see, this is the difficult part to fill the small pieces because just touching them with it, the surface tension tends to like glue them to the damn brush. So, slowly does it, I think. And then we'll put the tash in there. Long droopy Edward the Confessor tash. That's the hair, a bit yellow. A general Custer hairdo. It's just slow, fiddly work, you know. Always fighting the surface tension with it because. Right, pale green into the cloak itself, and then we're ready for firing when I've dried it out. Right.
While Sean prepares to pop his Anglo-Saxon king into the kiln, I'm thinking that his brooch reminds me strongly of the most famous of all Anglo-Saxon jewels, the so-called Alfred jewel. They say that originally it was the top of a reading implement sent out to the bishops by King Alfred himself. It's now found in the Ashmolean Museum in Oxford. And what a beautiful thing it is. So this style of brooch was obviously a late Anglo-Saxon.
Yeah, probably 10th century, I should imagine, yeah, in design.
I mean, a lot of people always say that the Anglo-Saxon jewellery was at its peak earlier than that. They think of the Sutton Hoo hoard.
Yeah, the garnet stuff and the garnet jewellery, the gold and what have you.
That's right.
Fashions change, I suppose. I prefer the later stuff. I think it's far more elegant and there's far more to it. Which, anyway, that's the Clisson finished.
Beautiful. So that's obviously an echo, if you like, of the Alfred jewel, isn't it?
Yeah. So it's kind of like a mishmash of various things, but it's all of its time and period. So
can I have a look at that?
Yeah.
Oh, I see, yes. Beautiful. And who is this figure you've put on there? It's kind of King Alfred, is it?
Well, no, it's just a generic figure of a Saxon king, I suppose, with the long tash and the pointy beard, and the blonde hair and the blue eyes.
Beautiful.
Kind of very like to portray themselves, I should imagine. So, anyway, we just have to get on now and assemble it.
Yes.
So we'll do that next, shall we?
Yes.
Right. First thing to do is put the crystal into the silver gilt collar. And that just drops into there. And then this piece will be riveted on the back with these little rivets, gilt-headed. So.
Yes.
So I'll put them in now. It's a little bit of fiddly, this.
Yes.
And there we have it.
That it?
It's finished.
That's beautiful.
Thank you.
The Sean Greenhouse jewel.
You can move it about in the light, you can get the edges of the actual gold Clisson and it kind of sparkles, yeah.
Beautiful. I love cloisonné work. I love it. Up in the harsher corners of the Anglo-Saxon world, the Irish monks who converted the north of Britain were deliberately cutting themselves off from life's little comforts. Exiles for Christ, they called themselves. Lindisfarne up there, where the monastery was founded by St. Aidan in 635 AD, was deliberately out of the way, secluded. When the tide was out, the only way across was along this path here, the Pilgrim's Way it was called, marked out with these wooden stakes. But if you were coming from the other side of the island, from the sea, then Lindisfarne wasn't cut off at all. In fact,
it was very tempting.
The Viking raids on Britain, which did so much to tarnish the reputations of the Norsemen, began with a raid on Lindisfarne in 793. And for the next century or so, the Vikings kept coming back.
Monasteries were easy pickings. They were basically undefended, manned by peaceful monks. And they were packed with sumptuous religious treasures and excellently positioned for Viking raids.
The monasteries of the Dark Ages were Aladdin's caves of treasures. Jewel-encrusted relic boxes, golden crosses studded with rubies and pearls. We live in a world in which Louis Vuitton luggage and Jimmy Choo shoes seem precious. In the Dark Ages, they knew better.
For the Vikings, the main attraction of the monasteries was obviously all that fabulous Christian gold in them, the rubies, the pearls. But it's recently been suggested that there were other reasons why they targeted the monasteries, religious reasons. Remember, in 793 AD, when they raided Lindisfarne, the Vikings were still hardcore pagans, stubborn believers in Odin, Thor, and Freya.
For these pagan Vikings, the fierce missionary enthusiasm of the Irish monks and the brutal conversion tactics of Charlemagne constituted an assault on their religion.
The Vikings liked being pagans. They didn't like being told they were worshipping the wrong gods.